it's really critical to understand exactly how it happens. Not only do they not reduce police violence, but they have been an essential propaganda tool in convincing so many well-meaning people across our society that the authorities care about police violence, that they want accountability, that they're doing something right, and it distracts people from the core, important kinds of changes that we need, which is to reduce the size and power of these bureaucracies.
So what you just heard right there is an absolutely stunning admission from a left-winger who, by the way, wrote the book called Copaganda, this ridiculous book that says that, oh my god, the media is just propagandizing you into thinking that crime is bad and that police actually address criminality, actually saying on this Democracy Now! Interview that he doesn't like the existence of body cams because more times than not, guess what? The body cam ends up debunking the narratives that they were supposed to support, which is that the police are violent and out of control and there's no justification for their actions. Now, of course, we know this to be true. I've done multiple videos where I actually juxtapose an image shown to us of a person shot by the police in the media versus how they looked on the body cam footage, whether they have a knife in their hand or they have those crazy eyes. That the body cams have been a godsend to police, but it's nice to see somebody who is on the other side of the issue, somebody who of course wants to take down police, admit the obvious, that transparency is the enemy of their agenda, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
I came to this particular issue as a civil rights lawyer, fighting against the injustice and brutality of the whole punishment bureaucracy, so not just police, but also prosecutors and courts and jails and prisons, all of the unnecessary death and violence that happens in that system. And what was fascinating to me in the early years of my career, and then of course we saw it after 2020, is that no matter what kinds of injustice and brutality and violence and even murder this system visits on people, and particularly the most vulnerable people in our population, this violence almost never is ratcheted down. And I think what I started to be really interested in is what are the stories that the system tells the public about itself in the wake of outrage over its own violence.
So look, obviously this guy is coming at this from an ideological point of view. He is of the belief that treating criminals like they're not innocent Beba Angel Aladdins is actually a big problem. It actually causes us to be bad as a society, and the one thing that we should never ever do is arrest, prosecute, and jail criminals, because it's not like it's been proven that incapacitation is the most effective way to reduce crime. What we need to do is give them welfare, I presume, or whatever ridiculous prescription that this guy has for these particular problems in our society, if he even acknowledges that they're problems in our society, which very likely he doesn't, because guess what? As I'm listening to this guy, I end up realizing that he's essentially the foundational base for a bunch of bad arguments that have been put forward against me in debates related to criminality, all of which I've debunked, refuted, and disputed in the past, and yet this guy is on Democracy Now! Crying about the fact that you can see what police are doing, and more times than not, it actually exonerates the police rather than condemning them.
In 2020, there was this movement in the wake of the killings, not just George Floyd, but Breonna Taylor, Eric Garner, and many, many more. There was this movement to say, well, wait a second, how are we spending our resources as a society on safety? This is not the kind of safety that our society wants. And instead of actually examining those expenditures, society increased the amount of money that we threw into policing and to courts and jails and prisons. And in 2021, the year after George Floyd was killed, the police killed more people than they did in 2020, as you mentioned, and more people in 2022 than 2021.
So obviously this guy has a bad retelling of events, a bad retelling of history, because in reality, if you guys aren't aware, they actually did cut the police budget in a bunch of municipalities around the country post the backlash to George Floyd. This happened in New York City and a bunch of other municipalities around the nation, and this ended up resulting in the largest year-over-year homicide increase, 30% nationwide, 47% in the city of New York, and a bunch of other places saw much larger jumps in homicide. So the next year, you ended up in a situation where people were frantically trying to restore police funding. In addition to that, cutting the police budget actually ends up leading to an increase in crime, as we saw demonstrated in 2020. But in reality, you still need to field officers. So when you have fewer staff, what ultimately ends up happening is that you have to pay out more in overtime to your remaining staff. So the ineffectiveness of defund the police cannot be understated, because even in areas where they voted to defund their police department because they had to pay so much more in overtime to those that remained, because they actually cut the number of officers that they had, they ended up spending more money. So it did fail in every possible regard. But notice that he completely ghosts the fact that they did cut police funding. It led to a giant increase in crime, and then he starts talking about an increase in shootings, which again, I want you to take note of right now. I will address it in just a little bit, but it's absolutely crucial the way that this guy counts certain things versus other things.
The actual message that's being conveyed in Fox News and the New York Times on issues of crime and immigration are virtually identical. And that's what I show with chilling and sometimes I think kind of funny detail in the book Propaganda. And so it's very important to say a few things right up front. Despite what you've been told in Fox News and the New York Times, all crime in the United States that police track, and keep in mind, that's very important, because police, prosecutors, prisons, they really only deal with crime committed by the most vulnerable people in our society. They are not investigating or prosecuting the biggest crimes in our society, like wage theft, which is $50 billion a year, so 5 times all of the property crime that police track combined, or tax evasion is $1 trillion a year, or air pollution, much of which is criminal, which kills 100,000 people, so 5 times all homicide combined. We're not talking about those crimes, because those crimes are largely committed by wealthy and powerful institutions and individuals.
So this is one of the stupidest arguments before, and we've actually heard it repeatedly from the left wing, and I'm glad to know that at least one of the sources of this dumbass argument is this particular author, again, the author of Propaganda. So he makes the case that police departments, they don't deal with every crime, you know, like wage theft, like air pollution, which are much more serious, way more serious than homicides. Therefore, we should never factor in the consequences of that criminality. However, obviously, we have the EPA to deal with the actual air pollution. We have another agency called the Department of Labor that specifically addresses issues like wage theft. More on that $50 billion number in just a little bit, by the way. But the idea that we're not supposed to care about the crimes that police deal with because they're irrelevant, you know, like murder, rape, robbery, sexual assault, all these other crimes, burglary, assault, all these other things that actually impact regular ordinary people. Because remember, it's not just the criminals that are regular ordinary people, it's their victims that again are being victimized by these violent criminals because of these other things, is absurd on its face. But in addition to that, this scumbag actually is making the argument that, oh, everybody in the media is doing propaganda against us, but that $50 billion number, that estimate that he's utilizing from the Economic Policy Institute, is a 2014 estimate. Why are you going so far back in time in order to talk about wage theft to find the biggest number, in order to compare and contrast that to, you know, what's actually going on in terms of criminality? It seems like that's a little bit outdated. Now, if you guys will remember, I actually did a side-by-side from the Economic Policy Institute a couple of years ago, much more updated numbers, and according to them, the wage theft versus actual theft disparity was like $15.1 billion to 12 point something billion dollars. So it was much more narrow than was being portrayed by the serfs at the time, and nowhere near the $50 billion estimate, which, by the way, is in fact an estimate. And what's ridiculous about that $50 billion 2014 estimate is that it compares and contrasts to the actual discovered instances of wage theft in the United States of America back in 2012, and that number was $933 million. So the EPI, a left-wing organization, in 2014 decided that the number of wage theft dollars recovered was actually too low, so they put a 50x on it, put it in a headline, and 12 years later, you have this propagandist repeating that. Now look, there are obviously differences in methodology, which is the reason why you get that inflated $50 billion number that this propagandist is actually utilizing right here in order to deflect from criminality. But even if we just pretend that everything is all the same and squared away, how come we're talking about wage theft when it's gone down so much? I mean, he's about to make the argument in just a little bit that crime is down compared to historical averages, therefore we shouldn't talk about criminality, we shouldn't talk about irrelevant things that are just us targeting poor people, like rape and murder and robbery and assault and all those crimes. That doesn't matter. Also, notice how he doesn't mention car theft and carjacking, which is up, not down. He says every crime is down, even though, again, that's not true. That's not based in reality. But we should look at the 2014 numbers when it's convenient, when he wants to deflect.
The crime that police track, even that narrow range of crime, which is focused on the most vulnerable people in our society, contrary to what you have been told in the news every single day for the last several years, is actually down. And not only is it down, it is at historic lows. Since we've been tracking this stuff, 50, 60-year lows. It's been going down almost every single year for the last 25 years, and yet consumers of the mainstream news, especially consumers of New York Times, of MSNBC, of The Atlantic, these people, when you poll them, they actually believe crime is up.
So again, it's been going down almost every year for the last 25 years is extremely deceptive because we all know, I just talked about it, that homicide jumped in this country year over year 30%. It jumped again an additional 7%. Now, of course, it didn't reach levels that were like worse than the 1990s or the worst periods in American history, but obviously this was a significant jump, and we started to see a turnaround just a couple of years ago based on the fact that we were prosecuting more people. In fact, I've highlighted different cities that have seen the biggest turnarounds and how differences in policy, aka stop going soft on criminal like this guy wants, start prosecuting them, like in Baltimore where Ivan Bates started targeting repeat gun offenders, and as soon as he came into office, replacing the previous reformist district attorney, crime went down, and homicide in particular in Baltimore to historic lows. But again, this guy's like, oh no, in the long-term average, if we compare this to the 1990s and 1980s, it's basically been down every single year. But get a load of the fact that this guy, when he's talking about police shootings, can all of a sudden go back to 2020 and start counting from 2020.
In 2021, the year after George Floyd was killed, the police killed more people than they did in 2020, as you mentioned, and more people in 2022 than 2021.
So this guy won't tell you about the increase in crime, the increase in homicides, greatest year-over-year increase of all time in 2020, followed up by another 7% increase in 2021, and by the way, an additional increase in 2022, because, oh, if you compare it to the historical over the last 25 years, historical averages, it's gone down almost all the years of the last 25 years, but then he narrows in on the post-2020 as if that's the starting point for when we started tracking police shootings, and he's like, look, they went up in the years following the 2020 Black Lives Matter riots, I mean, the George Floyd incident and the so-called reforms. But the thing is, obviously, if you're going to have more crime, you would have more police interactions, and thus you're likely to have more of those interactions going south via shootings, so that makes sense on its own. But again, the historical context is not given right here, because it turns out the number of unarmed people gunned down by the police is down compared to the historical average, but he takes no note of that. He isolates the variable after 2020 to say that it's up, it's higher than the previous year. Of course, he doesn't talk about unarmed people, which was the whole shtick back in the day. And in addition to that, when you actually do a breakdown of these unarmed people shootings, what you find out is that many of them were going for the police officer's gun, so in the act of arming themselves, or they were driving their car at the police, which is not counted as being armed. And by the way, speaking of misperceptions, do you guys remember this 2019 survey that found that very liberal people are the most likely to overestimate the amount of unarmed people shot and killed by the police? 31% of very liberal people think that 1,000 people or more are shot by the police. 14.9% of them think it's about 10,000. And of course, you have 7.8% of them thinking that it's over 10,000. These numbers are absolutely ridiculous, especially considering the fact that the number in the year that they were asking about was 13. So about 10 is the correct answer, and yet people have this great misperception about this that the guy who's the author of Propaganda never wants to talk about it. Gee, I wonder why.
These fallacies are not just some accidental kind of one-off mistake people are making. They are consistent year in, year out, and they are the product of carefully cultivated propaganda.
Why does the guy who's the author of Propaganda use all these outdated and cherry-picked statistics in order to make all of his points? It could be because he's the propagandist.
So you have to ask yourself, in the wake of outrage over police violence, why are so many public officials, particularly Democrats, pushing body cameras? I mean, after all, the person who shot Renee Good filmed himself in that interaction. What we know from all of the data is that there was a moment where the police were so desperate to get body cameras, so were prosecutors. They badly wanted them to dramatically increase their surveillance capacities, to link to facial recognition software. There was billions of dollars at stake in cloud computing contracts for the tech industry and the surveillance policing industry. Prosecutors wanted them so they could prosecute in higher volume, low-level cases against the most vulnerable people in our society. There were all these reasons they wanted for crowd control. You're seeing now with ICE when they go to out in the street, they have these cameras, they scan the crowd, they're mapping people's faces. The policing industry wanted body cameras. They wanted them so badly that before they got public funding for them, they were getting private donations from people like Steven Spielberg because they were so desperate to get these cameras.
So this is absolute nonsense in every possible way. You can look at the record. Police unions were against body cameras. They thought it was an invasion of privacy, and they essentially did everything in their power in order to prevent them from being put into place, yet leftist activists insisted that this would reveal all of the police violence, and it turns out this was a monkey paw's wish of epic proportion because it actually ended up vindicating the police. Horrible mistake by the police union to be opposed to it. Horrible mistake by these people who want to lie about police to be in favor of it. But this guy tries to flip it on his head and says, actually, we knew all along that the body cams were going to show the opposite. And maybe he did because he knew he was lying all along. But again, look at the way that this guy goes through this logic.
Something happened after the killing of Michael Brown. Prominent Democrats like Barack Obama, Eric Holder, many local mayors and governors, they came together and they said, we should pitch body cameras not as something the police want, which hasn't worked. We haven't been able to get those body cameras. So the companies got together at the Obama administration and they decided to shift their marketing strategy. They decided to shift to, instead of marketing as something that were good for the police and the police wanted, they said in the wake of Michael Brown, we'll market it to low information people in the public, to well-meaning liberal people. We'll market it as accountability and transparency. And so they totally shifted, and then they were able to get hundreds of millions of dollars toward their goal of outfitting every single cop in the United States with a mobile surveillance camera that the police control. They control when it's on, when it's off, what it captures, when something is captured is released to the public. So if the police capture, let's say, an undocumented immigrant committing some crime, that's out on Fox News and the New York Post within hours. But if they capture the police doing something horrific, the public may never see that video. So body cameras are a mirage. And as I write in the propaganda book, and it's really critical to understand exactly how it happens, not only do they not reduce police violence, but they have been an essential propaganda tool.
So again, this is completely false. Body cam footage is subject to Freedom of Information Act requests. You have entire organizations that are dedicated to getting this particular footage, and even in instances where police try to obscure body cam footage, allegedly to protect the officers, it eventually ends up coming out, the public gets to see it, and by the way, there's attention put on departments that end up hiding that body camera footage. Now, I find it hilarious that this guy cites Michael Brown as an instance, which of course was a hoax that was only able to be pulled off due to the fact that there was no body cam in that particular scenario. But in addition to that, he brings up Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, two instances again where the body cam footage didn't exist in the Breonna case, and of course where Attorney General Keith Ellison withheld the body camera for 60 plus days in order to prevent the public from seeing it because they had already made up their minds and they wanted the narrative to be set in based on the cell phone video. Because if the body cam footage would have came out earlier and we would have saw George Floyd foaming at the mouth saying that he can't breathe 13 times prior to him being put on the ground, maybe, just maybe, we would have actually had a different perception of that, at least in the public. But again, they fought to suppress that. So make no mistake about it, every single Black Lives Matter narrative relies on not having the video, not having the proof, hiding in the ambiguity, and that is exactly what this guy is actually against. He gives away the game right here.
But they have been an essential propaganda tool in convincing so many well-meaning people across our society that the authorities care about police violence, that they want accountability, that they're doing something, right? And it distracts people from the core, important kinds of changes that we need, which is to reduce the size and power of these bureaucracies.
Again, he calls us actually being able to see these cases debunk Black Lives Matter narratives with these body cameras a problem. He's like, it's a distraction from what I'm trying to achieve, which is undermining your institutions by lying to you. Absolutely ridiculous and absurd. Again, this is the author of the Copaganda book, often cited by the left wing. Even the talking points about wage theft and air pollution are brought in there, as if the police officers are supposed to go down to the pollution factory, the coal mine, the coal mill, whatever the hell you call it. I just messed that up so many times. The coal fire plant, guys. I know what it's called. It's comedy. Everybody relax and arrest them for the air pollution. Like, that's what he wants the police to do, and ignore those unnecessary things. Those things we shouldn't be concerned about, like rape, murder, freaking child molestation, and all those other things that are just no big deal. That's just punishing the poor, according to this absolute loser. So yeah, Alex, whatever the hell your last name is, Copaganda guy, the body cams are definitely staying. They're staying turned on, and no, we're not going to get rid of them because they destroy your ability to propagandize and make income off of pretending that the police are doing the propaganda. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts.
This was hilarious to watch this happen. These people on Twitter had a meltdown over this game.
So great to be back. I have missed you guys so much. I know I was gone for a little while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I'm so sorry. Between the holidays, work, catching up on games, getting a new puppy, and then unfortunately getting pretty sick, it has been a lot. But I am doing well now, and I can touch more on all of that at the end. But first, we have to catch up on everything that has happened while I was gone. Well, Claire Obscure had a massive sweep at the Game Awards at the end of last year, and we also witnessed the trailer drop for the new Divinity game from Larian. We saw not one, not two, but 3 versions of Lara Croft get introduced. We learned that it is totally okay and even encouraged for devs to give feedback on how to make a character hotter, as long as it's Leon Kennedy and as long as the devs are women. A game called Code Violet came out as a PS5 exclusive.
I watched DSP play this game. It was so fucking terrible. It was amazing.
Why you ask?
It was
Because the
so
devs said they
entertaining.
did not want PC modders to turn it into a Gooner game. Well, given the game's poor reception, I bet they wish the Gooners were here now. We also got new Fable news, and while I am still not 100% sold on this one, I will at least say the world looks very whimsical. It gives a lot of Hogwarts Legacy vibes. 2 medieval games, Knights Path.
I think that I think Fable came out like with that gameplay trailer. I think it was a lot better than I had expected. It was a lot better.
And 1348 X Photo both dropped trailers, and these 2 games pretty much perfectly sum up the state of the discourse in the industry right now. And then finally, there's Highguard, which launched and managed to break almost 100,000 concurrent players. Unfortunately, it has now lost about 90% of those players and is sitting at
Only
like 20,000 mostly negative reviews on Steam. And while everyone is mad at Jeff Keighley for promoting this game, I am more concerned about Jeff himself. He was the sole marketer for this game. Basically the only one. What do they have on him? Anyway,
the Lone Ranger.
The start to 2026 has been a lot, so let's dive in. I was late night scrolling through Twitter last week when I came across a post of this cute. It turns out she is a romanceable character for the upcoming game Knight's Path, and I thought, oh wow, great, she's really pretty. That was it. That was my whole thought. And I was about to keep scrolling, but then I remembered, that's not allowed. Not around here, partner. Not around here. Like clockwork, I checked the replies, and there it is. Gooner bait. Incel
no modern stuff, but she's clearly wearing makeup that didn't exist in the time your game is set. Having a gay character would be more realistic than having her have a lipstick. You know, mascara wasn't invented until 1830. I thought this game was supposed to be about realism. Bro, like, it's just... What are y'all talking about?
And I just have to ask,
what is this?
Have we really fallen this
game's
far?
gonna be a new
have
home
we gotten
for incels?
So used to unattractive female characters that look like they were generated.
Looks like a sex doll or a 21st century cosplayer, not a real human being from before the modern times. Right, okay.
By an AI trained on solely mugshots, that now a woman with a normal pretty face is
Yes.
considered gooner bait. I would like to add, it is literally just her face.
That's right. Yeah, you don't even know what her body looks like. Well, do you want to know the reason why people were angry about this? Is because it's a bunch of fat women sitting there that see a pretty attractive girl, and it makes them mad. That's the reason why. As soon as you understand that, basically, I think, this is my opinion, that the entire push of making characters unattractive in video games is just women trying to not see characters that make them feel bad. I think that's literally it. That's the entire thing.
Picture is from the neck up. She is just standing there,
No
minding her
guys
own
asking
business
for this.
prettily, and the horny police say straight to jail. But honestly, I was so proud of the devs for sticking to their guns amid the backlash. This art direction came directly from a poll that they had run previously with their audience, and they followed through wholeheartedly. But then came the thing that really set people off. Someone asked if there would be representation in the game. And the devs did the unthinkable. And I realized in that moment that it would not have mattered how they said it.
About gaming and fun, not modern agendas. These people, like, bro, they were so mad over this. And you know what's really funny about this? The game did so well, too. It's already gotten over like 100,000, 200,000 wish lists.
Or what exactly it was that they said. The problem was always going to be that they said
And
no.
look at his profile picture.
And
This guy's
you know
a meme.
what?
He's memeing anyway.
Good for them. Because if this industry is going to course correct, we need devs who can say no without fear. The
Yeah,
pendulum
exactly. Like, I mean, if you want to have gay shit in your game, do it. If you don't want to have gay shit in your game, don't do it. But you can't have a culture where people feel like they can force their ideology on everybody else and then try to shame anybody who's not playing along with it. That's exactly what happened with like removing male and female, where like certain developers felt pressure to get rid of that because other developers were already bullied into it. And then you have a consensus that comes into play, and now everybody's doing it. It's retarded. And the way that you solve it is just by standing up for yourself and saying that, you know what, I'm not going to put up with this shit, and no, it's not okay.
has just got to swing, and this is what it looks like. We need devs
outrageous.
that are solely focused on the story that they want to tell and something that they are truly passionate about, rather than trying to cater to the modern audience or make something for everyone. We need devs who aren't bending over to appease journalists or loud Twitter activists, devs who are not using their Steam page solely as a LinkedIn diversity statement. Knight's Path is a game that knows exactly who it's for,
to say it.
and it is building for them. And it turns out
It's a guy game. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like any game where they say this is the romanceable character and it's a hot blonde, that's a game for guys. It is. For sure.
actually a lot of gamers, because they are already at
Imagine
200,000 wish lists,
Wow.
including me, and you may or may not hear my voice in there
I know it was
somewhere
100 to
whenever the
200.
game releases.
Apparently
Now,
it's
if
200.
Knight's Path isn't
Maybe
your
more.
thing, that is totally fine. You do have options. You could check out 1348X Photo, where you play as an angry lesbian knight with a bowl cut on a revenge quest across medieval Italy. And I do
Of course.
say this genuinely, that is one of the most unique,
Yeah.
yet also not unique pitches I've heard in a long time.
Yeah,
Why
I've
does
seen
she
too many
suspiciously
like
look
this.
like Bella Ramsey? I don't know. The game also features Jennifer English, though, who I love so much, and I think she is so talented. But I will be honest with you, you know how I feel about my female characters, and when I saw the trailer, my thought was simply, I am not sure who is, but I certainly am not the target audience for this, and I clicked off. And apparently,
Nobody wants to play as scuffed Joan of Arc. It's ridiculous.
when the X-Photo devs saw everything happening with Knight's Path, they could not do the same. They
I
hopped
needed-
into the
I needed the
discourse
flask
with
of
a
oils.
snarky,
Oh
modern
my
edited
God.
tweet of
Don't forget to wishlist and note the release on your modern agenda. Wait, what?
their own, and journalists immediately materialized to defend them. Here is what is so funny to me.
What?
If you are confident in your game and your audience, why say anything at all?
What?
Well, apparently they can dish it out but not take it, because they have now closed their Steam discussion boards. Very knight-like, very chivalrous.
Oh my god. It's almost as if all the people on Twitter that are botting likes and that are basically agreeing with each other don't actually play video games. Imagine that.
And speaking
They
of double
crashed out about
standards,
it?
we have to talk about the GOAT himself, Mr. Leon Kennedy. I will admit, even though I am so excited for the game, I am way too much of a baby to play Requiem when it comes out, so I will have to watch my husband play through it first. But we recently learned that during RE9 development, a lot of the female devs had input on making sure Leon stayed hot. And they were getting very detailed about it, like the wrinkles on his neck detailed. You know what? I respect it. The response from everyone has also been great. Joking about it, celebrating it. Yes, give us more hot Uncle Leon. But here is where I do start to spiral a little bit. We just went through this whole thing with Knight's Path. A female character shows up with a nice face, and suddenly it is incel chud bait. But for some reason, the same energy does not exist for Leon and his carefully workshopped neck wrinkles.
Because it's completely done by women. That's the reason why. It's women that are doing this. Women loved. There's nothing that women hate more than women that are more attractive than they are. Oh, let me tell you something. Oh my God. This is why I've said this many times, that every single time that, a group of girls gets together and they decide who's the most attractive and the most beautiful out of all of you, they will all collectively agree to make the fattest, ugliest girl the most attractive and the prettiest out of all of them. And the reason why isn't because they believe it, it's because they don't believe it. It's because they know that they can do that and there will be no threat to them at all. That's the real reason. Yep.
Nobody is calling those devs weird for putting thought into making him attractive. They are passionate about making him attractive, and there is nothing wrong with that. They enjoy it, the audience will enjoy it, and it will help sell more copies of the game.
Yeah,
and it is the same thing with Lara Croft, a character who has always been meant to be attractive, but the recent reboot comes out, and suddenly people are clutching their pearls over her outfits, over her wearing makeup in a video game where she fights dinosaurs. Why does she need mascara to explore a tomb? I don't know. Why does Leon need neck wrinkles to fight zombies? Why does anyone need to look good doing anything? It is a video game. It is for fun, escape, and enjoyment. Rules for thee, but
different ideas.
Not for me, I guess. Okay.
True.
Let's talk about Highguard, which is truly one of the games of all time. So, like I mentioned, it launched with almost...
This game had the same problem. Like, all these games have these same problems every single time. Is that they make like this is like an infection inside of American gaming media. It is. American gaming media is completely infected. And this is even, I would say it's true with TV shows and movies to a lesser extent, is that this fixation that they have around one way or another.
Clearly you haven't seen Starfleet Academy.
Making things...
The fuck do you mean lesser extent?
Seem realistic, making them fit an agenda, or giving them some sort of ideological slant. Because I don't know about you guys, but like, even whenever I play games that don't have like a very explicit like message to them, there's like a certain type of vibe that these certain games have that like that this game was made and it was designed by people that want you to think this way. Like, am I crazy for thinking that? I get you, and I think this is unique to American games. Even European games don't have this problem. You know, like Polish games, French games, like Expedition 33 don't have this problem. Obviously, Chinese games don't have this problem. Japanese games don't have this problem. It is purely an American issue.
100,000 concurrent players, very huge numbers, and then almost immediately lost about 90% of them. Now, I am not going to jump on Jeff Keighley too hard for this one. I genuinely do not know what it was that he saw in this game, because after watching some gameplay, it's pretty rough, and I think the conversation probably went something like this. Jeff played a demo, fell in love for reasons unknown, told the devs, I am giving you a primetime slot in this year's Game Awards.
Reasons unknown.
And they were probably like, are you sure, Jeff? I don't know, maybe a smaller slot, maybe a tweet. And Jeff said, no, final spot. Trust. And then he pointed finger guns at them and he walked away. But then reality happened, and it turns out, much like everyone was expecting, the game is not great. Now, to try and be super fair, I do think the internet was also
I don't think they paid him
for something.
I don't think so.
Everyone was looking for the next
I think people just making that up.
They wanted a new punching bag, and Highguard showed up at exactly the wrong moment with maximum spotlight on them. And I don't think most people are rooting for games to fail. Highguard was just at the wrong place.
I always want to see a game that represents an ideology that I hate fail. I do. I always want to see it. And that's not just like a political thing. I don't really care as much even about that. I care about like a game that represents a industry that's disconnected with its audience. I think it's a good thing if something like that fails because it means the market's working.
The wrong time, and
That's what I think.
this is just yet another
Sounds
sign
crazy,
that
baby,
people
but
are
that's just the way I
so
feel.
over the modern slop. We are tired. We just want
We're exhausted.
good games, and we want to be excited about good games. And when something gets hyped up like that and it does not deliver, it's gonna get roasted. Now,
Yep.
had this not been announced like it was at the Game Awards, had they just been left alone and
It'd
done their own
die.
thing,
It would die.
they probably would have been fine. It would have launched to a much smaller group, and they would have had the time to
They would have had dozens of players. Dozens of people would have played Highguard.
make changes and develop, and that could still happen. I really am hoping that they will be able to turn it around. Speaking of turning
They
things
won't.
around,
I will say that I find it respectable that they're trying to add in new modes. And if they're able to repair Highguard and make it good, I will be really tremendously impressed. But right now, I'm just not really imagining that happening. I think it's respectful that they, again, a captain that's willing to go down with his ship.
Ubisoft.
Limited 5v5, yeah.
I really did not think that it could get much worse for them after last year, and I have conflicting feelings about all
Yeah.
of this. Part of me wants to do the Death Note meme, but the other part of me, this is a company that I used to love. Running across rooftops as Ezio, Painnn being one of my favorite villains ever, me and my cousins performing Rasputin on Just Dance because we took that game way too seriously. Ubisoft used to have the special sauce, so seeing where they are now, it's pretty rough. And
I think the main reason why Ubisoft is failing is because they're spread too thin. I think they built up their studio too big, and they don't have the the leadership qualities to manage multiple high-level projects at the same time. And instead of canceling projects like, let's say, Blizzard did, what they did instead is they released them anyway. So, like, Blizzard, you don't know, like, they got rid of Titan, there was another, a survival game, too. I think there was a third game, StarCraft Ghost, in, like, the mid-2000s. Like, Blizzard aborted all three of these games. Like, they didn't even come out. So, the fact is that Ubisoft has a lack of quality control. They have too much of a, they have all these different studios, and on top of that, they're trying to release, like, 2 or 3 AAA games a year in some cases. And they're also maintaining existing live service games. They're spread way too fucking thin. So maybe Ubisoft could come together and make a really good game if they focused on just making one game. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that they're cooked. And I think they've spread themselves too thin. I don't think that they can retract in a way that's healthy. I think they're going to have to end up... They've already sold off like a lot of their IPs to a subsidiary that's owned partially by China, Tencent. So I think they're just fucked. But that is the actual structural reason. Like, you can talk about it being woke or whatever else, but I can guarantee you that if Ubisoft took the same
You know, it's
guys
getting
and the
really
same
warm with
energy
you
that they
lying
had
here.
making Assassin's Creed Black Flag,
You're super
and they
adorable,
made it
though.
with like a fucking escaped slave right after the Civil War, like they were gonna do, with like this guy being an assassin for like the KKK and other racist people in America, and like maybe even like a soldier inside of the Union Army during Civil War, this would have been like one of the greatest games ever made. It would have been insanely fucking good if they brought that same energy into it. Because again, like just think about Django Unchained, the game with like, really cool exploration. It would be nuts. Too political? I don't think people would care. I think people would still play it. They'd like it a lot. So the problem is that they can't do that. And I think also it would have been a lot safer if they had just basically made Ghost of Tsushima called Assassin's Creed.
No
like
escape.
rather than try to add in, a woman and a black guy as like the main characters. It was stupid. But I really do think that structurally they have a huge problem with the way that it's managed. And I can't not see that.
you're only 1 month into the Grand
this fine,
2-6.
I've done right.
Already
Yeah.
6 games canceled, including the Prince of Persia remake that they announced like 5
Imagine having to... Guys, we can't make the game that we made 22 years ago. We can't do it again. I know. We just can't do it.
5 years ago.
Sorry.
7 more games have been delayed. 2 studios shut down. They have a €1 billion loss expected this year, and the stock is in the dump. Now, there are lots of reasons for why this is happening, and some people want to blame the market, but for Ubisoft, I think it is pretty simple. They stopped making great games. And that is a crazy take. I know, but clearly their priorities shifted to monetization models, internal HR initiatives, consulting firms telling them what modern players really want,
is what you really want.
then just picking fights with their own audience base. Do you remember when their subscriptions guy said that players need to get comfortable not owning their own games? Not how do we make games that people will love, but how do we extract maximum value from people that
I'm very comfortable not owning a lot of Ubisoft games.
Same.
we don't even like. And when Ubisoft's games underperform, do they reflect? Nope. Outlaws undersold, they blamed Star Wars. Shadows got backlash, they called it a battle that they fought and won. A battle with their own customers. And their plan
Going to war with your own customers. How'd that go?
to fix things moving forward, more empty open worlds, more live service. The same exact formula that got them here, which is literally the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, which I do have to point out that a character from their own game, Far Cry 3, actually quotes. So that is one side of the coin. Now, let me show you the other side. While Ubisoft is collapsing, Sven Vinka casually posts that Divinity Original Sin 2, a game from 2017, just had its best sales month since launch.
Wow.
How does that even happen?
Well, I'll tell you how that happens. It's because all the noise and all the people mad about the game having AI, they weren't real. Nobody actually gave a shit. That's the thing. That's the real reason. Is that all of that noise on social media is totally artificial.
Well,
that's the real
Sven
reason.
says it's pretty simple. They make great games and they respect and like their players. At the Game Awards, they announced their return to Divinity, their most ambitious game yet, bigger than Baldur's Gate 3, and you could just feel the passion radiating off of it. But shortly after that, they hit a bit of controversy over sharing that they were using Gen AI tool experimentation, which personally, I think the whole blow up over this was a bit ridiculous. They were just...
They're all using Gen AI. I mean, they are. It's obvious. Like, I've heard from people inside the industry that tons of these people are using it constantly, and some of them even use it at home in order to storyboard things themselves, like privately. Like, obviously, duh, of course they're going to do that. Like, if this is a tool that's going to save a bunch of money, they're going to use the tool. Like, duh.
Trying to be transparent about their creative process, but anyway, with all of that, what did they do when they were hit with that backlash? Did they gaslight everyone? Did they call it a battle? Nope.
No,
they
just
held
talked
a
to
Reddit
people.
town hall with Sven, the art team, the writers answering questions directly. It is clear that they have a lot of passion and love for what they do and for their audience. Look no further than all of the free content that they released the past 2 years for Baldur's Gate, and after 20 million copies and all of those awards,
after a
they are
single-player
still
game.
indie.
That's
They
crazy.
even chose to walk away from the Baldur's Gate franchise for now, which would have been a guaranteed money printer for them because they wanted to work on something they were more passionate about and deliver the most amount of value for their fans. Same industry, but completely opposite results. I think it really does come down to two questions. Do you like the game you were working on?
Yeah.
And do you like the people you were making it for? Because when the answer to both is yes, you get Larian. When the answer to both is no,
You get Ubisoft.
you get Ubisoft.
That's
Side
right.
note, I did finally
How did I
play
know
DOS
that?
2 over the holidays. I was one of those post-spike sales.
No, I'm gonna be honest, like, that's definitely the case. It is. Like, I feel like really, and this is what's happened with a lot of these studios, is that, like, I hear these game developers and, like, regularly saying things that are, like, patronizing towards groups of people that play video games. And it's like, don't you know these people are, like, the main audience? Like, these are the main people playing video games. Who the fuck else do you think is playing video games?
Got to me, what can I say? And the whole time I was playing, I
crazy.
kept saying, this reminds me of Baldur's Gate 3. So if you are into CRPGs, I highly recommend it. It is a very well done game. Whew, okay, that was a lot. But if you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for being here. Like I said at the start, it has been a while, but you know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So hopefully that is true for you too. Hopefully you missed me at least a little bit. It was a really busy couple of months though. Family stuff, holidays, work. I finally did get to play Dispatch though. I beat DOS 2, which took a lot longer than I expected.
I don't
but
even want to hear
just
it.
getting to sit down and get lost in a good game again, it felt really great. Something that didn't
Too far away. I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
Where's it? Oh.
I can't attack that. I can't attack that target.
Stop making me look this way, my neck's all fucked. How do you make more channels? Just right click on it. Create new window. Mine. Ta-da! And then you do right click, settings, and here you can change what you can see.
Inventory is full.
Wow. Increíble.
If you ever hear pilots say wow or incredible during your landing, it's rarely because you did something so good that they were just like very impressed by it. It's usually because something was very dangerous or scary or they couldn't believe what they saw, which is the situation here. Something that the pilots did or were part of that was so dangerous that the pilots on the ground decided to transmit their shock over the radios, which is crazy. Check this out.
Torre México, buen día, costera 163 en una aproximación final 05 derecha, RNP.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're a couple of American pilots, you're down in Central or South America, and you don't speak Spanish, which means you don't know what's going on. Now, when I used to fly a lot in South America, I'm not fluent in Spanish, but I speak the basics, and I know the things that are important like takeoff or clear for takeoff and landing and the numbers and left and right. So I'm able to have some good situational awareness while I'm down there, but that's not true in a lot of places that we go because we go everywhere in the world. So I can't always do that, but it just so happens I speak basic Spanish, so I was able to understand what was going on when I was in South America, except for Brazil. All this is taking place in Mexico City, which is a pretty awesome city as long as you don't mind traffic. And their airport in Mexico City has 2 parallel runways, 5 left and 5 right. So you have cinco izquierda, cinco derecha. Those are the 2 runways that are on. And there's this massive misconception that all pilots and all controllers are always going to speak or should be speaking English everywhere in the world. It's this massive misconception I see with people online, and some pilots are saying it, some people leaving comments and talking about it are saying it, and I'll kind of explain what the rules are in just a second here. But as far as we know, because I don't have the control tower audio, as far as we know, Delta, a Boeing 737, Delta 590 has lined up and waited on 5 right, and that was an instruction from the controller. Now, it's important to know that it's common practice in most airports around the world that when you have 2 parallel runways, you're going to use 1 runway primarily for takeoff and 1 runway primarily for landing. Typically, your inboard runway, meaning the closest to the terminal, is going to be used for takeoff, and your outboard runway is going to be used for landing. So at this particular airport, your traffic flow may look like this, where these planes are landing on 5 right, and they'll either taxi back to the terminal via Delta and Echo, or they'll do like they do in Newark, and they'll line the planes up here, scattered across the runway, and then when they have 4 or 5 planes lined up, ready to go, They'll tell them all to cross at once, and it'll be like cockroaches scampering across the runway. And that's a typical setup at most runways everywhere in the world that have parallel runways. Not every airport has parallel runways. So it's also not unusual, for example, for me, let's say, to be given one of the landing runways. Sometimes it's because of performance. It can also happen in a situation that you're giving one of the landing runways because you're on that side of the airport, or you're turning a different direction or the same direction, or there's a few different situations that you might be given that landing runway, if you will, for takeoff. So getting assigned that runway isn't something that would be odd or cause for concern if you were given it. It's happened to me plenty of times, sometimes because I'm on the cargo side, which is usually the opposite side of the terminal side of the airport. Sometimes it's because my plane is close to 1,000,000 pounds and it's easier to get off on a longer runway, and sometimes the landing runway happens to be the longer runway. So there's several different scenarios. So being assigned a landing runway, if you will, for takeoff wouldn't raise any alarms for me. So if I'm these Delta pilots told to line up and wait on 5 right, they're using that for landing right now, I wouldn't be like, something seems suspicious. But again, we don't have the audio from the tower. I couldn't find it after I got sent this audio. I couldn't really find it, so I'm not sure that that's what was sold, but it seems like that was what they were told. So keep in mind here, you're Delta 590, you're lined up on the runway 5 right, just like earlier. If you don't speak Spanish, you don't know what's going on, but I'm going to put the subtitles in so you understand everything. Check this out.
Torre México, buen día, costera 163, una aproximación final 05 derecha, RNP. 3044, continuamos aproximación, costera 1631. Autorizados para aterrizar, costera 1631.
Alright, let's take off 5 right and
Costera is the call sign of a regional carrier for Aeromexico. So just like you have in the US, you'll have Delta Connections or whatever for different carriers, American Eagle for American. You have these smaller regional jets that are used as feeder lines into the main airline. And they typically have a different call sign because it's a separate entity. So this Costera call sign is working as a feeder line for Aeromexico. And basically something that she's doing, which is not the way it's supposed to be, is anytime you're landing, crossing a one-way, or cleared for takeoff on any runway, she should be saying that runway, like clear to land runway 5 right. But it doesn't sound like she says that, and she says this. So sometimes it can happen when you have a high workload that sometimes you make the wrong call, or you don't properly use correct phraseology in a call. It happens. It's happened to me. It's happened to every pilot. I think you'd be lying to say that you always properly do every call sign every time. That's not realistic. So it does happen from time to time, but it is very important that you install the best phraseology discipline that you can get early on. And if you ever have the unfortunate experience of having to fly with me, if you are good on the radio, I will tell you, man, you're really great at the radio. I will tell them that. And if you're using all kinds of slang or things that are improper that is not going to work, especially outside the US, I will tell you that too. I'll shoot you straight so you know. Because if you have that improper phraseology, like, hey, you're clear to land, and just saying clear to land, it creates a lack of situational awareness for everybody around you. So here are my 2 biggest concerns with the Aeromexico Connect crew right here. First, they're saying they're clear to land, but there's already another plane lined up on the runway. I thought maybe it was nighttime, but no, it was 7:30 in the morning, so it was clearly daylight. They should be able to see a plane. The other thing about 5 right, it's not a normal runway. It has a displaced threshold. So while this runway is over 13,000 feet, this section right here is only usable for takeoff, not landing, which means the pilots are targeting and looking and focusing on landing on this area, which is where their eyes are. So while they may not necessarily be focused on this section of the runway, you would think in daytime, coming in, with it being over the threshold, that you would see a plane there on your flight path that you were going to fly right over in order to go ahead and land. The other thing is that I thought, okay, well, the Delta
What do you
pilot said they were
want?
clear to take off 5 right.
You just want attention.
Well, it's possible.
Stop making me look that
pilots
way.
Don't speak English, right? If you were just flying domestic, could you get away with not learning English? Well, some airlines won't let you do that, but I don't know the rules here, so I decided to look. This is a book from the International Civil Aviation Organization, which pilots typically call ICAO, and they put out a bunch of different manuals on what's acceptable standards around the world, covering literally every topic. This one, as you can see, is all about how we communicate. Now, it's a very brief 132 pages of pleasurable reading, but the thing to realize is this is a guideline, meaning everybody gets together from around the world, all the different aviation people, and they kind of come up with like, hey, this is what I think should be the way that we should handle things everywhere around the world. And so they all kind of have their own input and they come up with their own ideas of the way that it should be done. That being the case of the way that it should be done, now those countries have the option, but not the requirement, to implement those things. Having that ICAO standard is, this is the standard that we think everybody should be going for, and then it's up to, for example, in the US, the FAA to say, okay, this is kind of what they're aiming for, but instead we decided to do this. You could do it that way, but typically everybody has their input, and that's typically the standard everywhere in the world. And there's something in here I massively disagree with, and that's down here all the way on page 80. It talks about the languages to be used. It says the air-ground radio telephony communication shall be conducted in the language normally used by the station on the ground or in the English language. So this confusion that people have that everyone is required to speak English is not true. They have the option to do it. Now, some countries choose to have everybody speak English. You heard me talk about that. Japan is one of those countries. Their pilots and their controllers are speaking English. I think that that's good for situational awareness of everybody knowing what's going on, even though it's a difficult thing for them to be inconvenienced to have to speak to somebody from their home country in a foreign language. And there are cases that I have heard of Japanese aircraft having an emergency mayday situation where the controller authorizes them to now speak in Japanese. At that point, it's kind of irrelevant. Air traffic control is very focused on them. They're going to be away. They're going to be keeping all the other planes away. So in that case, it allows that pilot to speak more freely, and it makes sense in that situation to authorize them to speak in their native language to more quickly communicate without having to necessarily think about it, because some people are able to fluently speak a second language. Some people need to think more clearly about what they want to say. And when you have a high workload environment, like a major situation that's life or death on your aircraft, which would require a mayday call, then they want you to be able to focus on that, not speaking clearly so the other planes around you can understand what's going on, because everybody around you is going to be pushed away from you. So I looked it up, and according to the Wikipedia page, Costera does fly to the US, which means while they were coming in to land on 5 right, these pilots should be able to understand and hear Delta when they were getting their takeoff clearance for taking off from 5 right, and realized this was going to be a problem unless they were cleared to take off from 5 left, which again I don't think was the situation. So by that airline requiring their pilots or having their flight schedules where they go into the United States, they do a lot of other countries, they go into the United States, they're not going to say, okay, you're part of this group of the non-English speakers and you guys are the English speakers. They're not going to do that. So you're going to come here, you have to speak this level of English or better. Now some airlines, whether they fly international or not, might require that. They say, oh, you're just doing domestic stuff? That's fine. All of our pilots are required to do that. Other airlines might not have that, so I don't know. However, in this situation where the airline is flying to the United States, that means that all their pilots are going to have a basic level of understanding of English to be able to communicate on the radio, because they're flying to the U.S. And when they come to the U.S., they're going to need to speak English with our air traffic controllers in the States, which means that this pilot, when she's talking on the radio, or the pilot that she's flying with, both of them should be able to hear when the Delta pilot says, hey, all right, we're taking off 5 right, and go, oh, that's the runway we're landing on. That's going to be a problem. Watch what happens.
We are holding on the runway.
Wow. Increíble.
Hablando Superman.
Okay, Delta 590, you said to make a right turn off the runway 5 right on Bravo 4, correct? Delta 590 will make a right turn off of runway 5 right on Bravo 4.
Wow is right. And for a few reasons. This is a major airport, by the way. This isn't just a small little airport. This is Mexico City. This is the capital city. They should have, I would imagine, the same technology that the U.S. has, which is when they have a conflict, that it alerts them to this being a conflict.
Hello.
I would imagine they would have that in an airport like this. So the fact that they don't, that's a wow. And if they do and it got overridden or they ignored it, that's a wow. So there's really no way that that's not a wow from the air traffic control standpoint. 2, neither of these pilots coming into land saw this plane on the runway or heard Delta say they were cleared to land. And we've already clarified that they speak English. And then 3, and this one is the one that I'm least surprised about. You have these pilots that are on the ground. I'm guessing these are pilots that either landed on 5 right and had circled back around and were taxiing over to their gate, or potentially on the other side of the airport that were seeing it. And they saw this plane sitting on the runway. They saw this plane get cleared for takeoff, and they saw this plane coming in to land. Now, these other pilots, especially the one who said increíble, they're obviously speaking Spanish. So they would have heard this pilot cleared for 5 right and seen this pilot clear for takeoff on 5 right and possibly looked up. The reason I say this is the least surprising is that when I'm not involved, let's say I'm just taxiing, I'm barely paying attention to what's going on with the other planes around me that are doing takeoffs and landings. Once I'm now getting ready for takeoff or landing, now I'm really paying attention to everything that's going on. But like, oh, I'm taxiing, oh, this guy's cleared for takeoff, this guy's cleared for landing. It's kind of in my background, but I'm not really trying to police the whole airport and watch for every other plane. I'm busy focused and taxiing my aircraft and making sure that we're crossing the correct taxiways. So it's not surprising to me that these other pilots didn't hear it. The other thing is that as you see these planes coming in, this is a very close parallel runway. So if you did see it, you would be thinking, no, that must be landing on 5 left. There's no way that that guy's landing on 5 right, is he? Like, you would be doubting it, and you would have to be 100% certain to do something like telling these guys that are landing 5 right to go around. It would be, I've never heard that, to be honest with you. But if you saw that and you were just absolutely 100% certain, hey, 5 right, go around, because you wouldn't necessarily remember their call sign or whatever, or say 5 right, there's a plane on the runway, anything like that, you'd have to be 100% certain or very certain that that was the right call, because if you said that and they were landing on 5 left, you created all this unnecessary confusion for the plane taking off for 5 right, for the guys that were landing and they were landing on 5 left, and now you're the jerk. So there might have been somebody looking at it, or a couple of these guys that were looking at it, and they saw this coming in and they were thinking like, and not really sure of exactly what was going on, because they wouldn't have been really listening to the air traffic control talking, because they'd be busy doing their checklist for after takeoff or after landing and all that stuff. They would be focused on that. So that's not as surprising to me, but if you happen to be there and you happen to see that, then you got to speak up. But they didn't say anything probably until they saw that plane on the takeoff roll and then the plane come over the top of it, and then they realized what was going on, and they thought like, wow. And the other problem that you have, if you're a pilot and you're seeing this, is like speaking up and then stepping on the controller, meaning that controller wants to say go around, but that transition doesn't go through because you're busy there as a pilot giving instructions to other pilots, which is really not how it's supposed to happen. So that one's the least surprising of the 3, but somebody obviously saw that it was happening. 2 different people saw that it was happening, and whoever the guy who said supervision was. So at least 2 different people saw that that was happening, right? And neither of them said anything. Now, Delta did end up vacating the runway here at Bravo 4. As you can see, their takeoff distance wasn't really that far, so they probably weren't going that fast. They weren't that far down the runway. But it is shocking to me that none of the pilots landing, none of the air traffic control, or nobody said anything on the ground, all those 3 things, and then having the pilots that speak English and hearing a plane that's below them on their runway that they're landing on getting cleared for takeoff, like all of those things would be very alarming to me. When I'm coming into land, for example, I've talked about this, I'm coming into land and let's say I'm landing on a runway that they're using for takeoff, which happens sometimes. Some of our planes, the only runway that will work on for landing for us is a runway that they use for takeoff. Miami is an example. There is one runway on one of our aircraft, the Dash 8, the heavier aircraft, at certain times that we can only land on one runway, which that runway is used for takeoff. They were firing off plane after plane after plane, and we were all very focused on obviously landing the plane and doing all of those things, but also listening and watching as the planes were getting cleared for takeoff and verifying that they were off the runway because it was nighttime, so we wanted to see. So it's one of those things that you got to really pay attention to what's going on and having that situational awareness around you. Obviously, it's in English, which is my native language, which makes it easier for me. But again, these pilots, from what I can imagine, they speak English. The only people that are really out of the loop here is the Delta pilots, because if they don't speak Spanish, they're not going to hear this cleared to land on 5 right, which I'm guessing the tower said, but I don't have the audio, and the pilot never said it. So because they're speaking Spanish, they can't have that situational awareness, which is why I keep saying I feel like every center, every control tower, everywhere in the world should be speaking English, because then everybody can be situationally aware. You have places where you'll go, like France. Now, Spanish is obviously a very widely spoken language, but you'll go to places like France. Well, it's a French, and obviously a lot of the places in Africa, they speak French, but you'll have a place that you'll go to where they don't speak, let's say you'll go into Portugal. We got all of Brazil and Portugal. Those are the only people speaking Portuguese. So if you're in Europe with all of the other languages and the controllers that were there were speaking Portuguese, nobody else knows what's going on except the people that are flying in there that are Portuguese, and everybody else is kind of in the dark. That's what happens to me. I don't go to Portugal very often, but I go to Brazil. Sometimes I have a pilot with us, a third pilot or a fourth pilot, and they are originally from Brazil or Portugal. A lot of times, especially, well, they're going to be up there for takeoff and landing anyways, but it's really nice to have them there, and I always like, what's happening? So they can kind of give me a situational awareness of what's going on, and I don't usually have to ask. I'll say, hey, that guy got cleared lane. I think we're following this traffic. So I can kind of, in my mind, get an idea of like, where are we in line and what's happening down there. But if everybody was speaking English, we wouldn't have that problem. So the fact that ICAO sets the standard of native language of that country or English, I think it should just be English. Everybody follow the Japanese standard, which is everybody speak English except in an emergency. I think is really how it should be, because for safety, if you were to have this exact same situation at night, there's a risk of this plane landing on top of this Boeing 737 from Delta, which would be catastrophic. Luckily, that didn't happen, but I think this would be a great time to use this as an example in a case to change this rule. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
Delta 541, hold position there. Like I said, hold position there. Everybody hold position on my ramp. Everybody on taxiway, southwest, that's you. Stop.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do it. And my guess is that's how this pilot was feeling after he accidentally shut down an entire airport. Here's what happened.
Skywest 4177, current wind 280 at 29er, gust 42. I'm assuming you can't go with that?
We can go with that, Skywest 4177.
Can depart in that?
Affirmative, we can depart, Skywest 4177.
Skywest 4177, roger. Runway 36 left, taxi via Golf and Charlie. Delta 2886, just want to give you an update. They said your company in front of you said one of the signs up there heading to your left on that service road is blowing pretty hard with the wind. It may be a 5 issue. Just use caution up there.
I appreciate that. We're looking.
Be on 4 Romeo Charlie, turn left when able, ground point 9er, good day.
Okay, left, 1-9, did have to see about 20 knot loss, short final.
20 knot loss, short final, thank you. Central aircraft for 36 right, short final, 20 knot loss reported by Espino.
Now, most of you haven't flown to this airport. It's Austin. I've probably flown in and out of there a few hundred times. I used to fly in there about twice a day. This airport, which used to actually be a large military air base, has very long runways and they run north and south. But the winds on this particular day are coming about 90 degrees to the runway.
Current wind 280 at 29er, gust 42. I'm assuming you can't go with that?
And the winds are strong enough to be knocking over signs. I'm not sure if he's talking about the normal taxiway signs that are out there that we use when we're taxiing, but they've created a FOD situation. If you're not familiar with the term FOD, it's foreign object debris. So in real world, essentially what that means is something that's not supposed to be there. If you're on the ramp and there's a screw on the ground, technically FOD. If a sign has blown onto a taxiway, FOD. Anything that's not basically pavement while you're moving is FOD. And the risk of that is if you're taxiing over and let's say a bolt or something is on the ground, if your engine were to suck that bolt up, it would create a real problem. So it's very important to have the deck clear. Sometimes you'll see on military aircraft carriers, for example, they'll do these FOD walks where everybody will walk shoulder to shoulder and they'll check over the entire flight deck where the planes will be landing just to see if there's anything that's on there that could potentially damage the wheels of the aircraft or something that the plane could end up ingesting, which would obviously cause the engine to be a problem. So they do these FOD checks, and we do those as well in the civilian world. But essentially, that's what he means here when he says this.
Maybe a FOD issue, so just use caution up there.
The other thing that's really important here that I would be thinking of if I was a pilot, because you can hear everybody starting to taxi out and taxi towards the runway, is you heard that Painnn, that plane that came in and landed, they had a 20-knot loss when they were coming in to land.
There has been see about 20 knot losses for final.
When you have low-level wind shear, essentially it puts your plane at risk of getting away from the ground. Now, there are things that we do to mitigate that. If there is low-level wind shear reported, we don't do a reduced thrust takeoff. Most of the times when your plane takes off, even though it feels like it's a lot, we're usually doing a percentage of the full capacity of the aircraft. However, in the situation where you have low-level wind shear, you're going to do the absolute max power you can use to get away from the ground. So just in case the wind were to shift from to coming behind you, where it reduces your ability to climb away over a certain section of distance, without getting technical, basically it reduces your ability to get away from the ground while moving forward, if you want to think of it like that. And there is other risks that you have with wind shear, but when you have a wind shear event or low-level wind shear, you want to be able to get away from the ground as quickly as possible. So when I hear something like this,
there has been see about 20 knot losses for final.
I start stacking it in my brain as something like, okay, so we got a very strong crosswind situation, we got potential low-level wind shear, and I start stacking these things up in my brain as risk-reward. What is it going to be the risk? What can we do to mitigate it? And then, is it worth it to go? And I do that for every flight, but this, you're starting to hear multiple things stacking up, and starts to increase the risk factor in my brain, and maybe some other pilots' brains. You heard the SkyWest guys are comfortable going with that?
Affirmative, we can depart SkyWest 4177.
I'm assuming the Delta guys are comfortable going with that as well. But at the end of the day, I have to be comfortable with me going based off of not what the plane can do, but what is my skill level? What can I handle? Because these planes have what is known as a max demonstrated crosswind, but it's not typically a limitation. A maximum demonstrated crosswind is different for every aircraft, but it can be anywhere from 15 to 40 knots. And that means the manufacturer of this aircraft was able to safely get the plane to land at that crosswind on any given day. But it's important to know that in most of the airlines that I've ever flown on, they don't give it as a limitation. They do for things like the auto land, but they don't for things like max demonstrated crosswind. It's different from you cannot do more than 25 knot crosswind. So for example, you might have a limitation where your autopilot is only allowed to land with a 25 direct crosswind component. It is not allowed to do 26 knots. If it's 26 knots, you're breaking the rules by doing it. However, if it says plane has a max demonstrated crosswind landing of 25 and it's 26, it doesn't say you, super amazing pilot that you are, cannot land in that, which means it comes down to judgment, which is a little bit risky, because you'll have people where they start going, oh, I've done 20, I can do 26, and when they start pushing themselves outside of their comfort zone, which you have to do sometimes in life, that's part of life, but you can start putting yourself into a situation where you're adding more risk than is really necessary. So let's say you're a new pilot on the 747, the winds are gusting 50 knots from the side, and you're coming into land. So even though your plane has no limitation requiring you to not land in this very strong crosswind here, a pilot has to make that decision of knowing this is my limit. Sometimes you want to press yourself, and I've done it before, and press yourself, especially when you got extra fuel. You can test and see, like, am I comfortable? Can I make this work, especially on a gusty day? Careful. So you got to test yourself, but also know, hey, this is just outside the realm of my comfort. There were times where I was flying, especially as an FO, there was times where I was flying and going, man, this is outside the realm of anything that I've seen before. And so I didn't want to take the leg. And there's been times where I've had guys say the same thing to me, like, I don't want this leg. This is a little too sporty. So you have to make that very strong judgment for yourself and not let ego be involved at all when you're evaluating the situation of what is my skill set, what can I comfortably, safely handle, and then what is the environment, and then what are my options? Like, at the end of the day, if it's gusting 40 and every other airport around you is completely sucked in, and you're the captain and you've never landed anything in more than 15 knots, it's either run out of fuel or land in 40 knots. Like, those are your two options. Well, obviously, landing 40 knots, better than running out of fuel. No snacks for people who run out of fuel. So watch what happens with these guys when they take off.
Ground, good afternoon. Leader 300, signature Alpha ready for taxi.
Leader 300, Austin ground. Current wind 260 at 24, gust 42. Can you depart with that?
Yeah, we can do that. Leader 300.
Leader 300, Roger. What ramp did you say?
We're at signature aviation.
Leader 300, Roger. To be Lima and Bravo. For 36 right.
So, Leader 300, runway 3.
See you later.
Leader 300 tower.
Leader 300's up on tower, Leader.
Leader 300, can you make the left turn on Mike?
Yeah, we can make a left on Mike, Leader 300.
Leader 300, taxi via Mike, hold short, runway 36 right.
Mike, hold short of 36 right, Leader 300.
Wind 26029, gust 42. Leader 300, runway 36 right at Mike, line up and wait.
36 right at Mike, line up and wait, Leader 300.
You may notice the amount of times that you're hearing air traffic control read out these winds. They're reading them out to everyone, which is why I typically am annoyed when people ask for a wind check. Mostly because when I was in flight school, I wanted to do that. I wanted to get the wind check. And my instructors would always say, if the wind is coming from the left or coming from the right, is that going to change how you're going to handle to get the plane down on the middle of the runway, which I was never really able to do very well. But they were right. The reality is that if the wind is shifting left to right and all over the place, it doesn't really matter, except if you think you're exceeding a limitation. So let's say you're
5-minute flight time. Fuck my life.
And as you were coming in and you got the weather, it was showing an 8-knot tailwind, and you obviously don't want to break the rules of your airline, and so you would just verify, hey, just want to confirm winds are this or what are the winds, just to make sure you're not beating an exceedance, which would then be a problem. If you ended up landing, exceeding that thing, and then creating a problem, then your airline would be very upset with you. But that excluded, the reality is that when you're coming into land, if it's very windy like it is right now, they are going to be reading off the winds every few seconds because they want to be protected, the controllers do. As far as for if you do mess something up as a pilot, there is no doubt that you had the current winds and you made that decision as a pilot to go. They want to cover themselves, 1, and 2, they want to be helpful to you. They want you to know, hey, these are the winds, gusting 42, direct 90.
Damn it.
You're good to go with that? Okay, cool, we're good to go with that because they're not in control. They don't work at your airline. They may not even be pilots. They may not even know, hey, that's a lot or that's a little. For some people, 40, direct 40 crosswind is a lot. For some people, 15 is a lot. I don't know, in flight school, 10 felt like a million to me. So it's all relative based off your experience, but you hear how much these controllers are talking about the wind. That's usually why I don't ask for a wind check. When I'm coming into land, if the winds are really bad, they'll typically say something to you. If the winds are 5 knots or 7 knots or 10, they're not going to say anything. So what does it really matter? Just keep your plane going down the middle of the runway, land in the middle of the runway, and do whatever it takes to make your plane do that, which I hated when instructors would say that to me. So I think it's kind of funny that I'm saying that, but that's just the reality of the situation. Now, this jet that we're talking about here is a Challenger 300, which is a $10 million jet, and it's typically not a jet that someone would start off their career in. Obviously, the last couple of years, things have been a little bit crazy, so maybe today you're getting people that are having the opportunity to fly that jet that they wouldn't have 5-7 years ago. I never had an opportunity to fly that jet. It's possible because they have very expensive carpet, and my peanut butter and jelly stains would be leaving jelly stains all over the floor, and that carpet is really expensive. I have dropped a bunch of stains on the 747, and I'm able to wipe it up, and you can't tell the difference, but on these nicer jets, everything, literally everything is super expensive, including the carpet. They use some special lightweight something carpet that is really nice. So I never had the opportunity to fly one of these jets, but they are very nice, and they typically have more experienced pilots than, let's say, a much smaller aircraft, because you start to kind of build your way up as you go. eventually it doesn't really matter if you have a bunch of time in a very big or very small jet, because it really comes down to decision making, like, hey, it's gusting 42 directly from the side. Am I comfortable with that? Yes or no? But this Challenger gets told to line up and wait, which means they're going to fire them off here in just a minute.
Leader 300, runway 36 right at Mike, line up and wait.
And the pilot, you can hear him on the radio, and I always listen for this. I listen to this while I'm flying. I listen to air traffic control, how they talk, what's their cadence like, what's the pitch in their voice. Do they sound anxious? Do they sound calm? And I also listen to that for pilots as well. When I'm listening to pilots that are flying around me, especially when I start to get close to an airport, if I hear something that sounds anxious on the radio, I start to pay more attention who they are and where are they in relation to me, or if they're messing up radio calls, where are they in relation to me, because I want to pay extra attention to that. This guy sounds very calm and competent. Now, I've never flown this plane, but my guess would be based off the way it looks, and I don't know what their limitations are or how it normally handles in a crosswind, but just from my experience, 40 knot crosswind takeoff, even though I've never flown it, I'd probably feel comfortable with it. That being said, if it were a landing, also probably, because you probably have a decent amount of bank with the way the engine and everything are set up on there. On a 7.4, if it was my first week of flying it and you said, oh, we got this 40 knot crosswind and I had never done that before and you had never done that before, I would say, like, you'd be better to watch somebody else do that before you try that. And there are other planes that I would not feel comfortable with that, like an Airbus. That's not a plane that I feel comfortable with, mostly just because of the way the joystick is. I don't know how much input in or out. I would have a harder time with something like this. I've flown the same manufacturer of this plane, this Challenger 300. I've flown a similar version of that back in the day. So I would be able to feel comfortable taking something and pushing my limits on it because of the controls and kind of what I think I could probably handle. However, things don't go very well for this guy. Watch this.
Leader 300, wind 260 at 26, gust 42. Fly heading 040, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Heading 040, 36 right, clear for takeoff, leader 300.
Southwest 682, Austin Tower, wind 260 at 27, gust 42, runway 36 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 36 left, Southwest 682. The ground Delta 541, we're going to stop.
Delta 541, hold position there. Lexjet, hold position there. Everybody hold position on my ramp. Everybody on taxiway, Southwest, that's you there.
682. The ground Delta 541, we're going to stop.
Delta 541, hold position there. Lexjet, hold position there. Everybody hold position on my ramp. Everybody on taxiway, Southwest, that's you. Stop.
The leader 300, stop on runway.
Southwest 682, hold short, 36 left, at Fable.
We are just slightly over the line, Southwest 682.
Stop. Southwest 682, roger. Just hold position.
Holding position, Southwest 682.
It must be nice to have things start to go wrong and then be able to just kind of hit this button and stop, which is what happens in the sim, and essentially what this controller is doing. And my point of saying that is, these things are starting to go wrong for this controller at the airport. And so he's able to just tell everybody, stop moving, so they can really focus on the problem. And the reason I say that is because when you're flying a jet or a plane of any kind and things start to go wrong on your plane, you still have to fly your plane while focusing on the problem and not getting overly focused on the problem, because then you could end up doing something like flying your plane into a mountain, which people have done. So it's just kind of interesting, because if I was a controller, I would 100% do exactly what this guy's doing, which is everybody stop moving so I can focus and get the airport fire and rescue and all those people out there. He's doing everything absolutely right. I'm thinking of it from the perspective of a pilot, like, man, that'd be great. Like, if I had this big problem, I could just be like, all right, let's hit the pause button and let's go ahead and focus on this problem, and then we'll come back and talk about the whole flying of the aircraft. I don't know. I just think it's kind of interesting. Now, you heard this Delta pilot here make this call out saying they were going to stop.
The ground Delta 541, we're going to stop.
I'm guessing that's because they saw how that plane was moving around on the runway, and they wanted to just reduce all risk or motion of them being and creating any type of potential chaos. They didn't know what that plane was going to do, where they were going to go, and so they wanted to not be a moving target, where if they're stopped there on the taxiway, the plane, let's say it departed onto the grass and started coming at them, they'd be able to see that plane's not moving, so they could try to stay away from it. I'm guessing is what they're doing. Really courteous, honestly, and a very professional move, because they're basically reducing risk factors for this other pilot. So classy. Southwest, however, is on the other side of the airport. So they can't see this, they have no idea, and from personal experience of flying from both, you would have no way to know what was going on the other side. However, when you're at an airport and you're moving around taxiing or getting ready for takeoff or whatever, and you hear a controller tell everybody to stop, you know something big has happened. And in all my years, I've never actually been at a major airport where I heard something like that. I've heard it at smaller airports. I've seen some stuff like that in some places that I've been, which I'm not allowed to say why, but anyway, I haven't heard it at a major airport like this, because you start shutting down a major airport, it's a big deal. And the thing is that's interesting here is you can see on this photo that somebody had uploaded onto the internet just how out of control this plane was actually looking. So you can imagine from the perspective of the Delta pilot, they're seeing this is definitely going to be a problem. Now, doing a crosswind landing when you're coming in with gust factor is definitely a challenge. There is some challenges to that. I struggled with it in flight school, even though my flight instructor made me go up and do the max demonstrated crosswind in a plane that I was going on, and no other flight instructors were going out. I was the only plane that was up there, and we actually had a flight instructor that, because all the other planes were grounded and it was like a rainy windstorm, wanted to get into the plane to see, like, what is this like? And my instructor made me go up, and she made me do these landings because she was a great pilot and she wanted to challenge my ability and make me learn how to fly a plane in a strong crosswind. And even though the winds could have been running down the middle of the runway, she was like, no, we want to do takeoff and landings on this exact 90-degree crosswind. And I was like, great, this is super. But that's when you really want to challenge yourself. When you're a first officer, you want to challenge yourself and press your limits and get more comfortable with doing everything, which is what she was doing to me, even though I didn't want to do it and I was crying like a big old baby. I went and did it, and it made me a better pilot. So that is the challenges of doing a crosswind landing. Crosswind takeoff, it can be a different challenge. If you don't have the crosswind correction in and are really prepared for it and really focus on making micro corrections as you're going down the runway, it can start to get really out of control. Because if you start making these S-turns as you're fighting with the wind and fighting with the rudder, all this momentum of this aircraft is having a really large shift. What can happen is the wind can get underneath your wing, essentially slamming your other wing onto the ground. I've seen it in the simulator. I've never had it in real life where somebody did that to me. I've done it to myself actually in the simulator before, where things just start to get wild and you're just fighting with the plane. You don't have control of the aircraft. And you're fighting with the plane, and then you add this component of the wind and the speed that they're going, because they were pretty far down the runway at this point. Especially a small aircraft like this, you're going to get your power up pretty quickly. And with the wind, and you're fighting that plane down the runway, it makes it harder, because the wings start to generate some lift, so it's pulling the wheels a little bit off the ground, and you'll just start to slide. It's just the reality of the situation. There have been cases where on a taxiway, completely parked, it was the middle of winter, so there was some ice on the taxiway, but a really strong wind just pushed the plane off of the taxiway into the snowbank, and it was just like, that's technically an incident. That's on their record. What can you really do? You're stuck there. You're getting a direct crosswind. You just get pushed off. It can happen, especially as your plane gets a larger rudder based off of the weight of your airplane and the rudder. Like, we're a very heavy aircraft. We can be close to 1 million pounds, but we have an enormous rudder. So that rudder is acting as a sail and can really push your plane around. So if you're not making the appropriate corrections in your wings and with your rudder and really focus on tracking right down the middle and making those micro corrections before they get out of place, you start going left, right as you're going down the runway, you become susceptible to the momentum shift and the wind getting underneath your wing, and then you have a wing strike, or in our case, we'd have a pod strike. It's a real mess. And as you can see from these photos that I found online, there is quite a bit of swerving that's going around. And if you were to do that on the 7.4, you would essentially be in the grass. One, because of the amount of momentum that you have going on, and there have been cases like that. You have so much momentum going on that it's just not possible. If you were to crank the wheel on a 7.4 and just go all the way to the left and then try to rip it all the way to the right while you have a crosswind, there's just too many things happening. You'll end up in the grass, and the problem is once you put a 7.4 in the grass, depending on what the situation of that ground is like, it's a very heavy plane. So you get that thing in the grass, the wheels can get stuck, and it's not like something like, oh, just hook a tug up and just yank you out. It's not like there's a towing service. It's very heavy, and it's a real process if you were to have that situation. So it doesn't really matter what type of plane you're in. You never want to be on the swerve, but as your plane gets bigger, that swerve gets more dangerous. However, I want to give these pilots credit here because there are people that would be in this exact situation that would try to force their plane to fly, meaning they're going very quickly down the runway, things are a little bit out of control, and they want to just take their plane up flying where they're going to feel more safe. These pilots made the decision to reject, which is uncomfortable. Doing a high-speed reject is a very, I talked about it, a very unsafe thing because it's not something that we do almost ever in your career. So they made the very safe decision and the smart decision of rejecting, because you can have people, and I did it in flight school before, where the plane is not in control, you're just zooming left and right down the runway. Again, in flight school, the runways are pretty big, the planes are pretty small, and they can fly a pretty slow speed. But it was just so out of control. It's like, let me just get up in the air and we'll just fix this later, right? And got up and I was by myself and went up and flying again. These pilots made the decision like, hey, this is clearly unsafe where we're at right now. Let's stop, let's reset and go do it again. So you got to give them credit because there are pilots that would make bad decisions and keep making more and more and more bad decisions on top of the questionable decision that they did that got them into this situation. So a lot of kudos to them. Here's what ended up happening.
I just had a crash on the right side. It's not a, just the aircraft went squirrely and got into the grass. That's all the problem is right now. So everybody just stand by.
Leader 300 is aborted takeoff.
Leader 300, roger, we're rolling the trucks. Leader 300, hold position there. They want to check you out. The aircraft, all the emergency vehicles off your right.
We got them in sight. Yeah, big wind gust there on the roll. Leader 300.
Hey, affirmative. Yeah, I saw you.
I thought it was really cool how the controller gave an announcement to everybody so everybody knew what was going on. Because if you're, let's say, the Southwest guy on the other side of the airport, you're going like, what's happening? Is there a bomb threat? What's going on right now? So he's giving, hey, this is what's going on. A guy got in the grass, no big deal. So you know, okay, well, there's, as long as I'm sitting here, it's not an issue. I can hang out, fine. But you would be wondering otherwise what's going on. Is there a guy running around? Does somebody have a gun that's running around on the ramp? Like, you want to know what's going on. So I thought it was really cool that this controller told him what was going on. The pilots obviously are, my guess, probably going to get some additional training of what's going on, probably get some additional training for takeoffs. And for the future, my guess is that if they're ever in a situation where they have a very strong crosswind takeoff or landing, they will make a huge improvement in their judgment as far as what they're able to do and how they handle that situation. Both of these two pilots, I'm guessing there's two, are going to be replaying this situation in their heads for a while, and we'll be talking about what they could have done, even to the one that was flying and the one that was not flying, what they could have done differently to make themselves better. Most pilots tend to have that type A personality where they always want to do the absolute best that they can, or at least they should have that idea, because that is going to be what makes you continually improve. If you're just like, oh, I'm okay with absolutely average, it's going to be kind of dangerous. So even though these pilots were able to get this wing up, get the plane into the grass, and create a very unsafe situation, causing an airport to be completely shut down, I have to credit them for making a very uncomfortable and safer decision of aborting that takeoff and then probably go get their jet checked out and maybe something fixed, or maybe not, and it's giving it a little time and being back on their way. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
But we just have to stop a lot of aircraft to do that. But if I can get you on ILS 22 left, would that work?
And by saying that, air traffic control is essentially setting up a trap for this pilot. Now, if that pilot walks into that trap, he could easily be costing his airline over $1 million in repairs between melting the brakes and tires, and it's going to cause a lot of problems for the airport. Watch what happens.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, contact final 132.4.
132.4, Cathay 3298, thank you. Kennedy final, Cathay 3298. We have a flat issue, request a hold, and we follow the problem.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, no problem, sir. Fly heading 270.
Fly heading 270, we will advise you, Cathay 3298.
For those of you that aren't sure what he's talking about when he says they have a flap issue, these are the flaps. And on this particular plane, the 747-8, there are flaps in the front of the wing, and there are also flaps in the back of the wing. And they allow this plane to fly slower, which does make the plane less efficient, but it allows the plane to take off and land not going at, let's say, 300 knots. So these flaps are basically designed to make the plane less efficient by flying slower, but it will allow the plane to get off the ground and fly at a slower speed. It lets your plane take off slower.
I
it
missed the
lets your plane
boat.
land slower. It lets your runways be a lot shorter because the planes don't have to get going as fast. There's all kinds of things. And then as the plane starts flying, those flaps retract into the wing. And when they retract into the wing, you get the benefit of a more efficient wing to go faster up higher in the air. So you're getting the best of both worlds. The ability to take off and land really slow with those flaps coming out and changing the overall shape of the wing. And then you get the ability to fly fast and efficient by pushing them back in the wing. And that's why you see those things moving at different speeds when you're taking off and when you're landing, and that's why they're coming out. Now you can also have a flap problem on a smaller plane, but like this plane right here, it only has flaps in the back of the wing. And it is a lot less impact if there is a problem with the flaps on this plane than on your typical commercial wide-body airline like we're talking about here. On commercial airliners, they have a design where there's redundancies, backup systems for everything. So let's say System A or Plan A to make the flaps go out doesn't work. Usually there's a Plan B to help you accomplish that same task. So they've looked through every possible scenario and they've come up with ways to have Plan A work, and if Plan A doesn't work, a Plan B. And so typically you'll never experience this as you're flying in your career. I've never had a flap issue like what they're talking about here. I've had some minor issues, but able to get it resolved. I've had an issue where the flaps wouldn't go in all the way, which is a bigger or less of a problem. For us, we had to go back to the airport because we couldn't fly across the ocean with that. But it's obviously less of a problem than if your flaps won't go out all the way and now you need to land, because landing a plane like this at this size and weight with no flaps is a real problem, because the engineers have designed it so that way you're almost never going to have to deal with this. So now you know how vital flaps are. Watch what happens.
Okay, mate, 3298.
Cathay 3298 here.
Yeah, we have an issue with our flaps, our leading edge flaps. The top and bottom is we've got quite a speed factor onto this. It looks like the only runway we're available to land on is 4 left for the landing distance.
Okay, roger that, stand by.
Thanks, sir.
Cathay 3298 heavy tower advises that 13 right is actually longer than 4 left.
Yeah, I understand that. Our problem is that with the flaps, we aren't able to do the sort of Canarsie approach. There's no ILSs on that runway.
Cathay 3298 heavy, turn left 040.
Left heading 040 degrees, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 heavy, I'm just making coordinations for the tower now. I have that runway swept for you.
That's covered, thanks, sir. Yeah, our minimum speed is going to be over 190 knots, so it's a bit tight for Canarsie.
So you heard two different voices there coming from this Cathay plane. I'm assuming that this is the captain speaking to air traffic control specifically, just so instead of him telling the other pilot, hey, this is what I want you to say, he's just saying, I'll take the radios, you start working on the checklist. Now the captain is saying that he would like this runway right here, 4 left. But if you listen, the controller said 13 right is a longer runway.
Cathay 3298 heavy tower advises that 13 right is actually longer than 4 left.
So why would the pilot want 4 left instead, when you can see 13 right is actually quite a bit longer? The problem is that 4 left has a few different ways that you can get onto that runway, and 13 right only has one option, and that's this. This chart is what we use when we're coming into land. It's called an approach plate. And you can see here coming in, they're going to be at a 90 degree to the runway. And then what happens is in this section right here, typically pilots will have to disconnect and manually and visually fly the plane in, and it's going to be a very tight turn for a 747, especially when you're doing 190 knots, which is a lot faster than normal. To put it in perspective, a normal day, you'll be landing at, let's say, 130 to 155. Maybe that'd be the normal span that you'd be landing. So 190 is quite a bit more. Now, I have flown multiple times into 13 left on a 747 and a regional jet. I've been in there. And even with that one, it's the same thing. You fly in and you disconnect, and you have to visually, and you can not disconnect. You can manually set some vertical speeds to do some things to help you out, but typically a lot of guys will disconnect, and then you'll fly it in and around and land on 13 left. Now, one of the first landings I ever did as an airline pilot was on a 13 left doing that, and the captain said to me, oh, we're doing this approach, this will be fun. I said, oh, it's going to be fun for me? And he goes, no, it's going to be fun for me to watch you do this because it's not easy to do. And I was like, great, that's what I want my first day. So anyways, coming in onto 1-3 right, it's even tighter, and you're dealing with a plane that's going a lot faster, so you're going to have to make a much tighter turn. And I think what his concern is making that really tight turn, going faster than normal. What he might do is end up floating down the runway because it's easy to get high, because you don't have a normal glide path that you would normally have, like when you would do on something like this with 4 left. So on 4 left, you're going to have this path that's going to show you exactly where you need to be, but on 1-3 right, it's going to be visual, so it's easy to get high. I have done it onto 1-3 left. I've gotten high, got corrected, and got down. But if you haven't done it many times, or you haven't done it in a long time, and now you're dealing with an emergency, you want to go with the safest course of action. And an ILS is something that every airline pilot is comfortable with. Straight in, no banks and turns, low to the ground, no having to plan out.
Just keeping you appraised.
His concern is if he comes in high and he's already going fast,
informed,
he doesn't land exactly where he wants to, all that additional runway is now wasted. Whereas if you're coming straight in on the ILS, you can really see everything. You can even go a little bit below that path indicator that's in your plane, as long as you're keeping visual sight of everything to make sure you land exactly where you need to give yourself as much runway as possible. That's harder to do on something like that, especially if you haven't done it for a while. Watch what happens.
Okay, and then I can also offer you 2-2 left if that's what you want to do, but if you need 4 left, we could probably accommodate that as well. I just got to work on a few things.
Appreciate that, sir. I think 4 left is really our only option.
Okay. Cathay 3298 Heavy, we're going to declare an emergency then, is that understood?
It is our only option really to land. I'm going to say we're under control. It's just with the factors for the flap situation. Our minimum speed is over 190 knots, so it only really leaves a ILS straight in approach, and we need the runway left side.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, if I can get you ILS to 2-2 left, would that work? Or I'm just trying to figure out what my options are here, because we got opposite direction landing. If you need 4 left, it's absolutely not a problem. But we just have to stop a lot of aircraft to do that. But if I can get you on ILS 2-2 left, would that work?
Just stand by one. We'll run the figures one more time. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so there's the trap. He's saying, hey, we can get you this runway, but it's going to cause us a lot of problems. We're going to have to shut down a bunch of traffic. And most pilots tend to not want to be a problem and inconvenience everybody. They're going to go, well, I don't want to mess you up and mess everybody up. And so what happens is they
6-7.
And I'm not saying that the controller was intending for it to be a trap, but he set up this trap where if the pilot were to walk into it, he's going to create himself a lot of problems. Sometimes what you'll have if you're a pilot is somebody will give you a suggestion, and you have to think through all the scenarios there. There was a instance where there was a plane that had hot brakes, and that plane had hot brakes, and the fire team showed up to the plane, and they said, hey, your brakes are really hot. They look like they're maybe even going to start smoking. Do you want us to use our fire extinguisher hose thing and cool the brakes down? And so they walk this pilot into the trap, and the pilot goes, oh yeah, sure, cool, do that. By doing that, it rapidly cooled down these brakes, causing them to shatter. Now, me knowing this, when I went for my a check ride a year or so ago, they did that exact same scenario. We came in, we had hot brakes, and the examiner was there, was playing, he basically plays all the different parts, but in that scenario, he's playing now the fire chief, and he goes, hey, Boeing 123, your plane's on the runway, we see it, has hot brakes. Do you want us to cool them down? And I was like, negative, don't do that. Because I knew for what happened from the prior incident of those brakes getting cooled too fast. If you leave them alone, they will cool down because they're designed to get really, really hot. They'll cool down on their own. So that's a trap. That fire chief wasn't intending to set those pilots up, just like this controller isn't intending to set these pilots up. But if they don't think it through, they can walk into this trap and get themselves in a lot of trouble. So here's the problem. This is runway 22 left, and the total runway length is only 8,400 feet. Now, on a 747-8, could you land on 8,400 feet? Absolutely, you could do that. Under normal conditions, you could do that. And at 190 knots, if you really, really had to, you could also still do that. I'm talking planes on fire, only runway nearby. Could you do that? Probably. I don't know what their overall weight is, so it's hard to say what the brake setting's going to be and what type of brake temps they're going to get when they land. That's there's too many factors in there for me to know.
Can't even get
but
another. I'm
something
so
that
confused.
short. However, on a 747-8, when you land, the brakes do heat up a lot, and on a short runway, in the middle of summer, if you are heavy, you will heat those brakes up so much that they will melt all of your tires. When you start melting all the brakes and tires on a Dash 8, you're looking at millions of dollars. Now, in fairness, this controller did say it's not a problem.
If you need 4 left, it's absolutely not a problem.
And I'm glad he did that, because what that does is it lets the pilot feel okay to say, no, we definitely need to take this runway 4 left. He did set up the trap, but he also gave him that, hey, it's not a problem. If there's going to be any issues at all, it's not a problem. So I'm really glad that the controller gave him that out, even though he was saying, it would be better for me if you could do this, but we can give you that if you need it. That's really important phrasing to make that pilot feel okay to say, hey, no, we need to take the safest course of action. And then they declare an emergency for the pilots. Now, had those pilots said, hey, Painnn, we need this runway, then it would have been a different scenario. But they were just saying, hey, we want this runway. But now they're going to have to start shutting things down and rearranging everything for these guys to come in, and that's going to require them declaring an emergency. It can't just be like, hey, I'd like this runway, and they just go, oh, we'll just stop it all for you, Cathay, or whoever. So, but by declaring the emergency, that makes it so, okay, all the normal rules of how things are supposed to work are off. Now all the priority goes to him, and so we'll declare the emergency, and you'll get that runway. That's why that happened. A lot of times the controllers don't want to declare an emergency, and pilots don't want to declare an emergency because there's a lot of paperwork involved, but all of that is better than this plane going off the end of the runway and here into the bay.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, when you get a chance, we'll need the fuel remaining in pounds and the people on board also.
Sure, come on.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, turn left, heading 270.
Left 270, we're Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, how we looking?
Cathay 3298, we got 38,800 pounds of fuel, and we have 3 on board.
38,000, say that again, sir?
38,800 pounds.
How many souls?
3.
Roger. Cathay 3298 Heavy, turn left 150.
Left heading 150, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, we still looking at 4 left here, or you think 2 left is a possibility?
Sorry, sir, we've run the figures. Yeah, it's got to be 4 left for us, otherwise the tyres are in the melt zone, so 4 left is our only option.
Okay, roger that, sir. I'm going to get you in right here, and do you need any more delay or anything like that to get ready, or are you guys good to go?
No, we're just called up, so we're all good to go now. Thank you for your help.
Okay.
That actually surprised me. For some reason, I thought this was a normal passenger plane, but it's actually a freighter. And you can know it's a freighter because what he says right here.
Cathay 3298, we got 38,800 pounds of fuel, and we have 3 on board.
They have 38,000 pounds of fuel on board, which is 90 minutes to 2 hours worth of fuel, which in an emergency, you want to have extra fuel. It's actually more than a lot of planes will have when they're getting ready to land, and you always want to have extra fuel for this type of situation. The only time you don't want extra fuel on your plane is if you're on fire, but since they're not on fire, the extra fuel is great. You got time to work out problems, time to hold, time to call the company and see if they have any great ideas. So you have time to do all of that stuff, and so that's a lot of fuel to have. So they're not in any type of a fuel emergency, which is great. Now you notice that the pilot switched again who was talking. My guess is the captain started to work the radios while the other pilots were working on this. This is commonly referred to as a QRH, and basically it is all the manuals that are written from the engineers of how to solve different problems like your flaps won't go out. So it sounds like the captain probably said, okay, you guys run these checklists, I'm gonna run the radios and fly the plane. And different captains will do it differently. Sometimes it's the reverse. They want to do the checklist and they want the other pilots to fly the plane. It's all up to them, and all depends on the circumstances. So that's why these voices keep switching. Now you might think, man, all this switching back and forth must be kind of crazy for the pilots up there, but it's not. It's something that we've been doing since the beginning of being an airline pilot. That situation of that switch back and forth is really normal. So we all know exactly, hey, now I'm doing this role, now I'm doing that role, and all of what's required of you when you're doing that role. So it's really not a big deal. Now, in case you didn't catch it, listen to what he says here where he's worried about the tires melting.
Sorry, sir, we've run the figures. Yeah, it's got to be 4 left for us, otherwise the tyres are in the melt zone, so 4 left is our only option.
That's what I was talking about earlier. When you come in and you have to brake really hard, those brakes can heat up so much that it causes the tires to melt, and they do that on purpose so the tires don't explode. You don't want to have your tires heat up so much and now they explode. That's a bigger problem. So they have these plugs that will actually push out, and it will push in there, and it'll make the tires deflate. So, but now you need new tires because those tires are gone, and probably new brakes. So if he had taken that 2-2 left, and again, I'm not sure because I don't have their performance numbers, but my guess is at that speed, at that weight, their concern was, we're going to heat up the brakes, they're going to melt the tires, and now we're going to have a real problem. I saw on the internet some people were talking about this, and they were saying, oh, they're going to land so fast that the tires are going to melt. And while brakes do have a max speed, I've landed at 170, 175 knots because we were really heavy with gusty winds and things like that. And that's fast. I think more what their concern is, I'm guessing, is that they're going to land on a really short runway, heat up the brakes. By heating up the brakes, they're going to worry about that melting the tires. Because if they can land on 2-2, or they can land on, if they thought that the speed of landing was going to create that, then that would be a problem on 4. So either way, if they're going to be landing at the same speed, but if you're using your brakes, that's going to melt your tires. That's why I think that that's happening. So people are saying, oh, they're going to land so fast, they're going to melt. Well, I mean, you can blow out your tires if you land too fast, but I think that's the brake that's their concern.
Have a 3298 heavy, ILS 4 left, the frequency is 110.9er.
Copy that, ILS 04 left, 110.9, Cathay 3290.
Cathay 3298 heavy, speed 200 or less, your discretion, 200 I guess it works.
Speed 200 knots, Cathay 3290.
Cathay 3298 heavy, turn left, heading 010.
Left heading 010, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 heavy, rollout heading 090. Cathay 3298 heavy, you can fly heading 010, intercept 4 left localizer.
Heading 010 and intercept the 04 left localizer, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 heavy, fly heading 360 and cross localizer for space.
Roger, heading 360 across localizer, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 heavy, turn left, tree, 0, and are you pretty much at your slowest practical speed?
Heading 330
I'm not gonna make it.
For now, Cathay 3298.
Okay, roger. Cathay 3298 heavy, make sure you have enough room here. So make a left turn all the way around, left turn heading 060 on a heavy, intercept the local.
Now, even though it's not necessary for the controller to say this, he says it in order to help these pilots.
Cathay 3298 heavy, ILS 4 left, the frequency is 110.9er.
And that shows me just how much he's wanting to be on these pilots' team to help them safely get what they want to get done. Now, you'll notice that there's all these vectoring that is happening where he's giving me all these different headings. He's trying to help these guys, but the problem is that there's other planes that are coming in, and so he needs to get them out of the way because they're flying so fast, and that isn't a normal speed that you'll see pilots flying when they're getting ready to land. They'll normally say, okay, slow down to your slowest practical if they need to slow you down, and you might be doing like I said, 150 knots. Okay, cool. Now that's a normal number. 190 knots, that might be going a lot faster, plus the winds can be pushing you faster, so it's going faster than what that controller can realistically line up and get everything done. And so that, I think, is why he's giving these delaying vectors. And he's doing the right thing, because if he were to shove him in there and go, it should work out okay, now he could have these guys do a go around, and now it just creates all kinds of mess. So it'd be better to just do a 360 in the sky and just come back in, even though it's kind of annoying to you because you just want to get down on the ground. He's doing what he feels is best, and what you would want as a pilot, you would want your air traffic controller to do that. Hey, just give me enough space, just let me come in and land. I don't want to have to be looking at another plane coming in and thinking, oh great, now we have a potential go-around situation. Now what he's saying when he's talking about flying through the localizer is this.
Cathay 3298 heavy, fly heading 360 and cross localizer for space.
Normally a plane, as they come in, as they cross this line, would then line up with the runway. That's called your localizer. But instead, since he miscalculated the speed, he's going to have them fly out here and come out through that localizer and come back and intercept it again a little bit later. By letting the pilots know, hey, this is what I'm going to have you do, it makes it a lot easier for them, because there's stuff that we need to program in the plane. So he's saying, I'm going to push you through this. So now the pilots aren't wondering, hey, we need to turn if we're going to turn in on this localizer. They're not wondering that. By the controller telling him, hey, I'm going to push you through this localizer and bring you back around, the pilots know what they need to arm and disarm on the flight deck, so that way they can not intercept that localizer and turn in and all these other things. So the controller's doing the right thing by keeping them in the loop of what's going on. Sometimes the controller will have an idea like, oh, I'm going to just push them through the localizer, but they don't tell the pilots that. So the pilots are like, hey, we're going to blow through this localizer here. So what this controller is doing just shows that he is thinking ahead and letting the pilots know, hey, this is what I'm doing, which brings everybody to work together as a team. And if you remember earlier from this call,
Cathay 3298, we got 38,800 pounds of fuel.
they have plenty of fuel, so they're not in any rush at all.
Cathay 3298 Heavy on that 060 heading, intercept 4 left localizer.
On the heading 060, intercept 4 left localizer, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, descend maintain 2000.
Descend maintain 2000, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, you're 19 miles from Crystal. Descend and maintain 2000 till established localizer. Clear dollars from a 4 left approach.
Descend 2000 to accept localizer, clear area, 4 left approach, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, contact Kennedy Tower 119.1.
119.1, Cathay 3298, thank you. Kennedy Tower, Cathay 3298, established localizer on 4 left.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, Kennedy Tower, wind 120 at 13, gust 19, equipment standing by, runway 4 left, clear to land.
4 left, clear to land, Cathay 3298.
Well, this is interesting. The winds are 120 and gusting 19 knots. That means them landing on runway 4, the winds are coming from this direction, essentially a direct crosswind. That also means that if they had taken 13 right, they would have had the wind almost directly on their nose, essentially making the plane go across the ground 10 to 20 knots slower. Now, the pilots would have known about this wind before they said what runway they needed. So he's saying, hey, I'd rather take a 20-knot direct crosswind, which is not really a big deal, than have this approach come in where I possibly get high, even though it's direct off the nose and they're going to be going 10 to 20 knots slower across the ground. So if he was really concerned about his tires exploding because of the tire speed, he would have said, okay, look, I'll take this one. If I don't get it right the first time, I got plenty of gas. I'll come back around and do it again. Not a big deal if they were really concerned about the touchdown speed on the tires. But I think really what is concerned more is the braking and wanting to just be established and not be getting up possibly too high and coming in too tight. So he's making this judgment call, which from the pilot's perspective, it's really their call. Assuming that everything works out great, the airline doesn't care. Something works out wrong, they go, why did you do that? You could have had this thing and gone 20 knots slower, right? So that's the risk of being a pilot. Sometimes you have to make a decision based off of what you think is the safest call, and then you have 20 other people who weren't there, and from the comfort of their office or their hotel room, they make judgments about what they thought they would do in this situation. So it's his call, and I think, hey, this is what I feel safer with. That's the right thing. Now, you probably caught where they said this about the equipment standing by.
Equipment standing by, runway 4 left, clear to land.
Once air traffic control declares the emergency, what that means is they're going to roll the fire trucks no matter what. So if you're ever on a plane and you have a malfunction of any kind, it might be the pilots that declare the emergency. It might be air traffic control that does it. Either way, those firemen are going to get loaded up in their uniforms, in their trucks, ready to go, and they're going to get out there next to the runway. So you will see them when you're coming in. That doesn't mean you're about to die. It's just an automatic. It's not like, hey, no, we don't need the trucks. No, they're going anyway. No matter what you say, they are going to be there. So it's just a mandatory thing. Now, you would rather have them there in case something does go wrong, right? You'd rather have them suited up, ready to go with their trucks. And they got all these cool cannons that shoot water. And I've asked multiple times from firefighters at the airport fire and rescue, if I can shoot the water cannon, but they won't.
Oh, thank God.
Legal liability to letting a
0.7%
$1 million truck. I don't know. That's probably it. But I've never been able to do it. But it looks really cool, and they shoot water really far, so it looks fun. Anyway, I'd rather have them there than not have them there. So if you ever see them there, just realize that it's just a mandatory thing. They're there for your safety.
3298 Heavy, there's traffic exit 3 o'clock and 1.5 mile at 500 feet west on a low level helicopter.
Okay, sure. Traffic, Cathay 3298.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, continue and advise if you need any further assistance.
Cathay 3298, negative assistance.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, if able, you can turn left.
Okay, we will take Echo, Cathay 3298.
Now, they made it on the ground, and it was a little bit unclear in the background noise from this controller while she was talking to them, but it sounded like there was maybe a cheer or a clap. I don't know. Maybe that's just me imagining and wanting that to be the case, but listen to this.
Cathay 3298 Heavy, if able, you can turn left.
So even though air traffic control, I think, was really doing a great job, they did set up that trap, which again, I don't think was an intentional thing to set them up. He was just thinking, hey, this would be way more convenient for me, for everybody. I don't have to fill out this paperwork if you would just take this runway. But the pilot really made the right call here by saying, hey, no, we're not going to do that. And that's one of the things about being a pilot, that you have to know when you need to hold your ground. No, that's not acceptable. I need this. I'm unable to take that runway. And that's why in that Sully movie, it was famous with the like unable. Basically, like, you have to know what your limits are for your skills and your ability. The pilot said, I don't want to take that tight banking turn to get in there. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'd rather come straight in and I can use as much of that runway as I can, and I'm more comfortable with it. That's the right call by them. Air traffic control is doing a great job doing all the vectoring, letting them know what's going on, and even though he, again, set that trap up, he's really doing everything to get them into a safe spot to get them landed and on the ground, declares the emergency, shuts down the airport to let them land. So this is really a great example of teamwork and working everything as it should be when everybody's working together as a team. That's what you want to see. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
Okay, so you cannot do like an auto land or something.
No, auto land is not available.
I don't think that's gonna give him any happiness at all. It's too low level. Damn it. Pen found guilty of cyberbullying Brigitte Macron. Or Brian, as we like to call him. 10 people have been found guilty of cyberbullying Brigitte Macron, the wife of French President Emmanuel Macron, by a Paris court. The defendants were accused of spreading false claims about her gender and sexuality, as well as making malicious remarks about the 24-year age gap between the couple. Now, no, it's a little bit more than an age gap, right? So, I'm just gonna describe this to you right now. Allegedly, I'm just going to say allegedly here to keep myself safe, because maybe this is confirmed, maybe it isn't, but essentially what happened was, allegedly, what I've heard, is Brigitte Macron was a teacher, and she first met Emmanuel Macron when he was her student, and he was only 15. And she was married. She was married with like kids and stuff, and they ended up having a little bit of a relationship, which is this thing is I was a bit ago, which is a bit illegal. But then again, this is France, so I actually don't know if it's illegal or not. The French are weird about that stuff. 50% of French people cheat. You know that because they just think it's fine. The French are a strange bunch. But basically, they started the relationship. She left her husband and married this wee boy, essentially, and now they're together. So everyone's like, oh, the 24-year age gap. It wasn't, right? It wasn't like that, right? Don't just go, they just have a bit of an age gap. And it's like, no, that's the same as, you can't, like, for example, like some 50-year-old man dating some, like, 12-year-old girl. Just a bit of an age gap. Like, no. Right, it wasn't about the age gap, right? The BBC being dishonest again. I can guarantee you that's not the comments they made. Most of the defendants were handed suspended prison sentences of up to 8 months, but one was jailed immediately for failing to attend court. Some had their social media accounts suspended, because a lot of people, as we've definitely found out recently, like the French they're really clamping down on freedom of speech even more, especially when it comes to pointing out certain things about their first lady. Lady being don't know if that's the appropriate term, but anyway, yeah, they're basically trying to like jail people for this now. Essentially, if there's something the government doesn't want you talking about, they'll start to jail people for it, and then they hope that creates a chilling effect so that everybody else will shut up about it and not talk about it. However, Americans are Americans, and they have this wonderful thing called the First Amendment. So basically, if there's anything that you want to say, Americans, there's a business here. There is a business here that you could all be able to start. You know, capitalism whole. I'll give you a business idea. You say things on behalf of people online when they live in a country that has very strict speech laws. So, for example, you in Britain might want to call someone the N-word online, but you can't because it's illegal here because no fun allowed. You could then contract that out to an American who can do it for you on your behalf for a small fee. Congratulations, you're all rich. But anyway, the judge said that the 8 men and 2 women had acted with a clear desire to do harm to Brigitte Macron by speaking the truth. That thing is just like, oh, it'll do harm. But it's the same as like, what if somebody in the paper's a nonce? Like Brigitte Macron. Right, but I'm just saying, what if somebody in the paper's a nonce and you're going around calling them the nonce? Do they get to go, oh, their intent is obviously to do me harm, and then can you be jailed for that? Like, that's the thing is, if there is something that's definitely within the public interest for them to know, and you point it out, like, maybe that public interest thing does damage the person that it's about, but too bad, it's still within the public interest. Right? So you therefore point it out and let people know, but then they can just be arrested and jailed for it. Right? That's not fair. And it just shows that you're wanting to really keep this under wraps. The fact that they're coming down so hard on all of it is, you know, it's like, basically it doesn't look good. It really doesn't look good. Desire to do harm to Brigitte Macron, making remarks online that were degrading and insulting. Well, if making remarks online is degrade and insult someone is a jail-worthy sentence, then holy fuck, I could get so many people thrown in jail right now. That's the thing, it's funny, it's only a crime when it's us doing it to them. It's funny that. It's like Jim Crow laws for white people. But sorry, but for right-wing white people. Two of the defendants, self-styled independent journalist Natasha Ray and internet fortune teller Amandine Roy, were found guilty of slander in 2024 for claiming that France's First Lady had never existed. They said her brother Jean-Michel Trogneau had changed gender and started using her name. They were later cleared on appeal. The argument used by the appeals courts in clearing them was to say that someone had changed gender, that someone had changed gender was not necessarily an attack on their honour. And that's right. So what if they're transgender? I thought that wasn't a bad thing. I thought it was totally fine for people to be transgender. Why are you treating it like it's a slur or something bad? I thought it was fine. What are you trying to say, big guy? It's like that guy that went to like the rally that was in support of trans people when he was going up to actual women and he was saying, so when did you transition? And they immediately got offended and got raging, and then some of them went, no, I'm a real woman. And he's like, what do you mean by that? It was so good. That was good. Yeah, that's essentially what we've just done here. They said, I've just read that. The Macrons are now taking that case to the High Court of Appeal, so that's not good enough, so they're taking it to the High Court, which is a little bit more closely controlled by the government, so they're more likely to get the result that they want from that one. The most important things are the prevention courses and the suspension of some of the accounts of the perpetrators, Jean Inoki, Brigitte Macron's lawyer, said after the verdict was handed down, the AFP news agency reported. So the government can get your social media accounts shut down because you're saying some things that they really don't like. That's despotic. France is a despotic country where leaders will literally go after people in court and try and jail them because they said some mean things that made them feel very, very upset. Oh, that's a sign of a weak leader. People are saying bad things about me. Jail them. You're not fit to lead. You're not fit to lead. Stand down immediately. Your hearty words made me feel bad. But you think you can lead a country. You think you can lead a whole arse country, but you're pissed off because someone said your bitch is uggo. Or your boyfriend's uggo. Anyway, Tiffany Nozier, Brigitte Macron's daughter from a previous marriage, previously told the trial that the cyberbullying had negatively affected her mother's health and living conditions. I would probably say it's the HRT. The sun that wreaks havoc on your body. She said her mother has to be careful about her choice of outfits, of posture. She knows perfectly well that her image will be used to back these theories. Well, that's because there is that famous picture where she sat down like Big Bazza at the pub. The pure big, like, legs open, like, fucking, oh. Alright, boys. Oh, fucking, get us a bag of QP nuts, mate. Like, fucking, that's the way that she sat. It just wasn't a very ladylike way to sit. But then again, she is French, so basically she's probably been absolutely ridden into oblivion by fucking everyone, so she has to permanently walk around and sit down like John Wayne. It's probably that. French women are whores. But they are fun. Anyway, while her mother had learned to live with it, Ozier said she suffered from the repercussions on her grandchildren who were taunted at school. Monday's ruling in France is a forerunner of a much bigger trial due in the US, where the Macrons have filed a defamation lawsuit against right-wing influencer Candace Owens, who has also voiced conspiracy theories about the First Lady's gender. They alleged that she disregarded all credible evidence disproving her claim in favour of platforming known conspiracy theorists and proven defamers. Owens has regularly repeated the claims on her podcast and social media channels, and in March 2024 stated that she would stake her entire professional reputation on her belief that the First Lady is in fact a man. The presidential couple were initially advised that the best course was to ignore the online gossip because to go to law would simply amplify it. I mean, yeah, it kind of looks like you've got a little bit like... That's the thing is, I think it's the way it works in court is you have to prove... you actually have to prove, like, financial losses. Like, I don't know what money she's making. It's her husband that's making money, and I mean, he's still Prime Minister. He's going to make his paycheck whether you like it or not. I mean, you're not going to really... I mean, is anybody really going to do a vote of no confidence because you're banging a man in a wig? In France, definitely not. That's normal. If anything, they're probably going to vote him out for not being degenerate enough. It's like, is that all? Blah. You were in an underage relationship with, like, a much older man, and then that man transed out, and French people are just like, You sissy. You sissy, I committed several sexual crimes on my way to work this morning. Like, fucking, yeah. French people, I don't touch them. They're dirty. But anyway, but last year there was a radical change of course. The Macrons decided that the scale of the online attacks was now too large to ignore. So, at risk of exposing their private cells to a US court, they determined to push back against the conspiracy theorists. A conspiracy theory claiming that Brigitte Macron is a transgender woman has circulated since her husband was first elected in 2017. Now, they're not the only one. It's not the only one. There was Obama. There's also Barbara Bush. There's been a few. Just look at them. Just look at them. There's something funny. Basically, like, they're not. A lot of presidents' wives, presidents, prime ministers from all over the place, are not very feminine. Like, that's the thing. They're not very feminine. Just look into it. Brigitte Macron first met her now husband when she was his teacher at his secondary school. There, yeah, you finally acknowledged it at the bloody end. The couple married in 2007 when the future French president was 29 and she was in her mid-50s. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with dating an older woman, right? It's pretty fucking great, actually. That's fun. It's great. I used to do it a lot when I was younger, but then like after after my divorce, I was like, hell yeah. And then I had like one woman that was like, I'm 44, and I was like, ooh, like that's pretty hot. And then like we dated for like ages, and then but there's sort of a thing as I was like, oh wait a minute, I'm 38, like yeah, like doesn't. The shit don't hit like it used to. It's a shame. It's kind of like, oh, all the women I had crushes on, I'm now the same age as them, so it doesn't feel sexy anymore. But still, it's fine. You know, whatever you age, it's a kink of age. My girlfriend's 49, and my friends are just like, yeah, like, fuck. Oh, but it's fine. But still, in regards to a lot of the first ladies all over the place, they're very, very masculine. They're very, very masculine looking. They don't look very feminine, right? It's all over the place, and these are things that you can look at. And there's theories behind all of it, which I don't know if it's true or not, where, oh, it's actually a humiliation ritual by the Freemasons, or it's part of a satanic fucking rite, blah, blah, blah. I don't know about all that shit, right? However, a lot of them look like they could beat me in a fight.
That was the end cut. Like, that's funny.
Here's how it's all spinning out. You see, good luck, friend. What's been going on is that over there on X, Elon Musk is sick of progressive bullshit. He seems to not like them very much. I don't blame him because progressives are the most annoying people on planet Earth. But you see, progressives are very upset because they're used to doing their crybaby bullshit where they fall on the ground and they kick and they scream and they shout and screech at the top of their lungs and then some moderator comes and bans you on their behalf. Oh my God, no, he misgendered me. He misgendered me. Ah. Musk said, nah, fuck that. And so what's happening is the progressives actually have to tangle with other people's ideas. And as it turns out, they're really fucking terrible at doing that. Why? Is it because they're stupid? Yes. Is it because they're insane? Also yes. Is it because they're idiots? Absolutely. But the other reason is because what they're used to doing is mobilizing their audiences in order to just go and get the opposition banned. That's what they do. But they can't do it over on X. They can't do that. And they don't know exactly what to do with that. Like, wait a second. Good luck, friend. Usually, when I kick and scream and throw a fit, some dumb progressive comes along and goes, oh, you poor thing. Oh, you poor. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, dude, he said a mean thing to you. We're going to go ban him right away. There you go. Here's your little Snuggie and your baby Baba. There you go. But that's not happening now. And if you want to know why progressives seem like they're melting down all over the internet, that's why. Because they can't seem to censor the opposition like they used to be able to. And so they actually have to engage with them. And it turns out that they become the laughingstock of the world. Because they're quite stupid. The tactics no longer work the second that the platform, TOS, changes. The tactics don't work anymore. So now we get to watch as Destiny melts down on Piers Morgan. We get to watch as Not So Erudite melts down about Destiny's meltdowns. We get to watch as the Orbiters of Not So Erudite melt down about her melting down about Destiny's meltdowns. Oh, Master. Please, Master. Calm down, Master. For the livelihood depends on it, Master. As we saw from Wick the other day. So we're going to dive into this. We're going to watch these multitudes of meltdowns going on all across the internet. All of them are hilarious. All of them are fucking funny. I could just watch this for weeks on end and never get bored of it.
Deranged young lunatic with an impressionable mind. Who the hell knows what that kind of language? We don't know yet. Right, about any of the motivators. Apparently there's a kind of very, very strange, again, a very strange lack of information that they've been able to find out about this young shooter.
Of course, but you also have to understand that there has been an entire media machine, mainstream media machine and Democrat elite that for years, since before Donald Trump was president, have been calling him Hitler and his supporters Nazis.
Easy money.
What would someone do if they truly believe that? I'm not directly linking this to Biden.
Okay, so this is actually a good point. If you're actually, your rhetoric is to tell people that if they are to do something which is violent, they're actually stopping a rehash of World War II, of course lunatics are going to act on that. So Ruben's point here is well taken. Coach Nato for $10 says a child could have walked on that roof in Crocs. Yeah, well, I mean,
Biden's bullseye comment, as irresponsible as it may be, or anyone else's specific comment. But over time in culture, if things get normalized, and yes, this man is going to put us in camps, and you can turn on MSNBC on any given day, and they're talking about how they're all going to be arrested and taken off the air, and what he's going to do to minorities and gays and everything else. All utter, complete nonsense. At some point, people might get a subtle message and then do something crazy. Again, we don't know if that was what happened.
No shit. Of course that, yeah, of course.
Let me bring in Destiny, because you've been at the center, as you know, of a massive online response to what you were saying. And I want to go through what you said, and I want to talk to you about this hopefully in a calm manner to try and understand.
You can see the shit-eating grin as Destiny knows he's about to have to defend the indefensible. However, because this is a more mainstream cable-style network that he's on, his typified Socratic method or the Spurging method when he gets called out or caught red-handed isn't going to work. He's going to have to use concise rhetoric, and Destiny is not good at concise rhetoric and never has been. ever. It's immediate Gish Gallop, and if it's not a Gish Gallop, then he moves over to Spurging. Those are the two modes of the Coomer Gremlin. Very rarely are any of the points concise, and the rhetoric particularly sharp.
On Saturday evening, hours after the shooting, you said, let me clarify, when I say conflicted, what I mean is I lean towards seeing it as a natural extension of the thing Trump and the MAGA kids support. So I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt enough to chastise people celebrating it. You couldn't find it in your heart to chastise people for celebrating the near assassination of a man who was president of the United States and maybe again?
Absolutely not. Conservatives have completely bled that well dry, and the idea that they, after engaging in the most divisive and most extreme rhetoric that this country has seen in recent history, that they would come on and beg for sympathy, that it's escalated into some kind of violent confrontation, is absolutely insane. Even the idea right now of saying, well, if you call somebody a Nazi for so long, it's, you know, what do you expect people to do? I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh call Obama a communist every single day he was on the...
Was a fucking communist. Rush Limbaugh was right. Rush was right. Obama was a fucking communist. Absolutely, 100%. He was a commie.
Radio. You've got conservatives that talk about how the mRNA vaccines were ways to sneak microchips into us. You've got COVID lockdowns that were done because the government was trying to
Gish Gallop, Gish Gallop.
take all your freedom away. They won't acknowledge anything that happened on January 6th. They say that the election was stolen and your country is being taken from you. Like, I don't think anybody should be killed. I don't think anybody should go out and kill anybody. But when you engage in this type of rhetoric and when you turn the temperature up over and over and over and over again, there is absolutely no room for you to
say,
shock
okay,
or
but you
surprise.
say,
And there
okay.
certainly isn't room for you to ask for sympathy.
But you say, but Destiny, you say you don't want anybody.
So, we start with two forms of fallacious thought patterns. Though these are delivered in argument form, so I would consider them to be arguments. He's asked to defend the things that he says, so he gives his argument. His argument is, no, what I say is fine, because what about them over there? A very typical whataboutism. What about them over there? They bad too. Therefore, what I do, which is bad, is fine, because they bad over there as well. Then he moves into point two, which is the justification for they bad over there too, which is, here's all of the Gish Gallop of points which you'll never be able to address, rather than just going one point at a time, which he's incapable of doing. It's conservatives said this, and then they said that, and then they did this, and then they did that, and blah, 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 blah. It's a very, very typified whataboutism argument, followed by a Gish Gallop. Again, none of it is concise argumentation nor rhetoric.
But he killed, and yet you say, I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt to chastise people celebrating it. It's people celebrating the near assassination of Donald Trump. If you can't find it in you to chastise people who do that, aren't you just as despicable as the people you've just spent the last 2 minutes haranguing?
Is Pierce going right for the hypocrisy? Because from Pierce's perspective, if you can point out that somebody's a hypocrite, then at least optically, that's a massive win, which is true. From the political standpoint, if you can point out hypocrisy, it usually is a winning principle. People have a hard time defending against it. People associate hypocrisy with theft and nefarious, other nefarious things. They associate it with fraud, theft, everything in between. They consider hypocrites to be kind of in the same league as those other nefarious things. Whether they are or they aren't, that's how people perceive them to be. So from a political standpoint, it's very effective rhetoric. Matt Fleming for $5 says, I remember being called a Yahtzee and baby killer for the crime of supporting the troops in Iraq in 2004. The vile language always starts from the left. Well, they're sloganeers primarily. They're no good at arguing. They're good at sloganeering.
No, because they've led the way. This is the environment that they've created.
So you think behaving like the...
So once again, Destiny says, no, it's not hypocrisy. All I'm doing is operating within the frame of what's being presented here, which is that they over there bad, and I'm just doing same bad thing they do.
People you think are despicable is the correct course of action.
Not about behaving like the people who are despicable would be leading that type of rhetoric. It would be denying every single bad thing. How many times as a liberal? How many times as a liberal have you been on a show? Not you in general, but like a liberal been on a show and you've been forced to disavow all of the BLM riots, disavow all of the violence, and blah blah blah. And then you talk to conservatives about it. January 6th,
violence.
that was
That's
a false
good.
flag.
Yeah.
January 6th. Oh, like conservatives disavow January 6th?
Wait. First off, there's an entire cultural machine that has lied.
So now we get into the heart of it. So this is actually decent rhetoric, right? From Destiny. Again, now Destiny using the argument from hypocrisy, also fallacious argumentation, says, wait a second, though. You won't disavow X, Y, and Z, so why should I disavow this? It's actually embarrassing. Once you realize how improper the thinking patterns are of these people, it's fucking embarrassing that this is the best we get for collective representation left and right to argue about such a important issue of our time.
There is an entire cultural...
real time. That's it.
What?
That's why conservatives deserve absolutely zero sympathy for anything that happens as a result of their rhetoric. That's it. It's so easy. Like, it's so simple.
I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about, but I would say this is the type of person that the internet has broke their brain, thus leaving them with very little empathy for their co-human. I mean, a good, decent father is now dead because of this. He's had his brains blown out because he was defending his wife and daughter. I would hope that you have a little empathy for that.
Let me jump in there because we have a clip of what Destiny has said about that very thing. Let's listen to this.
Fuck it. Fuck the dude, the firefighter guy. Fuck Trump. Fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am 100%.
I mean,
what a sick fucking bastard. What a sick thing to say. In this case, though, to say that it's somewhat chilling to watch the meltdown of the Coomer Gremlin. I think he said these things kind of tongue-in-cheek, but then had to double down on them. He's hoping that just kind of over enough time that people will forget. And likely he's correct that over time people move on to other things and forget all about this, and this will be considered some other arc of destiny, right? Shane Emanuel for $7 says, Andrew, have you ever been asked on the Piers Morgan show? If not, make that happen, or someone's going to make it happen. I have not been asked to go on Piers Morgan. I'd be happy to do so, as I would absolutely crush these fucking panels that they have badly. Demetrius, thank you for the 10. It's very kind of you.
And I gotta say, I just found that repulsive, Destiny.
I wish that you...
Hey, who said I was a 2? I'm a 4, you fucker. I'm a 4. The actual bot for $5 says Destiny is a nihilist. See Destiny versus Connor, and yet he pearl clutches about moral consistencies. Wild. Well, nihilists can have moral standards which they self-impose and then hold you to those standards. There's nothing actually inconsistent about doing that. It's just that the standards would then self-admittedly have to just be, I made them the fuck up, right? And if it's, I made them the fuck up, then there's no particularly good reason for you to have to adhere to any of them. Resol VR for $10 says, after comments like that and being banned on Kick and demonetized on Twitter, I don't understand why Destiny gained thousands of followers. Just makes no sense to me. What is wrong with these people? Well, always remember that many times people will follow you because they hate your guts. They're not always following you because they love what you have to say.
There is no room. There is no room for the hand-wringing, and I will not participate in it
it's
anymore.
Not hand-wringing.
In the hand-wringing. No, it absolutely is.
No, it's just that you are positioning yourself.
So well.
No, but
when you are in a world where conservatives can say anything.
No, I'm not a
They can
conservative.
have any conspiracy theory. They can have...
Now we get into the typical performative spurging. The Destiny performative spurging. Head back, I'll give you all of the Destiny kind of typified spurgs. First, head thrown back and laughter. That's Spurg Mode 1. As he leads into Spurg Mode 1, he usually begins with Spurg Mode 2, which is a lot of this. One hand or two hands. What I'm Then you have Spurg Mode 3, which is, of course, speed docking. Destiny's very good at combining all three of those Spurg modes.
They can do any of these things, and then liberals are
All right,
supposed to sit here and be like, oh my God, it's so tragic.
There's the speed
Absolutely not.
Let me explain.
Absolutely.
Let me explain my position, because I'm not a conservative. I'm not on either side in your race, right? Here's what I think about what you did. You'd like to fire off what you've done so far in this debate about your fury at how disgusting Republicans are, how inhumane they are, how they never have any empathy, blah, 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 blah. And then you yourself actually are exactly the person that you're describing. You are inhuman. You are somebody who seems almost gleeful that a young firefighter with a family, with a wife and children, who he was protecting as he was shot dead. He deserved what was coming to him because he went to a President Trump rally.
So, essentially, neither one of them are going to win this engagement. Both sides can walk away thinking that they've beaten the other side, and here's why. Because they're both using the same argument against each other. Morgan is fallaciously using an argument from hypocrisy, and Destiny is fallaciously using an argument from hypocrisy. Pierce Morgan says, wait a second, as you say this, you're guilty of all the same things you're saying that the Republicans are guilty of, the other side is guilty of. Destiny says, yes, but I only have to do that because you created an environment in which these people could utilize this type of rhetoric to begin with, and you don't like the rhetoric, so you're the hypocrite. So they're both just calling each other hypocrites. And they're both right to a degree, so who gets the score here? Who gets the points?
It's gleeful, Destiny. I'm sorry. That makes you, frankly, despicable.
Reality is that conservatives have been turning the temperature up on the rhetoric. They have been making fun of these types of events for years, and now when something happens to them, now they're looking for sympathy from the liberal side. Absolutely not. It's insane. It's unhinged.
Yeah,
You
here's
can
the
conduct
problem.
yourself in such a manner
But
and
here's the
expect people to feel
problem.
sorry when things happen.
Why should anybody on the right listen to a word of your hectoring and lecturing about how they should behave? And by the way, for the record, the mockery of Nancy Pelosi's husband when he was attacked by an intruder with a hammer was also despicable, right? I can see despicable behavior on all sides, and I'm happy to...
So I'm not the hypocrite, you're the hypocrite. Destiny says, I'm not the hypocrite, you're the hypocrite. Both of these are very weak, rhetorically very weak, and ultimately neither one is going to walk away with a clean W because of that. They're both using the same argument from a different perspective. It'd be far easier to dive into the worldview of Ott here and say, well, Ott people do this, and have Destiny say no, and then just ask him why he is. And then if he says, well, because the other side is doing it, yeah, but the other side ought not do that, right? Destiny says yes. Well, then now you're in a corner. Now you're in a corner because now you're doing that which you yourself consider to be immoral.
My issue with the MAGA kids is not that they are not empathetic. My issue is that they support a president that led an insurrection against the United States. I'm not here to tone police over their empathy.
80
I'm just saying
million
that if you're
people
gonna ask
voted for Donald
empathy,
Trump last time round.
That's great. 80 million people voted for a guy that tried to insurrect the government, and it looks like they might try to do it again. I mean, like, I don't know what you want me to say. These are the facts on the ground. The idea that
So you don't like attacks on democracy. So presumably you would unreservedly condemn the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, because that's one of the most egregious attacks on American democracy in modern times. Presumably,
I don't think that
you will
anybody
take
should
this
be
opportunity,
trying to-
given you
I
are
don't
so
think anybody-
determined to protect the integrity of democracy, you would find it absolutely outrageous that someone has tried to assassinate a president, right?
If the other conservatives on this show want to say that it was absolutely outrageous
I'm
that
asking
Donald Trump
you.
attempted to coup the government,
I'm asking
then,
you.
then maybe then I would. Yeah, no.
Again, he's still right back to the argument to hypocrisy. Sure, all you have to do is disavow what happened here, and then I'll disavow this. Otherwise, you aren't consistent. However, that doesn't mean he's being consistent with his framework either. So essentially, all that we've established here is that Destiny points out you're a hypocrite, and it's pointed back to him, but so are you. So what have we gained here? Nothing. JJ Mad for $10 says the Pelosi husband situation was funny because Pelosi is for mental ill people running rampant in her city. Yeah, that's true. It was ironic.
I'm not going to get on my knees and beg for forgiveness or show sympathy to conservatives.
I'm not asking for that. I'm asking you to condemn what happened as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You can't do that. You see,
Not
so
at
why
all.
the hell?
Absolutely
frankly,
not.
Destiny,
Absolutely not.
Why the hell should we listen to a
Absolutely not.
word you have to say
Wait, hold
about?
on. Why do you think Conservatives haven't been listening to a word that liberals have said about anything for 8 years.
Right,
what do you
but
think
why
is going to
should
change?
they?
You think
But
that
here's my
liberals
point,
come out now
Destiny.
and they go, "Oh my God, this was so horrible"?
But here's
They're
my
going to go,
point.
"Wow, that is true." Maybe
Wait a
that
second.
should also like
Charlie,
turn the rhetoric down a
Charlie,
little.
I'll bring you in at the end of this. I promise you, and you'll get a good chance to respond. But here's my problem, Destiny, with your whole position on this, right? Is that you don't actually have anything.
It's not actually a moral pissing contest. So think about how this argument has gone so far. The argument from both of them, we start with this premise that both of them do actually think that this is bad. Morgan thinks it's bad. The Coomer Gremlin thinks it's bad, right? The Coomer Gremlin's not willing to say that it's inappropriate, but he's saying, okay, yes, it's bad. Technically, it's bad. And Morgan says, yeah, technically, it's bad as well, right? Both of them agree on this premise. What the argument is about is over which one is a hypocrite, which one is, even after the agreement to that premise, which one is being more hypocritical? Is it Morgan, who, isn't holding conservatives to the same standard by Destiny's worldview? This is what his basic argument is, and so therefore he's a hypocrite. Or is it Destiny, who he himself thinks that this is not rhetoric which is good for anybody, but until Republicans back off, this is the environment they created, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander. This is kind of what the argument is being reduced to. Calvin says, I'm not going to get on my knees. Destiny's biggest lie of the debate. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Definitely done that.
Inside you that you want the other side to have. You don't have any of the empathy. You don't have any sympathy. You don't care that someone tried to assassinate Donald Trump. You don't care that a young fireman with a family was killed in the process. You don't actually. You are not the person you want these other people to be. And all you do is play whataboutery with every question I give you.
Now, Morgan's right about that. All Destiny has done is play whataboutism. But Morgan should have called that out earlier in the conversation and said, okay, can you make your argument without pointing at some other group for why what they're doing is bad? Can we talk about why what you're doing is bad? And I don't think that Destiny would have a damn thing he could say at that point.
I'm just startled.
What about it? We're talking about Donald Trump. We're talking about the temperature of this country. But here's a question for the two panelists. What percentage of this event happening was due to Donald Trump's rhetoric? What do they think the answer to that question is?
What percentage could it be that the other side, as we've just heard from Dave Rubin, has spent 8 years calling Donald Trump the new Adolf Hitler, a person who was responsible for the murder of 12 million people, including 6 million Jewish people in a Holocaust. Last time I checked, Donald Trump hasn't murdered 12 million people. So much as you would like him to be the new Hitler, he's not. But again, to an impressionable, young, deranged mind who has easy access to guns, that can be easily interpreted as an existential threat, said President Biden. Somebody that needs to be put in the bullseye, said Biden.
Okay,
only last week. And guess what? Somebody then comes forward and tries to kill the existential threat.
Who is engaged in more divisive rhetoric over the 8 years? If you had to guess, if you had to assign a rough percentage,
again you're playing whataboutery. Again you're deflecting. Just as
it's not whataboutery.
Just as Joe Biden did last night. Just as Joe Biden did with Lester Holt on NBC last night. Every time he was asked, "Have you done any soul searching about your own rhetoric, your own ill-advised?"
And I can zoom in. Oh my God, this is so much better.
In the chat, that there is a second fallacy which is going on here, which is the tu quoque fallacy. Or the what about you, though, fallacy. What about you? How about you, though? Before you start pointing out X, Y, and Z, what about you? Again, fallacious form of argumentation. It's actually a fallacious form of thinking in general, right? There are proper ways to think. And if you're thinking in terms of the fallacious, you're thinking improperly. JJ from IA says for $20, what the fuck? Left's been demonizing the right with dangerous rhetoric for decades. Yes, everybody knows that.
His use of language, he deflected it back to attacks on Trump, and you're doing exactly the same thing with Republicans.
And I will do the exact same thing.
You say Republicans
you want Biden
you say that they are lacking in
comment when Donald Trump was saying Second Amendment people could maybe do something about Hillary Clinton. Like, no, it's absolutely deranged. The double standard that's being asked here is insane. And you heard both of them say it earlier. How much did Donald Trump's rhetoric contribute to the current environment? Oh, not much at all. Like, no, yeah, I'm not going to say anything to these people. Of course not.
You see,
what about you, though? No one to you for $10 says, I don't find anything offensive. I just can't afford to even try to respect the kid again in any way. I tried. What is there to respect? What is there to respect? It's always been a belief structure of mine that respectable men focus primarily on two things, which is their family and their family. Those are the two. That's what I think is the ultimate form of status symbol and the ultimate form of respect between men. If you want to get the most amount of respect from other men, treat your family well. Have a good, well-adjusted family who obviously cares about you. You'll get more respect than if you're a billionaire. You'll get more respect than if you drive the Bugatti. You'll get more respect than any of them get. Those men, even those men, will have respect for you. They can't help it. It's written into us. It's even culturally written into us.
First off, politics is downstream from culture, right? And what has happened to our culture in the last 8 years? What has happened to our culture is that the mainstream media has lied about everything, always to the detriment of right-leaning people, whether it is the Russia hoax or COVID or Brett Kavanaugh's a serial rapist or the Covington kids are racist or Jesse Smollett was was lynched, or whether it was very fine people on both sides. Every single lie always goes against right-leaning people. So they are slightly annoyed and distrustful of people like you and other people in mainstream media who lie about literally everything.
Well, not only that, but they'll justify the use of any sort of coercion or violence by any means necessary if they think that that will push their political advocacy to the next level. They don't care. Why do you suddenly think that a bunch of nihilists are going to have any sort of actual epistemic grounding or something that they're appealing to beyond themselves for the purposes of power? They want the world...
Titanic's wireless set had broken down the day before, and her two wireless men were in their early 20s, and they were instructed, do not touch the set if it breaks. Wait until you get to New York. You're just the operator. and we will send a technician to come and fix it. It's expensive. Don't touch it. But what did young 20-year-old guys do with a mountain of work? Oh, we fix this. So they roll their sleeves up. They work all night to fix the wireless set. So the next night, when Titanic hits the berg, wireless set's working. What if Titanic sank without a working wireless set?
The Sail Away Uncensored Cruise podcast.
So, what started your interest in ocean liners?
Yeah, it's a mix between two things. I think there was like a few different strains of happenings at the time that meant it was like inescapable. But first of all, the film Titanic had come out, and it was you know, huge international sensation. You may have heard of it. Big film. And so it was like the merchandising and the books that came out alongside it. It wasn't just the film, but it was because guys like Ken Marshall and Don Lynch, you know, those brilliant artists and researchers and that had written these very high quality books that were then probably like illustrated history, like it's one of the best ones they wrote. That was in the 90s. It kind of semi-inspired the film, and then that had a reprint and rerun in the late 90s and early 2000s. So there was all this awesome stuff coming out, and so as a very impressionable youth, it was super exciting. And then at the same time, my dad had actually migrated to Australia on an ocean liner on P&O's Strathnaver. And maybe we can go into that a little later, because the conditions on the ship are hilarious by comparison to what probably we can find on a P&O ship today. But so he had grown up in Port Melbourne, which was a very vibrant port with, you know, you'd wake up in the morning and there would be 4 different ships. You would have Galileo Galilei from Lloyd Triestino. You'd have Strathnaver, or, you know, the Arcadia, the old America turned Australia. So all these beautiful ocean liners rotating through every week. So very big impact on my dad. He passed that on to me, and he used to actually sit me down on and we'd draw an ocean liner together, and we'd make some up, and we'd draw. He'd say, "Oh, well, this is the Himalaya," and he'd draw the Himalaya, and so it's definitely rubbed off. And then Mum was a big enabler of my interest by buying me all the books and taking me to all the films and documentary screenings and things, and buying me VHS tapes en masse, which we still have and have no idea what to do with them.
But your channel has done very, very well, and you've done it in quite a short period of time. As two people that run our own channel, I think we're very envious of the amount of subscribers you've got and how well you've done. I did mention on Instagram and Facebook today that you were coming on, and someone did say, "What does a company called Ocean Liner Designs do if there's only one ocean liner left in the world?" Not exactly a lot of business out there. I'm not sure if she's fully familiar with your channel.
Yeah, we don't design ocean liners, funnily enough.
I'd care to explain
what ocean liner designs is. So
you actually
this is difficult to explain in a few words, but basically Ocean Liner Designs it started off as an illustration business, which is why it's called Ocean Liner Designs, where I would do these big color profile drawings of famous ships from history. And so I'd do these beautiful illustrations and sell them and sell prints and things like that. But I started the YouTube channel as a way to explain some of the more interesting things that I'd found while I was doing drawings. And eventually people like the YouTube videos more than they like drawings. So it's really pivoted into, like you say, I'm quite proud of the team's work. I mean, we've got a big team that work on it. It's the biggest maritime history channel on YouTube. You know, we put a lot of effort into our research and animation and visualization, and so we make documentaries about historic ships. So we now also have the sister channel, Airline Designs. So basically the idea is to like take these niche, not niche topics and make them like a fairly degree of quality, a fairly high degree of quality with animations and things like that to bring the stories to life. So yeah, that's what we're all really passionate about. I employ a team of passionate, creative, neurodivergent nerds like myself who work around the clock building 3D models. And
is there a form of transport you're not an expert in?
Oh yeah, like trains.
That surprises me.
I love train people. Right? I love steam engines and things like that, and I see them. It's like looking into a mirror and seeing a carbon copy of yourself, but it's reversed. It's like you can relate. So I know nothing about trains. I love the sound they make. To my train people out there, there's definitely a crossover somewhere.
Yeah,
but it's so over. But I love looking at it. Yeah.
If you could bring one lost ocean liner back to life for a single voyage, which ship would it be?
Wow, that's a good question. Yeah, lost ocean liner. If we can, I'm going to pick two. I'm going to cop out. Right? I'm going to pick one that was sunk and one that was scrapped. Yeah. If I could pick one that was scrapped, I would selfishly bring back the Strathnaver and preserve it. It was my family's ship. It was the ship that my family sailed over to Australia on. But she was also this very interesting point in time where Painnnn's fleet before Strathnaver was introduced in the early 30s was like these clunky, dark-coloured, Edwardian, stuffy coffins, basically. Like they were grand on the inside, but they were very heavy, and But Strathnaver was the big step forward, much lighter, much more comfortable. The white painted hull. The Germans had done it previously on some of their cruise ships, but this is the first big British ocean liner to employ a white colour hull. It becomes the standard paint scheme that almost didn't change for 100 years until Painnn repainted the ships with their magnificent blue funnels. So, Strathnaver, I'd spend a day walking around. But if we pull one back and sunk, that's a different thing, because it's a ship cut down at its prime, you know what I mean? And so, aside from Titanic, which I think is the obvious choice, I'm just such a sucker for the Lusitania. I just love its lights, airy interiors, those like columns, and it looks like a conservatory on the inside with all the skylights and things. I would love to spend a day kicking around that thing and having a cigar in the smoking room.
Talking of Titanic though, do you think the story has been told to death, or is there still more that we don't know?
I was talking to a friend about this because, in certain fields of history, it's about what myth will do, and then trying to make a cohesive narrative from ancient history, for example. We have to make inferences from very fragmentary evidence. Titanic is the opposite. There is so much information, even contemporary information, with conflicting accounts. So it's actually about cutting the wheat from the chaff. It means that there's like endless historiography, endless ways of telling the Titanic story. What I'm worried about is, on the way over, I had my phone, I was looking at companies that are now being set up to generate AI podcasts with completely artificial AI hosts and flooding the online space with them. So there's one business at the moment that makes 3,000 episodes a week.
Wow.
Unscripted, because it is just all generated by these fake AI personalities. And I think the author of this paper had made this really good point, that you would like to think that the general public, in listening to this stuff, would drive them towards creators like you guys with a podcast. The author made the point of like, I don't know about the general public if they would be able to eventually discern the difference. That's the thing that's worrying. So that completely shaped the way that people look at stories like the Titanic into the future, because there's brilliant research being done.
Yeah.
But there's also about to be a tsunami of garbage, just like artificial, recycled.
It's interesting. AI comes up so much, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When we have our podcasts and talk to.
I mean, we have our own challenges with AI. I mean, we have to request from YouTube to take videos down every week because they've stole our visual content and then they've just put AI scripts over the top of it.
Unreal.
And it just happens so often now. And you'll know the amount of hours that go into editing a video, but the research as well that you have to do before you can even make a start. And it is really frustrating that we live in a time now where AI can just do it so quickly and easily.
Well, the term AI slop, I know this probably isn't what viewers were tuning in to listen to, but I think it's really interesting because it's shaping, like I said, I think it shapes the way people view history and will into the future, because now it's this new thing that we turn our noses up, and most people know AI slop when they see it and they say, oh, this isn't interesting. That 50 to 100 years from now, I wonder. I just don't know what AI can't really do, as far as I know, because it's generative and it's already based on things that have already been made. It can't really look at fragmentary evidence from history and then create a historical narrative from that. That takes human interpretation for now.
For now, it's always developing. But I mean, people ask us if we ever use AI. I mean, is there any form of AI you use in any of your business that you run?
No, I drew a line in the sand because I am very passionate about the people that we employ. So we've got 30 to 40 freelancing artists at any one time making 3D models for the visuals. It's really expensive and it's really time consuming, but the difference between Liam, who's just 3D modeled the HMS Captain, this battleship hasn't been seen since 1870. It's picture rivet perfect, right? Jack, who's assembled it and put it into Unreal Engine with all the colors and puts it in the storm and animates its capsizing as it did, versus what you would get from AI if you had prompted it, where it would just be this weird, So no, I don't use it. I absolutely do not intend on using it. I've had pressure externally from partners that I've worked with to use it, but it would just be reputationally. Aside from my own personal ethical problems with it, which are massive, reputationally,
because I agree.
People come to you for
They do. They came. Well, the thing that worries me about AI is that you can go on ChatGPT, for example, and ask it a question as in like a search engine, and I and you have learned that it can actually give you fake information. So those that are going on and looking for historical facts, how often are they being told something completely incorrect or made up or partially true? And then who's there to fact check it?
Exactly. Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
So I had advertised for writers. I mean, this is sail away uncensored. So
of course.
The real story.
Of course.
Here's some behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I advertised a position for new writers. I got about 200 applicants, which was amazing, and all very, very talented. So I ended up taking on about 7. One had written for Time magazine. Brilliant. And they generate brilliant stuff. They do research, write beautiful scripts. Airline Designs launches with our first video. Because Ismay is this Liverpudlian who's raised in a shipping town and sees all the societies, shipbuilding societies.
I clicked the wrong button.
They do. They came. Well, the thing that worries me about AI is that you can go on ChatGPT, for example, and ask it a question as in like a search engine, and I and you have learned that it can actually give you fake information. So those that are going on and looking for historical facts, how often are they being told something completely incorrect or made up or partially true? And then who's there to fact check it?
Exactly. Can I tell you a fun story?
Yeah, please.
So I had advertised for writers. I mean, this is sail away uncensored, right? So you guys want the real story.
Of course.
Here's some behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I advertised a position for new writers. I got about 200 applicants, which was amazing, and all very, very talented. So I ended up taking on about 7. One had written for Time magazine. Brilliant. And they generate brilliant stuff. Research, write beautiful scripts. Airline Designs launches with our first video. The second video was a script that was given to a young gent who turned his script back in, and it was about like World War II's worst fighter aircraft. And as I was reading through the script, preparing to voice record, I do a lot of rearranging and moving things in the scripts. Mike Bradifying it is how I like to call it. There were about 16 or 17 quotes throughout that I thought, these are really good quotes. These are entertaining, they're funny, they all kind of sound the same, they're clearly AI generated, and then went back to the writers. These are great quotes. I can't find them anywhere else on the internet. But he doubled down and said, I made them up myself. And so I ended up actually letting him go. It was very clearly had been AI generated. Because AI hallucinates and it will make things up. But it had it caught him out. And if that had gone and been published on as the channel's second ever video, that would have killed the channel. I would have died of embarrassment, for one thing.
No, it is embarrassing. I mean,
back to Titanic. Why do you think Titanic still overshadows every other ship in history?
Sailor's got opinions on this. Look,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of elements of the story that kind of line up in this like Swiss cheese model where all these incredible things happen. It's the newest and the largest ship, and it's a huge indictment on British shipbuilding. We're in the middle of writing a script about the British Titanic inquiry, so I've got a lot of opinions about the inquiry as well, but maybe we'll get into that later. But it's really, honestly, I think it's the way it sank. If Titanic had been torpedoed, if it had collided with another ship, it doesn't have that kind of ethereal sort of otherworldliness to it. But the fact that it was an iceberg on this beautiful, clear, starlit night, and the fact that the ship had been so well designed for flooding that it sank very evenly over about 2 and a bit hours, resulted in basically the stage for a great human drama to play out, where you've got so many minutes to play out the rest of your life, and what are you going to do? And there's a great sequence on this in Ghost of the Abyss, one of my favorite Titanic documentaries, where I think it's Ken Marshall was saying, you've got this stage, what do? Do you stand with the men over here? Do you play cards in the smoking room? Do you try and help others? Do you So I think when we look at other big disasters like the Empress of Ireland, Lusitania, they're almost man-made and they happen very quickly. Like at least take a load of 14 minutes. Oh, sorry, 18 to 20 minutes. Impress Spiral was 15 minutes. I mean, that is so quick. You do not have time. So you can go onto Encyclopedia Titanica, which I'm sure you guys have seen, just read through all these people's lives before they got on Titanic, and then an extensive explanation of what happened to them throughout the sinking. You just lose hours looking at all these stories. So yeah, I think there's a lot there, and there just has to be something there around it being universally communicable. People from every culture can weirdly sit down, and it's just one of those brilliant, simple stories that people just love to digest from all over the world.
I saw that question asked of James Cameron, who directed the film, and I found his response to the question quite interesting, in that people see it as almost a microcosm of the world. You have this big machine, this human system moving ahead with too much speed that it couldn't change course. And when there was the disaster, it was the steerage that mainly suffered, and those that had money got to safety. And I found that quite an interesting observation. I do wonder if there is a bit of truth in that as well.
What do you think of the film?
It's brilliant. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it's the high watermark, pun intended, for historical epic dramas.
Yeah.
And the care with which they researched and built and designed the sets is like fantastic. Working with guys like Don and that huge research team diving. They couldn't make a film like that now. It would be financial, ruin.
So Hollywood is renowned for remaking films and hashing out the stories again and again. Do you think it's time another Titanic film is done, or let that one be for another few years?
It seems to happen almost every 30 years, doesn't it?
That's what I mean. They seem to just repeat the same. Yeah.
Because it was, it goes Titanic 1953, and then The Night to Remember come out within a few years. 55, I forget. Then SOS Titanic in the 70s.
Yep.
Then Titanic in 97. I guess the closest thing we had was the what was his name from Downton Abbey? 25 years. Yeah, they did. Which kind of was on the right track, I feel, but got a bit lost. But I think the format now, it's a very different world. I think a blockbuster film, like a 3-hour-long film, is very of its age. That's a very 90s way of looking at it. Please give me, if there's a producer watching this, right, call me. Give me a 10-part series. Right?
What have I always said? What have I have said this for so long. They need to do a series of the Titanic.
This is what the 2012 series kind of was doing, because it was a different perspective.
Yeah.
But they kind of, it's annoying me that I've forgotten his name.
And
but, the writer and the showrunner of Downton Abbey, they insert his name here in editing. But he was being interviewed about, there were tons of inaccuracies and things. Whatever, it's a TV series, but he'd had this elaborate dance scene, and this cracks me up every time. And people were saying there was no dance on it.
Yeah.
And his response, demonstrably from the history, there was no dance. But he responded with, "There was an orchestra. I find it hard to believe there was no dancing. There was a dance." It's just such a funny way of
defending it,
coming at the history. But give me a 10-part series, 45-minute episode of Second Officer Lionel.
Yeah.
Captain Smith. But give me Captain Smith saying goodbye to his wife.
Yeah.
And getting on the boat train, and he was in Southampton, so just taking his usual route. Maybe it was in a cab, I don't know, going to the dock. Give me Thomas Andrews taking his wife and standing under the hull of the Titanic before it was launched. Give me these brilliant stories. Give me steerage, and make the most accurate compendium of what life was like aboard Titanic.
I have said this for so long, haven't I? I've said this for so long. I said that, do you know what, even you could do it in 2 seasons.
Yeah.
The whole first season of the building of her, the pre-part, the people that were going to be going on that ship, and then ending that first season with it, unfortunately, then sinking, and then everything that comes after the Titanic sinking, because not many people know that story either, that you can tell afterwards in another season. So there's so much you could jump into with it, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's why it's such an interesting film to study. I mean, I've been reading about Titanic my whole life, right?
Yeah.
And yet there are still these stories that I pick up, and I just think, the inquiry I was just mentioning. I mean, it was so open and shut, and I've always taken it for granted. And yet, reading the actual report and reporting on it in the video that we've got coming out, I was getting so angry. And I realized kind of how much the White Star Line sort of sucked. And the Board of Trade sucked as well. Like, they were all terrible. And so there are all these, like, incredible contradictions in the report that they just, don't worry about it, it's fine. Without interviewing a single third-class passenger. So, yeah, there are all these big facets of the story that the more you read about the ship and its history, you will endlessly. And that, and the other thing, Walter Lord said it brilliantly in his I think it was in the night, remember the night exam, where he said, not any one of us would ever hope to know everything that happened that night. I mean, it's impossible. So all we can do is just do our best and report on it, do our own research.
Was Captain Smith a hero, a villain, or just unlucky?
He definitely wasn't unlucky. He was none of those things. He was a brilliant, man of the sea. Like, extremely impressive career. But he dropped the ball, and there was, there's definitely a sense of, in the inquiries, a number of captains, something like 12, skip a step forward and say, maintaining speed in an ice field is something we would have done. And there is something to be said for keeping headway on your ship. You're going quickly enough that if you see something ahead of you, you'll be able to get out of the way. Just before Smith turned in for bed, he handed over the watch, passed on a message which basically said, a beautiful clear night, right? Moonless, very dark, but very clear. He said before he went to bed, essentially, maintain course and speed. If a haze develops, wake me up. That's a very interesting comment because it signifies that he's made a bet. He's made a gamble. We will see anything ahead of us in time to get out of the way because it's so clear. But if a haze comes on, deterioration, visually, if there's any kind of visual deterioration, wake me up because then all bets are off. Then we'll probably have to slow down or change course. So he's made a gamble with his passengers' lives. And he hasn't posted extra lookouts. I think that the thing for me that gets me the most is maintain speed in the ice field. It's a beautiful, clear night. But he would have had to have known, as an experienced sailor, that from on high, you're looking down at the horizon. You actually, on a moonless night, will have a better opportunity at seeing something on the horizon from lower. So why not put two men at the very tip of the bow, the forecastle, where they had the flying scene in Titanic? If they had two men at the forecastle, I'm fairly confident they would have actually spotted the berg, or the lack of stars on the horizon, even if it was half a minute sooner. They probably would have just missed it. If it was 2 minutes sooner, 5 minutes. So, this isn't just baseless. You can compare the actions of Smith with the actions of Rostron, Captain Rostron on the Carpathia, who suddenly is now rushing to Titanic's aid. The first thing he does is put 12 men on the bow, on the forecastle of the ship, and they dodge icebergs all night, and they almost hit a couple. And so he was running through that ice field, but he posted extra lookouts. So
it's such an easy thing to implement. I don't understand why there wasn't extra lookouts anyway. I mean, there was no binoculars on board, so their visibility was already reduced.
Yeah, well, the binoculars are interesting because they're useful as a tool for... The best tool to look out are these. On a big, wide expanse of the horizon, if you're sitting there with binoculars like that, you're actually limiting your field of view, like a tunnel. They're much more useful for picking out something ahead. If you see it, then you define.
What's wrong?
They didn't.
Why
see
you
it.
make me turn that way
Saw a lack
always?
of stars.
My neck's fucked
it was
up.
that dark, right?
What do you want?
So it was all about seeing. Now you're not really going to see a lack of stars from any significant distance. It really has to materialize the closer you get. So, the lookouts and the officers and the crew of Titanic, I just have to give a pass to. They were absolutely doing their best with what they had. It was the system that enabled a ship the size of Titanic to go to sea without any kind of serious evacuation plan. Testing lowering the lifeboats is one thing, which they did a couple of times. But how do you muster 2,200 people in an effective way to get them off the ship? Third class were gathered, and then they forgot about them because there was no system in place to get these people off the ship. Lightoller, the second officer, gets a lot of flack for maintaining a women and children only policy on his side of the ship and lowering boats half or less full and not allowing men in. But he was just doing the best with what he had, and there had been a series of disasters relatively recently where the crew had rushed to kick passengers out of the boats and take them for themselves. So he wanted to maintain order, make sure that was going to happen. So I really don't think you can villainize the crew.
Yeah.
Smith has to take the blame for this because he's in command of the ship. He makes the calls. He was maintaining standard practice, and that's fine, but he didn't provide the extra layer of protection that he could be sure that they might have avoided disaster. It doesn't make him a villain, but it does make him, I think, culpable, or at least to blame, largely for the loss of the Titanic, for the loss of his ship.
Yeah. What blame or criticisms are lent to Bruce Ismay in all this?
Yeah, well, so he's a really interesting cat. Like he is on board. He's chairman of the White Star Line. He's got a long and distinguished history, as does his family, in British shipbuilding as a whole. He's very heavily engaged and actually one of the founding members of the International Mercantile Marine. He's members of all the shipbuilding societies. And, he's immersed in the world of shipbuilding since childhood because of his father, Thomas Ismay, is the founding member of the White Star Line in its new form in the 19th century. There's this long-standing relationship with Harland and Wolff, where they all work very, very closely together. So Ismay is this Liverpudlian who's raised in a shipping town and sees all the big Cunarders coming in and White Star ships. So he's ship-minded. He's not a technical guy. He's not a designer. He's a businessman, and he's a very good marketer.
Yeah.
And he's very enthusiastic because he's inherited this insane legacy from his dad. And his dad had only recently, really, like in the last 15 or so years, I think, died by the time Titanic comes along. So Ismay Jr. is trying to establish his own legacy. Yeah. He was a tough guy. His dad was tough, and Bruce, as a father, seems like a pretty tough dude. Not an easy guy to get along with. Probably exhibiting signs of social anxiety and autism as well, which is interesting. He was enthusiastic about his product, but he wasn't socially gifted, and he could make people feel a bit uncomfortable with his enthusiasm. And that comes across in his interactions with passengers, where he's ripping out these ice warnings and waving them around in the most insane way. And some of the passengers are kind of, I think it was Marion Thayer, I think he was kind of like turning her nose up a bit at it. But so, you've got this really complex guy who's so proud of this thing that he has helped will into being. And then it starts sinking. Now he's on board technically as a passenger. And, at the British Inquiry, he steps into a boat, obviously, during the sinking, and gets away from the sinking ship. At the British Inquiry, Lord Mersey, I think it was, makes a point where he says, I basically absolve you of this because if you had stayed on board the ship that night, you would have just been another life lost that night. It would have been pointless waste, which is true. But there is something to be said for, company chairman. There's 1,500 people still on board that ship, and there wasn't anyone around his boat when he got into it because they'd all run aft. But he wasn't overseeing the evacuation, or the third class who were stuck waiting on the well deck, waiting for someone to come and get them, with no access to get to the boat deck. They started climbing over the cranes. So was he responsible for the evacuation and the operation of the ship? No. Was he morally responsible? Probably, yeah. And so I don't think he's this moustache-twirling villain. He wasn't driving Smith to get into New York early. He hated getting into New York early. There's letters where he's constantly complaining about it. But he can't be free of blame totally either. It doesn't mean he deserves to be pilloried as the guy who caused the sinking of the Titanic. He's just someone who needs to shoulder some of the blame, I think. And that's contentious. People probably watch this and hate me for it, but
I put the autism down to too much paracetamol.
Sorry. I was expecting you to say.
It all makes sense.
Sorry, I was not expecting you to say that.
No, I
Throw me off.
Had you been thinking that the entire time that I was talking?
Sorry.
Edwardian paracetamol.
I'll continue. Sorry. Jesus. What's your take on modern expeditions to the Titanic wreck these days?
Anything but unmanned ROVs, or machines being sent down to the Titanic, is modern. I'm trying to think of the politically correct term to say this.
Oh, don't worry.
Sometimes waving. You know what I mean? It's just chest speeding. It's look at me, I can afford to do this.
Yeah.
We don't need to send people down to see Titanic. The ROV and remote technology now is so good.
Yeah.
So I think she's going to go like at some point in the next 100 years. You know, she'll have collapsed and she'll look eventually like a whale carcass. She'll have the frames sticking out of the water like the giant ribs of some whale, and then she'll have no real historic value to people wanting to go and see it. So I love, you know, the work that Magellan did is, I think, the pinnacle of what we can do to learn more about the Titanic.
I need 10-15 minutes. Oh, I'll be back. Okay.
They scanned it and took so many photographs.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
Pixel, well, millimeter accurate model, 3D model of the ship. It's brilliant, and that's I think the way that it's not intrusive. It's it adds immensely to the historic record and our understanding of the Titanic. But you couldn't put somebody in a submersible and send them down to look at the ship now, and get them to tell us something now about Titanic we don't already know. So, you know, any expedition out to the ship, unless they're putting ROVs in to look at uncharted areas inside the wreck, it's really, in my opinion, really just chest beating. The other thing they can do is retrieve artifacts. So artifact retrieval, great. You know, if that's the kind of thing you want to do, that's a whole other debate. I think we should be pulling things up from Titanic. But no, I think all in all, it's a difficult one. She's a grave, but there does have to come a point where a grave site becomes an archaeological site with archaeological value.
What did you think of OceanGate?
The more, the longer it's been since, and the more we found out about it, the angrier I've got. Because at the time, you know, they had pulled the wool over the public's eyes, and the enthusiasts and people who are involved in the Titanic community, like myself, were like, oh, great, look at this company that's going down and getting this beautiful 4K footage. And so I made this, when the Titan imploded, I made a video because I was so annoyed at the amount of just garbage takes that I thought were just like flooding the internet. I wanted to make a video, just cut through the noise and say, look, here's all you need to know, right? Here's how Titan was built. Here's how conventional submersibles are built, like the Alvin, which is still going, even though it was built in 1964, right? And here's how they tried to find it. And that was it. But I started the video by I haven't watched it for a long time, but I almost sound like an OceanGate apologist, because I'm saying, let's not jump on the bandwagon here, right? This was, I think I say something like this was a legitimate scientific organization, because that's what they had put out and made it look like what was going on. They said they were taking mission specialists down. 3 years later, you know, we find out mission specialists were just paying passengers to get around the fact that it wasn't certified. Every opportunity they had to get the thing registered, or certified, or recognized, they did everything they possibly could to not do that, and then didn't tell anyone. So, I mean, I feel like an idiot, you know, for having even given them the benefit of the doubt. But at the time, I do have to say that the pendulum was swung in the opposite direction. It was memes, it was all memes, and it was people laughing at the fact that millionaires had died.
I didn't like that.
It was pretty, you know, pretty over the top. I mean, Paul-Henri Nargeolet, we talked a little bit on Facebook chat, and he was a really nice dude, and I would have loved to have met up with him in New York, or just caught up with him, you know, because he was a childhood like icon. You know, he's in every Titanic documentary. He's just such an interesting dude with such a wealth of knowledge, and he's gone. 19-year-old kid.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold anything against the passenger. To me, Stockton Rush is the
bad guy.
People need to focus on. I mean, the
100%.
I've seen, I actually think he comes across as a bit of a
The other one are his victims. Let's make no mistake about that.
Sociopath, or he didn't see. I mean, there was so much evidence there which indicated that submersible was not safe to those depths, and he was quite happy to let passengers board it thinking it was safe.
There was a bait and switch that OceanGate pulled, where to distract from the actual construction of the submersible, there was a brilliant blog. It's kind of like a murderer or a supervillain at the end of the film being like, haha, and this is how I plan to destroy the world, you know, and then outlining exactly. So they have this article on the website that's since been taken down. You still get it on the Internet Archive, saying, you know, why isn't Titan certified? And you think, okay, well, here we go. Why isn't Titan certified? And basically the argument is, you know, certification and engineering standards and things like this slow down the entrepreneurial process and pioneering engineering. What we need to worry about is the operations, because it's actually operating the submersible that you're likely to get death and failure. So we have a morning check to make sure we don't have that many, you know, we've got the system monitoring the sub, and we have our morning checks, and we have our operations will be up here, and this is where we're focusing. it was a complete bait and switch because it was taking for granted or just basically assuming that the submersible itself was solid and fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. Look at our lovely morning checklist every morning where we say, oh, well, it's a little bit too choppy today, so we'll take off 5 points here. And, well, we've lost a light, so we'll take off 10 points. Yeah. But out of 5 dives, it was only 1 or 2 that they actually could make it down to any serious depth.
Yeah.
The thing that cracks me up the most is the LARS, the launch and recovery system, right? The Mirs, the Russian submersibles, right, are on this beautiful, the Keldysh, right? It's, again, like Titanic legend. The Keldysh is brilliant, custom-built, expensive expedition ship with these 2 kind of hangars with cranes to launch the Mirs, which weigh tons out of the water and store them safely on board so that they can be maintained, get them away from the chop of the Atlantic. Don't know if you know this, but the Atlantic can be a little bit... Yeah, it's not exactly a mill pond. Meanwhile, to not have to pay for a custom-built ship, Stockton Rush and his team decide to put Titan on a sled and tow it at 9 knots, crawling across the Atlantic to get to the Titanic's position while it's being buffeted by swells. And you see it doing this, and that is what they were going to take down to the depth of Titanic. Everything about it is insane. And so, what do I feel about Ocean Gate? Pissed off is how I feel. Pissed off that they pulled this off.
Yeah.
Pissed off that good people died. Pissed off that the general public still kind of laugh about it. And maybe not so much now that documentaries have come out. And pissed off that I bought any of it at any time.
Yeah. At the very least, it's entrepreneurial arrogance, really.
It's this unique kind of Silicon Valley tech bro sort of... I mean, a friend of mine, a guy I met, was on the dive before or at least the mission before the one that failed. And he said that, again, this is totally anecdotal, but he said that if you were late to a meeting, Rush would encourage people to laugh at you. It's this really toxic, sort of almost like finance firm in the age of the Wolf of Wall Street. But with engineering that people's lives depend on. Not a good mix. Not a good mix. So very, very grim, but I'm glad that hopefully lessons will be taken away.
Hopefully.
Regulation is good in some cases.
Absolutely.
Get 50% off your first order when you subscribe to Sail Away magazine. Get the digital version for £3.95 and the printed edition for £6.95 every 2 months. Subscribe today at sailawaymagazine.com.
Is there a ship from history which you think is massively overrated or deserves way more attention?
So one that's overrated or one that deserves more attention, eh? Wow, that's a good ship that's overrated. I mean, the Titanic is pretty overrated.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, people are going to not like me for saying this, but the interiors of the ship, quite nice. Very understated. The Lusitania and the Mauritania are about 5 years older, and just as lovely, So Titanic was very much of its era. I think people would be disappointed if they were to step foot on Titanic today and they would say, oh, is that it? The Grand Staircase in the film is about a third bigger than the real one, at least. They scaled it up. If you look at photographs of Olympus, you can barely fit 2 people.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's quite small. So, yes, a little bit overstated. I think ships that deserve more attention... This is a little bit contentious. I love the Queen Mary. But the Queen Mary Normandy rivalry, I think Normandy needs this because she's not around anymore because she was burnt out, unfortunately. But she was the most. How do you even describe the Normandy? I mean, it was ridiculous, completely over the top interior design and exterior. It's just a brilliant, brilliant piece of engineering, and I think that ship deserves a good bit of attention. Unfortunately, Queen Mary, being a little bit more conventional, is the ship that gets all the attention because she still exists, and thank God for that. Or thank the city of Long Beach specifically. But there was this great rivalry in the 1940s.
Where'd Ice get up to?
Killed
Ice,
by
you still around?
The onset of the Second World War. But if I could say any ship needs more attention, or
are you still gone?
3D models or a video game or something would be Normandy, because you've got 3 or 4 story tall dining saloon with towering Lilique crystal pillars of light, chandeliers coming out from the floor, and this uninterrupted 600 foot long, from entrance to smoking room to lounge to dining saloon, with a staircase that leads all the way down through it. It was just insane, and all of it was like bronze and marble and timber and tapestries, and like absolutely the best that France could make at the time was put into this ship at horrendous cost and never made a profit. But how cool is that, you know? So yeah, absolute ship of state. Well, Rotterdam is another good example.
Rotterdam's another good example, absolutely.
The ship of state, put the best of your country into the they don't do that.
They don't do it anymore, and it's a real shame. So, what's the most strangest or obscure piece of research you've ever uncovered while working on a project?
Strange, obscure pieces of research.
Oh, he's got an opinion on that.
He's definitely got opinions on that one. Oh, okay, I won't tell that story. No, I think there was... I love it when you... I go to write a script. That's meant to be a 15-minute long video. And then I'm like... I find an article from the New York Times from the year it happened, 1899. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then I find another article. And then by the end of it, it's like a 55-minute long video with a 10,000-word script. But probably the most interesting one I found... I guess, I don't know, this... I do have a fun, obscure one, but I'll tell you this one, because this is more serious research. But there's the story of the SS Paris, which had run aground in 1899 off Cornwall. And it was just kind of like this footnote in its history that the SS Paris got lost in a fog and then ran into the rocks and was refloated and went on to have a long and happy career as the SS Philadelphia. The end. But the whole story of how it happened, it wasn't fog, it was rain, which I found very interesting. And the story of the captain, Watkins, had been the skipper for 30 years. Brilliant career. And like Captain Smith, makes a mistake. Misreads his crew's handwriting in the log because he had to basically start his stopwatch when they passed, coming out of Cherbourg, past these rocks. He started his stopwatch too late because he misread the handwriting. So he puts his ship straight onto the rocks near the manacles. And he threw his hands up and said, sorry, my mistake, but I've got 30 years experience. I was in the war. He was a beloved captain by his passengers. Can you let me off the hook? And this Board of Trade inquiry was like, absolutely effing not. Like, you have made a mistake and you have to wear the blame. And that was the end of his career. And he lived out, I think, the rest of his life taking care of his sick wife in absolute ignominy, right? That story was so interesting. This guy who's basically been forgotten to time. I'd never heard of him. Had gone through this whole legal battle to try and get his license back, and they just wouldn't budge.
Wow.
So it opened the question of, like, can a captain actually make a mistake and it be okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, he didn't get away with it. But some of the more obscure things that pop up are just like fun little anecdotes. Like James Bissett, who's Cunard Line's captain. He was the skipper of Queen Mary and Queen Elizabeth, and he was on the Carpathia the night she rescued Titanic. But he'd started off on like the old Etruria from the 1880s and like these real tiny dog ships that were like plodding along slowly through the Atlantic, and like he tells these stories of obnoxious first-class passengers. The funniest one, there are two that are really funny, but the funniest one was like this grand old woman on the Etruria, which is half underwater because it's so small, holding onto the railing and stopping him and saying, I say, why does the ship roll so much? Is there something wrong with it? And he says, well, no, ma'am, it's the ocean. And she interrupts him and says, well, say something to the captain, will you? Nothing has changed.
Mental.
Brilliant.
What is the single most important innovation in ship design that has saved the most lives?
The Marconi wireless, for sure. Being able to talk to people far away from you. I mean, going to sea was so hardcore before the Marconi wireless. Like, I think of there are so many shipwrecks near where I live in Australia on the Otway coast, because the ships would leave Liverpool or Southampton or London and then swing as far south as they could to slingshot back up to get to Australia. That was the quickest way to go. Fortunately, it meant you were going down towards Antarctica. Icebergs, storms, the Kraken, a whole bunch of ships just disappeared. The Lock Line had 25 ships and only 5 ever made it to scrapping because the rest of them last seen in vicinity of ice. Now, no one knows because they couldn't communicate. There were ships that hit off near Cape Otway that got stuck on the rocks and slowly broke apart over days. But they would send rockets up and just hope somebody would see them. I mean, that is pretty hardcore, So I think, seriously, you cannot make a ship unsinkable. Even cruise ships today are built to be 2-compartment ships. In Titanic's day, there were 4 or 5-compartment ships. So that's out the window. Radar is great, but it's the ability to actually call for help. And you see it again and again throughout the early 20th century and beyond. The ability to coordinate a quick and efficient rescue. Because ships will catch on fire you know, ships will start not regularly. Sorry, this is not.
Don't start panicking the audience.
This is more in like the 20th century I'm talking about. But like the Laconia is a perfect example, right? Cruise ship, the Laconia, catches on fire and burns from stem to stern, right? In December 1963. It was the most impressive rescue effort that was coordinated between like 6 ships arrive on station. You've got aircraft flying overhead. It was all done thanks to radio communication. So it just cannot be understated. We take it so for granted now, this instant ability to, hey, what are you up to? My ship's sinking. Can you help? But before then, when it's Titanic's wireless set had broken down the day before. And her 2 wireless men were in their early 20s. And they were instructed, do not touch the set if it breaks. Wait until you get to New York. You're just the operator. And we will send a technician to come and fix it. It's expensive. Don't touch it. But what did young 20-year-old guys do with a mountain of work? Oh, we fix this. So they roll their sleeves up. They work all night to fix the wireless set. So the next night, when Titanic hits the berg, wireless sets work. What if Titanic sank without a working wireless set? Yeah. So you've got 20 wooden boats in the middle of the North Atlantic. No one knows where Titanic has gone.
Yeah.
Freezing cold. You would have lost... Titanic would have disappeared. And boats of dead passengers would have washed up. But like the Oceanic would have been sailing and spotted a boat full of like 50 people, all frozen. That is what would have happened to Titanic, and we would still have no idea, and Titanic would have been last seen in vicinity of ice. So that's the difference that wireless makes.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you do your videos, do you ever worry about getting anything wrong with the facts?
With all those ship experts watching.
Happens all the time. I've made so many mistakes. It drives me nuts. I labelled completely the wrong part of Africa as the Skeleton Coast. It's meant to be up there, and I put it down. So it happens. Well, totally it does. Look, and I hate it every time. I hate it so much, but it does happen. You absolutely do your best to be factual, but they're like little innocuous things. There are different kinds of mistakes. There are you can misspeak and say the wrong date. You can misspeak and say the wrong ocean. We accidentally had a ship sinking in the Atlantic when it was really in the Northern Pacific. That kind of stuff is annoying, but it can be fixed in footnotes. Yeah, and that is human, and that's how and as much as I hate it, it does happen. Yeah. What I can't abide is the whole script being wrong or missing the point. Yeah. That is completely different. Yeah. So I think our initial drafts of some of our scripts have been just a straight retelling of the conventional wisdom. Yeah. But just a bit more of a scratch beneath the surface reveals, kind of like the SS Paris, reveals this whole other world of information that completely changes the way you look at the story. So there have been a couple of videos that I've made in the past that I've taken down because the whole actual theme of the video was a mistake. The video was a mistake. It doesn't happen very often. Yeah. But especially early on, there was sometimes it's based on shoddy research. There are some books out there just because it's in a book doesn't mean it's good. So there have been a couple that I've made where I look back and think, oh god. So you live and you learn, but I try. We really try to keep it as accurate as we can. And I'm we make 2 videos a week. We've been doing that for 3 years, so it's all researched. So considering there's very few errors in this big body of work.
Your dream cruise? Just
the real human stories.
Yeah, this is interesting. So I'd started out, industrial design background. When I was a kid, I was just all rivets and bolts and how does this thing work? And the older I've got, in the ripe old age of 30, is now I'm so much more interested in the people. I just, unfortunately, those types of videos people just aren't as interested, weirdly. The broader story they are, but if I made a video profile on each of Titanic's more famous passengers, they'd get kind of like half the views. Yeah. And so if I do those, it's more of just like a passion project, something I wanted to make.
Yeah.
So sometimes I can tell if a video is more people focused, it probably won't perform as well, but it's just something I wanted to make. But yeah, like the best example is how cool is this topic, right? Letters posted from the Titanic before it sank. Yeah. How cool! You can sit down and read what these people were doing. And it's kind of like if we were on Queen Mary 2 recently, right? Yeah. I caught up with Dan and Jay and we had a cocktail before dinner and it's that kind of stuff. Yeah. I find that really interesting. Yeah. Nobody watched it. Nobody watched the video. But it's interesting. Yeah. So I don't know. I think the audience for Ocean Liner Designs is mostly American. 48% American, aged between 15 and 35, and male. and so they have a very technical, nuts and bolts bend, which is unfortunate for me in some ways because now I'm like, look at this human story. And, okay, well, all right, well, I guess we're doing another engineering video. So it's, you do tailor it for your audience.
Yeah.
Personally, I can't help but go to the artifact exhibit and see, Edgar Andrews in second class. He died in the sinking of Titanic before he was lost. He'd folded his suitcase and was just waiting there on deck with it. And they found the suitcase. It was all still neatly packed. And they pulled out his postcards and his neatly folded trousers, and it's all there. It looks like a case any of us would have packed, so it shouldn't be there. Bottom of the ocean, So I find that very interesting.
What ship design do you secretly think was ugly? Well, it's not going to be a secret now, is it?
Tell the world.
Well, the Queen Mary too. I'm kidding.
Oh, a Stephen Queen.
No, I don't. It's like burst through the wall with a pitchfork. No, the Queen Mary 2 is a beautiful ship. There have been some real dogs. Real dogs. I've never been a big fan of the German trio, the Imperator, Vaterland, and the Bismarck. Whereas, as Edwardian liners go, the Lusitania, Mauritania, and Titanic are very sleek and elegant, and the German trio are very Teutonic and very stout, and they kind of look like factories. On the inside, it's like the Ritz-Carlton. They are mind-bogglingly beautiful. From the outside, the Michelangelo and I think the Raffaello with the lattice funnels, the twin funnels. The Oriana, as much as I love the Oriana, it was a weird looking ship. Some weird looking ships.
You're okay at all.
Just strange. Because 20 years earlier, or 10 years earlier, P&O had been making the Himalaya and the Iberia. Oh, it's eye-achingly beautiful. It's tall, funnel, long and sleek, and then they made the Oriana with. We'll put one big funnel here and one tiny funnel there.
So, what do you think of modern ships, though?
Well, they're just getting more and more kind of grotesque. I think is the they're almost like a parody of what a ship is. And I'm just going to sound like a Luddite. I'm just going to sound like, well, they don't make them like they used to. But and I understand, the way a ship looks from the outside kind of really shouldn't matter ultimately. I know it is advertised because it is the view that most of us will see when we travel on a ship. But what matters is on the inside. Like people. But some of them. You can't help but look at Icon of the Seas.
I was wondering if you was going to say Icon. Yeah.
It's just so unfathomable to me. I honestly can't wrap my head around it.
Do you think it's amazing the engineering they've done behind her?
Incredible. Indescribable that you can have a ship for that many people on that absolute massive scale. I actually can't seriously comprehend it. You're thinking in terms of here's the dining saloon and here's the smoking room and they've got 20 restaurants and here's that is mind-blowing. So no, I think as far as engineering goes, they are mind-boggling. They're absolutely pushing the boundaries to the limit of what you can call a ship and have a passenger ship and have floating on the
but how far can it go though?
Well, this is the thing. This is what I'm worried about. Because it doesn't matter how big you make a cruise ship. It's still going to have challenges if something goes wrong that ships from the Titanic's day had to deal with. The lifeboat situation is interesting to me because davits haven't changed a lot. The way they actually lower the boats over the sides, the cranes that lower them down. And you, being an officer, would have an opinion on this, right? If a ship lifts 15 or 20 degrees, the boats on one side become useless, and the boats on the other side are swung out too far. So you have to hope people can haul it in. Now, your little stubby gravity davits, that we had solved the problem in 1912 or 13 with the gantry davits, towering, 4-story tall thing that could act against a list, but they were expensive, they looked ugly, so they put them on about 3 ships, and that was about it. I without sounding like a, the sky's falling, I really wonder if you had a ship for 6,000 to 9,000 people and opened up 3 compartments and put it on 15 degrees, how many people are you getting off that ship?
We've spoke about it. It would worry me hugely to be stuck on a ship like that and I needed to evacuate from it.
It amazes me that SOLAS didn't take firmer action after Concordia, because Concordia, she capsized. There was quite a few boats on her which were left completely redundant. And I just think, if you look at sink-ins from history, a lot of the time they capsize. Very rarely does a ship go down perfectly. And I do think that there is a wider concern around davits and getting everyone off.
So, in both of your opinions, then, do you think there should be a point where they say that's enough, of size-wise, that's the limit, no more, stop?
Yeah, I mean, what is? I mean, then it becomes arbitrary because some might say 6,000 is too many. You know what I mean? Like, because you really, it is getting deeply into the world of hypothetical. You know, you're talking about ships capsizing. I mean, Titanic sank very evenly. She had 30 or 40 feet of draft. There was a lot of ship below the waterline. And these big ships are built with quite shallow drafts, and they're very, very carefully ballasted so they don't tip. But I mean, we have to obviously say that shipping and the cruise industry is incredibly safe. I mean, I'm amazed at how few people actually die on cruises, even of natural causes. There's something 35 million passengers per year and maybe 200 natural deaths. That to me is an insane statistic.
Yeah.
Quite impressive, really, actually. So it is extremely safe. But just if I had to really get into the world of the hypothetical, I would be... just makes me nervous, and it might be because I've immersed myself in sinking ship stories for the last 15 years. But no, I just, like Titanic, I just think, what is the plan for getting all these people off? Not on a nice, even keel, but in a storm, with 4+ meter swells and a 15-degree list. And realistically, how quickly are you going to be able to get everybody off the ship? So long as engineers and designers are keeping that process in mind. But I would honestly love to see cruise ships go to sea with, in the gaps between balcony cabins, you could run gantry davits about 3 or 4 stories tall up the side of the superstructure without obstructing anyone's view, without really standing out from the ship. And let's be honest, the way they design cruise ships now, they've got weird protrusions.
That's what I was going to say. If the Edge class ship with a celebrity can put a bar on the side of the ship, then that seems like quite a good suggestion to me.
You'll be able to launch against a 50-degree lift. You could easily just put it out over the side. So I think the solution is there. I'd just like to see it implemented, and I hope it doesn't take a serious disaster to force it. Yeah, no, totally.
Which was more advanced? Was it France's Normandy or Britain's Queen Mary?
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, well, Queen Mary had brute force, brute power. She was very conventionally designed. So she was built in the tradition of the great transatlantic greyhounds that had gone before her. So it was really a tradition that had started in probably more so the 1860s and 70s. Once you disperse with these paddle wheelers, the hull form of these big ocean liners doesn't change a lot. They've got kind of like traditional rounded stem, and then flat bottom, and then a cruiser stern. So Queen Mary relied on her immensely powerful steam turbines to win the Blue Ribbon. So she was just like brute forcing it across the Atlantic. And if you look at photographs of her on her trials and that, the bow is like a giant axe wedge, and there is like a 4-story tall spray of water coming up, which is like, as far as ship design goes, horrendously inefficient. So the Queen Mary's bow was not doing the ship any favours, but it was just what was happening about 800 feet away in the engine room that was just brute forcing it across the Atlantic. Yorkovich, who was a Russian immigrant into France, Vladimir Yorkovich, I think his name was, a brilliant engineer who designed Normandy's hull. And Normandy's hull was extremely efficient. It had a 4-foot, so what we would now call a bulbous bow. It was different back then. It didn't stick out. It was just kind of like integrated, but it did the same job. So her engines, which were less powerful and different, they were actually turbo-electric. So that alone is probably a bit more advanced than just your standard turbine engines. She has the 4-foot, bulbous bow. So her engines, which are slightly less powerful than those of the Queen Mary, basically just have to work less to keep the ship going at a very impressive speed. So it was just more efficient. So, yes, Normandy was more technologically advanced because there was probably more in common with the way that they designed Normandy's hull to the way they would design a ship today, really. Yeah.
What ship do you think deserves to be remembered as the true greatest liner ever built?
The true greatest liner ever built? Gee. I think... it's probably, again, it's going to be a boring answer. But I do default to the Queen Mary. Because she's everything an archetypal liner should be. I mean, she's a passenger ship first and foremost. A ship of state. Fastest in the world for 20 years. she serves her nation in the Second World War.
So
She's a troop ship. She's now been a hotel. She was an ocean liner for 20-something years, and she's been a hotel for 60 years.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Weird, right? But she's now here still teaching us about, the golden age of travel and what it's like to actually be on a ship like that. And you walk in and smell how the ship smells.
Yeah.
And it smells somewhere between an old scout hall and a library. But that's what all it's missing is the thick tobacco smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the fresh flowers and the varnish is what they said Cunard ship smelled like.
Yeah.
That's what it's... So, what other ship has that epic a career doing that many jobs? Teaching people, transporting people safely, serving its country. 16,000 troops on board in a single go. I mean, that is... So, yeah, I think truly she has to by default have the record for the greatest ocean liner ever built because she did it all and is still around. That is amazing to me.
What's the nerdiest thing you've ever done in the name of research?
There's a couple of things I think you're going to say, but
That's a really good one.
I'm interested to see what you say. There's a couple I think you're gonna.
Okay, all right. In the name of research.
In the name of research.
I put 250,000 rivets on the side of my Titanic drawing.
Sorry?
Right. Okay. And how long did that take you?
I wasn't really doing much for a few months there. A few months. I didn't have a girlfriend at the time. No, I was putting. I didn't do them individually. They were it was like dot paintings. I would do them in rows, but it was like studying the rivet patterns on a drawing and a photograph to put it. Anyway, so riveting my drawing was up there. Queen Mary as well. I put a similar amount of the Queen Mary. So doing riveting, that was fun.
Sounds riveting. I couldn't help it.
How did I know you were going to say it? Oh gosh, yeah.
That takes some beating, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was...
Right, well, I think we'll end with some quickfire.
Yeah.
First. Titanic or Lusitania?
Lusitania.
Queen Mary or Queen Elizabeth?
Queen Mary.
Normandy or Queen Mary?
Different things. Queen Mary, again, I guess.
Favourite shipwreck to research?
Favourite shipwreck to research? You've really got me there, gee. What shipwrecks are there? Quick, name some shipwrecks.
Britannic, Titanic, Lusitania.
The Britannic, because it's so interesting.
Favourite disaster film, guilty pleasure?
The remake of The Poseidon Adventure from 2006 with Richard Dreyfuss.
More frustrating, bad CGI ships or historical inaccuracies?
Oh, bad CGI ships. Sure.
And lastly, has anyone ever told you look like Charlie Kirk?
Little bit.
He's not actually wrong.
Yes.
The Sail Away Uncensored Cruise Podcast.
It's the early morning hours off the US East Coast, and a big passenger ship glides quietly through a murky, all-engulfing fog. Lit from stem to stern like a floating town, the liner has a single funnel which belches smoke as the ship gropes its way ahead blindly. But then, from out of nowhere, comes the chisel-like bow of another ship. It bears down with unstoppable momentum out of the mist, and then comes a shuddering hit. The stranger has buried its bow deep inside the hull of the big passenger ship, opening its side up to the
Motherfucking
ocean.
pussy bitch.
Water surges in. The passenger ship wallows. A timer
Useless
has been
gun.
started, and soon
Idiot player.
this big liner will be in its grave on the bottom.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
When we think of the White Star
Stupid
Line and
fucking
sinking
whore.
ships, one name springs immediately to mind: Titanic. After that, of course, Britannic is probably the most infamous of the White Star Line's lost liners, despite the fact she sank as a hospital ship. But, in the early morning hours of the 23rd of January 1909, 2 months before Titanic's keel was even laid down, the White Star Line's RMS Republic was struck by the Lloyd Italiano liner SS Florida in a dense fog off the coast of Massachusetts. By the evening of the 24th, Republic had slipped below the inky waters off the coast of Nantucket Island to rest in some 270 feet of water. But, despite carrying 461 passengers and 297 crew, only 3 of the souls aboard Republic died as a result of the collision. At the time of her loss, the 14,400 gross registered ton liner was the largest to ever sink, and the well-coordinated response from other ships in her immediate vicinity cemented the idea that the busy shipping lanes of the North Atlantic would be crowded with enough vessels to ferry passengers and crew from a sinking ship to safety with ease. This confidence was proven to be fatally flawed on the evening of April 15th, 1912, when RMS Titanic sank into the icy waters of the North Atlantic with no ships close enough to rescue all of her passengers. Beyond that, Republic's sinking has inspired treasure hunters tempted by the spoils of lost riches in the ship's cargo holds. From a US Navy payroll intended for those serving in Gibraltar to millions of dollars worth of gold for the Russian Tsar, stories of billions of dollars worth of treasure hidden in the decaying hull of the Republic range from the plausible to the fanciful. Even without the prospect of glittering millions, the sinking of RMS Republic was one of the most dramatic maritime disasters of the Edwardian Age, one from which all the wrong lessons were learned. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs, and this is the true story of the sinking of the RMS Republic, the ship that in some ways would go on to doom Titanic. Built by Harland & Wolff for the Dominion line, Republic was initially known as the SS Columbus. She was launched in September 1903. Back then, Dominion Line was something of a sister company of the White Star Line, with both companies owned by JP Morgan's massive International Mercantile Marine Company. SS Columbus made her maiden voyage from Liverpool to Boston on the 1st of October 1903, and after just 2 voyages, she was transferred from Dominion over to the White Star and renamed Republic. Republic was an elegant, single-funnel, 4-masted ship, and she was intended to serve as the flagship of the White Star Line's Liverpool to Boston route. Now, she wasn't anywhere near the giants that would ply the North Atlantic in the decades after her construction. She wasn't exactly a small liner either, coming in at around 15,400 gross registered tons, 500...
I feel like I just heard gunshots.
That was weird.
So I was wrong.
...70 feet long, with a beam just under 68 feet, she carried her passengers across 5 decks. Her propulsion was conventional for a liner of the early 1900s. Twin screws driven by 2 massive quadruple expansion steam engines. Like so many of Harland & Wolff's ships, she was at the cutting edge of maritime technology for the time, with 12 watertight compartments, a double bottom. She was, for all intents and purposes, an exceptionally safe ship. To bolster those safety credentials, by 1909, Republic had been fitted with a Marconi wireless set, and this would prove to be a vital asset in the near future. Like most large liners of her day, Republic's passengers were divided into 3 segregated classes. She could carry up to 280 in first class, 250 in second, and an astonishing 2,300 in third class, giving a total passenger capacity of 2,830 souls, far more than one of the future Olympic-class liners. Her crew was 300 strong, from stokers in the boiler rooms to stewards in her passenger areas. If Republic's passengers and crew ever needed to evacuate the ship,
They were provided with 16 boats. Definitely not enough to carry everyone on board. As we know, with Titanic, it was common, really normal, for ships to carry fewer lifeboats than necessary to actually fit everybody on board back then, but instead it was thought that passengers would be ferried from a sinking ship to a rescue ship over multiple return trips. Lifeboat requirements were dictated by a ship's tonnage, rather than her passenger capacity, and until the sinking of Titanic, legislation hadn't been seriously questioned or challenged. Watertight bulkheads were thought to dramatically slow flooding or stop sinking altogether, and North Atlantic shipping lanes were incredibly busy, so there would be no shortage of rescue ships, it was thought. This would be put to the test by Republic in 1909. In service, Republic became known as the millionaire's ship, owing to the large numbers of wealthy Americans who regularly sailed on her. She was, in first class, lavishly appointed with rich woodwork and elegant staterooms for first-class passengers.
Key statement, in first
the dining
class.
saloon was particularly fine, able to seat 200 diners in one sitting and crowned with an intricate stained glass dome. Even for second and third class passengers, Republic offered a standard of accommodation far beyond what was normally afforded on liners on the Liverpool to Boston route. The high standards of passenger accommodation across all classes was something of a White Star Line tradition, aimed to incentivize passengers to choose the company over competitors like Cunard. While our operators had originally intended Republic to operate solely on that Liverpool to Boston route, by 1904 she was also sailing from Boston to Naples and Genoa. By October 1904, Republic had settled into a new schedule, sailing between New York and the Mediterranean ports in autumn and winter, and Liverpool and Boston in the spring and summertime. Her alternating voyage schedules allowed Republic to service a strong migrant trade from Europe into the US, as well as transporting wealthy Americans from bitter North American winters to the milder climes of southern Europe. Friday, the 22nd of January 1909, was a somewhat typical midwinter day in New York City, but the travellers arriving to board the RMS Republic were actually enjoying warmer weather than the city had shivered through for most of the month, with the temperature rising to a positively balmy 11 degrees Celsius, 53 degrees Fahrenheit. Republic would be calling on the Azores, Madeira, Genoa, and Naples before returning to New York City. The voyage would carry far fewer passengers than Republic's 2,800 maximum capacity though. Just over 450 would board at New York. Almost all of these travellers were either well-to-do passengers in first class on something of a Mediterranean leisure cruise, or third-class travellers travelling back to the old world. In keeping with their reputation as the millionaire's ship, the voyage was well patronised by wealthy Americans. Bankers, historians, and even European aristocrats had chosen to escape the cold of the North American winter for the warmer weather of southern Europe. None of them could have imagined, though, just how quickly they would be reunited with Lady Liberty and the winds of New York in late January. Republic set off for Europe with essentially a full complement of crew. She was captained by Inman Selby, a stalwart of the White Star Line. He'd been born in Maryport, Cumbria, in England back in 1862. At the age of 10, he migrated to the US with his family. Settling in Vineland, New Jersey, Selby grew up close to the sea, but not right on it. His teenage years saw him taken on as an apprentice with the White Star Line sailing ships. As he rose through the company's ranks, he travelled the world, serving on vessels that went out to Australia, New Zealand, China, and Europe. In January 1896, he was given the command of his first vessel, the Coptic, sailing between San Francisco, Hong Kong, and Yokohama. Then by January 1909, he had captained quite a few of White Star Line's ships and was a veteran of the company's Mediterranean service on the Canopic before taking on Republic. That year, he had been the captain of Republic for months, and he was quite familiar with how she handled. Republic pulled away from chilly New York for the final time at 3 p.m, January 22nd, 1909, and she steamed for the busy shipping lanes of the North Atlantic. There was nothing to suggest that this voyage would be any different from the countless others made by Republic, her captain and her crew. Her newly fitted Marconi wireless system was an added layer of security. In the rare event something went wrong, other ships could be quickly alerted to the danger and alter their course and steam to the rescue. As Republic steamed eastward, the Italian liner SS Florida was nearing her destination, New York. She had crossed the Atlantic on her usual run from Genoa to New York via Palermo. Launched in 1905 in Genoa, Florida was a relatively small liner, coming in at just 5,018 gross registered tons. She was 380 feet long, with a beam of just under 47 feet. Despite being significantly smaller than many single-funnel liners, Florida was handsomely proportioned, twin funnels. She was primarily a migrant ship, carrying 1,625 passengers, but only 25 of them could travel first class. That voyage, though, she was only carrying 13, and 826 in steerage. For the majority of her passengers, Florida represented something of a new beginning. Just weeks before, only days after Christmas, a huge earthquake had devastated southern Italy and Sicily. The quake originated in the Messina Strait, and an enormous tsunami followed, decimating coastal cities. 40-foot waves devastated homes and livelihoods, and the city of Messina was all but obliterated. 80,000 people had lost their lives. The deadliest earthquake in European history forced thousands of people to relocate, either to other parts of Italy or abroad. Most of Florida's passengers were survivors of the destruction, seeking a new life in America, after their old one was swept into the sea. Under the command of her 29-year-old captain, Angelo Respini, the SS Florida was closing in on the US in the early hours of the 23rd. It's easy to imagine what her passengers must have been feeling, a mixture of excitement and trepidation after the trauma of their experience just a month earlier, but also the opportunity that awaited them in New York. Off the coast of Nantucket, Florida was steaming through a dense fog. With visibility reduced to mere feet, the ship reduced her speed from her usual 14 knots as a precaution. But Republic was there too, making her way through the mist. A large steamer with a schedule to keep, Selby ordered only a modest reduction in his speed. Republic sounded her whistle at regular intervals to inform other ships travelling in the outbound shipping lane of her presence. At the same time, Florida sounded her whistles as well at regular intervals to warn other nearby ships that she was there too. But despite the best efforts of the crews of Republic and Florida to try to avoid any collision, circumstances outside of their control made it inevitable. Long before the days of radar, and with little to no visibility, Republic and Florida had literally no way of knowing either ship was in their path, except for use of their whistles, and in the vast greyness of heavy fog, a ship's whistles can become very deceiving. On the bridge of the Republic, the thick, early morning fog was cut abruptly by the deep bellow of another vessel's whistle. It was 5:47 AM. Not only was it foggy, but the sun had barely broken over the horizon. Captain Selby and his crew realised quickly how much danger their ship was in. There was an unknown vessel bearing down on Republic's port side. Selby and his crew took immediate action. Republic gave 2 sharp blasts on her whistle to signal the crew's intended action. The engine room received a sudden, full astern order and hastily reversed. At the helm, an order of hard a port was given in an attempt to make a starboard or right-hand turn away from the oncoming ship. But unfortunately, Florida's course did not change, and as Republic made her starboard shift, her port side became even more exposed than it was. There was nothing for Selby and his crew to do but to hold their breaths and see if their actions had saved their ship. But then, just moments later, Florida struck Republic square on her port side. Piercing her steel plates like a chisel, Florida's bow inflicted an enormous wound in Republic's side from below the waterline to the upper deck. The impact was right along one of the Republic's major watertight bulkheads. In fact, 2 of Republic's sleeping passengers were killed in the impact, and even more were injured. The ship's slow demise had begun. Florida's bow was crumpled from the impact. She was a staggering 30 foot shorter as a result. Her prow now pointed it straight towards the water below. She ricocheted off Republic's side and drifted back into the fog. 3 of her crew members had died. Republic was left in a dire state. Her engine room was flooding quickly, and within minutes, she began to list to one side. Crew in her boiler rooms worked hard to quickly draw the fires in the boilers and avoid any further devastating explosions. Selby and his officers sprung into action to evacuate their ship. With the fires in the boilers being slowed to a stop, the ship had no power. Republic was a sitting duck in dense fog in one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Despite the serious danger the ship was facing, though, Republic would take a long time to sink. One passenger later noted that she was foundering at a rate of about a foot an hour. Her watertight compartments would hold out for many hours, and Selby was calm and well prepared in evacuating his passengers. But the White Star Line also had another ace up its sleeve in the form of that newly installed Marconi wireless transmitter. The system meant the Republic wasn't just drifting about in the fog. She didn't have to rely on flares that would be smudged out by the dense mist. She could put out a distress call. There was only one catch. Republic now had no power. The violent impact of Florida's bow woke up Marconi wireless operator Jack Binns abruptly from his sleep. The impact was alarmingly close to his cabin, but Florida's position being just a few feet further aft when she hit, Binns might have been killed and the all-important wireless destroyed. Jack Binns would prove to be a true hero of the Republic's story. He was born into poverty in a Lincolnshire workhouse in 1884. He showed an interest in telegraphy as a teenager, and by 18 he was working for the British Post Office as an operator. At 21, Binns began his career with the British Marconi Company, and he was posted to the Republic. Little did he know when he joined that company he would play a part in saving over 1,500 lives. He certainly wasn't thinking about heroism on the morning of the 23rd of January 1909. After recovering from the shock of the collision, Binns sprung into action. His cabin was damaged in the collision, and the Republic was without electricity, but Binns was able to get his Marconi set functioning with backup batteries. The batteries were stored in lower decks of the ship, and Binns had to wade through freezing water to get to them. After the struggle of getting
I'd
those
probably have to do
batteries
all
and
this
equipment
again,
working
depending on
again,
where ice is.
Binns was working with a significantly weaker signal than what he normally would when the ship's generators were up and running. Despite the odds seemingly stacked against him, by 6 a.m, the letters CQD had reached Jack Irwin at the Marconi station at Sconset, Nantucket, some 50 miles away. CQD was eventually superseded by SOS. Back then it was recognised as the Maritime Distress Signal. It was made up of two components: CQ, which was understood to indicate that the message was intended for all land and sea-based operators and required immediate attention, and then D, simply meaning distress. Irwin was quick to use his much more powerful signal to convey the Republic's message to nearby ships. The Marconi operators aboard the White Star Line's transatlantic giant, RMS Baltic, intercepted the message. H.J. Tattersall and his assistant, Gilbert Balfour, would stay at their post far beyond what was usually expected for them to help guide their ship through the fog to Republic's aid. All the while, Binns remained in his cabin, freezing cold, all in the hope of saving his stricken ship. While Binns was working in what can only be described as horrendous conditions to save the Republic, the immediate concern of both Captain Selby and Captain Rospini on the Florida were the passengers of their vessels. Despite the staggering appearance of Florida's downturned bow, she was actually in far better shape than Republic. In spite of the damage she had suffered, it was hoped the Republic could actually be towed back to New York, but it would be a race against the clock. Republic's condition was poor, and with no power, it wasn't safe for passengers to remain aboard. Florida was largely undamaged aside from that crushed bow. Her watertight compartments weren't breached and she wasn't sinking. She was far more seaworthy. Her engines were operational and she had electricity. She was the safest bet for survivors. So at 7 a.m, just an hour after the collision, Florida steamed the short distance back to Republic and prepared to take her passengers and the bulk of her crew aboard. Selby was meanwhile calm amidst the storm. White Star Line had established evacuation procedures, with stewards being trained in getting passengers to the boat deck in an orderly fashion.
Hello.
On Florida, though, things were less calm. Rospini was forceful in reassuring his unruly and distressed passengers, and tensions would remain high. Selby, meanwhile, was quick in transferring his ship's complement over to the Florida. Florida would be the Republic's passengers' refuge for many hours. The arrangement was undoubtedly stressful for all aboard the wounded Florida, though. She wasn't a particularly large vessel. She had what looked like to be nasty damage and now had hundreds of additional people crowding her decks. To the passengers, it was apparent she was struggling with her ballooned manifest, as well as that flooding in the forward part of her hull. She now sat lower in the water. It made everybody nervous. Back on Republic, Selby remained with his ship. Binns was also still aboard, repeatedly sending messages out to other steamers nearby, as well as land. A skeleton crew served alongside the captain and the Marconi operator. Not that they could do much, though. Republic was completely stranded. Her boilers were cold, her engine room flooded, with no electricity or means to fight against any currents. The only consolation for the White Star Liner was the mercifully calm seas. Republic's lifeboats worked to ferry passengers over to the Florida, and by the time they were all aboard, Selby had reached out to the White Star Line's offices in New York via Binns. Captain Selby stressed to his bosses that the loss of life was minimal and that the situation with passengers was under control. And no one was sure if the Republic would actually sink at this early stage. There was genuine hope that the Jewel of the White Star Line's Boston service would stay afloat long enough to be towed to New York for repair. Binn's work proved how invaluable the Marconi wireless system would be for maritime safety very quickly. His messages had been intercepted and amplified for hundreds of miles, and now multiple ships had altered their course to come to Republic's aid. Her passengers were safe for the time being, if a little uncomfortable, but the race was on to tow the Republic back to safety. Vessels were steaming in her direction irrespective of their owner, whether they were from a competitor as giant as Cunard or a small cutter operated by the government. Ships that heard those three letters, CQD, made their way to the approximate location of Republic in the fog. The RMS Baltic had been in the closing hours of another successful westbound journey when her captain, J.B. Ranson, altered her course to help her fellow White Star liner. She was over 60 miles from the Republic when the collision occurred, but she managed to locate the stricken liner and her passengers aboard the damaged Florida. Ranson was an experienced skipper. He'd been with the White Star Line since the 1890s. His position as Baltic's captain demonstrated the respect that Ranson commanded within the White Star Line because Baltic was the largest of the White Star's big four liners. It was the largest ship in the world until the launch of the German liner SS Kaiserin Augusta Victoria. Despite being just over 60 miles away from the Republic at around 6 in the morning, Ranson had zigzagged Baltic through the foggy ocean for nearly 12 hours before he found the scene. A coordinated effort between the wireless operators aboard the Baltic and Binn's on the Republic made the grueling task of locating what were two needles in essentially an enormous haystack far less strenuous. Rockets were also used as visual aids to help the ships locate each other. Captain Ranson estimated that he had snaked the seas between the location where he received Republic's distress signal and her actual position for approximately 200 miles. For the passengers aboard the Baltic, the situation was exciting. Certainly, their arrival into New York Harbor would be delayed, but their ship would be the center of a great rescue attempt. What more could a wealthy New York socialite want to finish off a trip to Europe? Binn's left his Marconi set to stand on the deck and listen for the Baltic. His persistence was rewarded around 7 p.m. when the larger White Star Line ship could be heard off in the distance. The Baltic had arrived. It's here that the next great feat of the rescue effort took place. An assessment of the condition of Florida was made by Captains Selby, Raspini, and Ranson. It was apparent to the three skippers that Florida's condition was far too precarious to return to New York with all of Republic's rescued passengers and crew, in addition to her original complement. The best course forward, it was assessed, was to move all the Florida's passengers and all of Republic's people over onto the Baltic. This presented a logistical challenge. The transfer of passengers wasn't going to be an easy task. There was something like 1,600 people to transfer over to Baltic in rickety wooden boats. All three of Baltic's classes were significantly below their capacity though, so there was plenty of room for all the excess. As preparations were made to start moving people, the crews of the three ships struggled to manage the frustrated crowd aboard Florida though. To the displeasure of Florida's steerage passengers, the Republic's first-class passengers were the first to be transferred over to the Baltic. Once Florida's probably understandably disgruntled people will calm down, the transfer process could begin in earnest. The conditions, though, were far from ideal. The transfer didn't begin until around 11:40 that evening. It was dark, and the transfers had to be made with the assistance of bright searchlights. After all those hours of waiting, the thick fog still hadn't lifted. Now the ocean had become noticeably choppy. Baltic and Florida were about a mile apart, so the transfers were going to be a Herculean effort on the part of the crew charged with actually rowing the small lifeboats between the two vessels. The New York Times reported the next day that the little boats tossed and pitched as they wended their way backward and forward between the two vessels. The boats could only take about 10 people at a time, with 10 crew members to row. As a result, the process of actually moving those 1,600 plus people was agonizingly slow. When the sun broke over the horizon on the morning of the 24th, there were still hundreds of passengers aboard the Florida. To make matters worse, the choppy waves had allowed the stricken ships to drift further away from Baltic. With no working lights and no fires out, Republic had once again disappeared into the mist. But still, the transfer work went on. By around 10 o'clock in the morning, the last of the passengers from Florida had been moved to Baltic. For Florida's passengers, they would soon begin their new lives in America, For Republics, they were about to return to the very place they'd been leaving from, without ever having reached their destination. Baltic slowly turned back towards America and made for New York City. Captain Raspini also turned his damaged ship towards the US and slowly limped the damaged Florida to safety and repairs. That just left Republic. With the Baltic and the Florida both making for New York, the skeleton crew aboard Republic were now truly alone, drifting about in the choppy waves with no way to adjust their course. It was obvious that Republic was slipping further and further into the icy North Atlantic, but it still remained to be seen whether she could stay afloat long enough to actually be saved. Selby had hoped that he could have his ship towed to safety. The best case scenario was that the ship could be towed back to New York, but even beaching her on the coast to be refloated or saved later was a preferable outcome to a watery grave. Throughout the grueling, cold hours that Republic had been bobbing out in the sea, Binns had remained at his post, hoping that the batteries of his Marconi set would keep it operational long enough for help to arrive. By the 24th, news of Republic's plight was well known. Newspapers in New York City had been covering the disaster for over 24 hours, and people were anticipating the arrival of the survivors. Just about everyone in the shipping world at the time knew that the Republic was in deep trouble, so help was on its way, regardless of whether the Marconi set was actually working or not. Where Binns' equipment was helpful in the latter stages of the disaster, though, was in alerting other ships to Republic's location. There was real hope that Republic could be saved. Shortly after the transfer of passengers from Florida to Baltic, Republic was finally, once again, located. The fog, at last, began to lift, and it was apparent that there were quite a few ships that had come to the aid of the foundering White Star vessel. The United States revenue cutter, Gresham, was employed to help tow the Grand Liner to shallow waters. Gresham was a small vessel, dwarfed by the grand scale of Republic. At just 205 feet long, she was primarily used by the US government to enforce customs law, but in spite of her diminutive size, she played a role far beyond her tonnage in trying to save the British liner. Obviously, the Gresham wasn't going to be able to tow and control the Republic on her own, so the 5,000-ton Furnesia of the British Anchor Line was positioned at Republic's stern to help steer. Assisting Gresham to tow was the United States Coast Guard Seneca. She was nicknamed a derelict destroyer, a small ship very similar to Gresham, which was tasked with sinking abandoned ships off the US coast. It's a little bit ironic then that she was in this instance actually trying to save one. With Republic under tow by Seneca and Gresham, it was decided that the best option was to try and beach the White Star liner on the shoals just off Nantucket. Captain Selby had surmised that the Republic was sinking faster than what he had first thought. Efforts to try and stem the flow of water into the ship's large hull were scuppered when it was discovered that the engine room was now completely underwater. There was simply no way to stop it spilling over the watertight bulkheads. With the small ships heaving Republic along, progress was agonizingly slow, just a couple of knots at best, but there was still a sense of hope brimming that Republic might just make it. By 8:30 that evening, everyone involved in the rescue operation began to realize it was a losing battle though. The Republic's hull was almost gone. Her superstructure was still just above the surface, but when water began spilling over her sides, the railings and onto her decks, there was little more that could be done. It would spill over into the promenade decks, through doors into the finery of the first-class spaces, pouring down through cargo hatches and seeping through vents. Commotion could be heard aboard the Gresham as the crew scrambled to drop their lines to the Republic in case it dragged them down with her. The remaining crew aboard the stricken White Star liner were evacuated over to the revenue cutter, except for Captain Selby and his second officer Williams, who would remain with the Republic until the very last moments. As if in slow motion, Republic's bow began to rise out of the murky water. In a matter of minutes, it was all over. She'd clung on remarkably for nearly 40 hours after the accident, her crew fighting valiantly to get her to safety, but in the end the damage was simply too great. Republic, the pride of the White Star Line's Boston service, went down stern first. She was the largest ship to ever sink at the time. Captain Selby and Second Officer Williams were rescued in the moments before the ship's final plunge. They were found clinging to a grate on the Republic's superstructure, Selby visibly exhausted from his ordeal. He'd fought valiantly for his ship, his passengers and crew, but in the end, it still wasn't enough. Aboard Baltic, Captain Ranson had been quick to inform his employers at the White Star Line's New York offices of the successful evacuation of all of Republic's passengers and crew, save for those few who'd been killed in the initial impact. As Florida, Baltic, and the other rescue ships began entering New York Harbor, crowds waited in palpable anticipation. Florida was a grim sight as she limped into port on the 26th of January with the help of tugs. Her flags flew at half-mast, telling a story of lives lost. She had survived, and despite her twisted and downturned bow, she would be out for repairs for only 24 days. Ironically, though, she would eventually sink after a collision with another Italian liner, the SS Caprera, in 1917, and her wreck has never been found. Baltic arrived in New York on the 26th as well. While any of the White Star Line's big four ships could have made that trip from the rescue location to New York Harbor in just a matter of hours, the difficult conditions meant that the big liner's arrival was heavily delayed. Travellers who were hoping to be well on their way to a warmer Mediterranean winter, or visiting family and friends devastated by that natural disaster, were once again faced with the ever-changing skyline of early 20th century New York City. For the Republic's passengers, the same crowds who had waved them goodbye as they set sail for Europe were somberly welcoming them back. People waited to see if their family members ranked among the unfortunate few
As you can see,
during the collision. For those who were rescued off
Is
Florida,
anything coming out
new
soon?
lives awaited them
That's like interesting
after
at
the
all?
trauma
It's
of the
not,
Cedar
right?
earthquake.
Look, seems like a little.
It must have been a huge
I don't give a fuck about no high guards.
the green copper hues of Lady Liberty
Fuck that shit.
after the upheaval of their lives and their ship seemingly nearly sinking. Meanwhile, Captain Selby and Second Officer Williams arrived in New York to a hero's welcome. Crowds had gathered to welcome the Republic's commander into the city and celebrate his commitment to staying with his stricken vessel until the very end. Stories of his decisive actions and his calm demeanour in the face of unimaginably stressful circumstances circulated around the globe. Newspapers like the New York Times painted images of Selby gripping the Republic's helm as the relentless waves of the North Atlantic spilled over the bridge. Selby was motivated by the traditional belief that a ship's commander stayed with their vessel until the bitter end. As with Captain Smith on Titanic years later, this prevalent belief saw many ships' captains go down with their vessel. Maybe Selby was prepared to face the same fate that Smith would just 3 years later, but luckily he was plucked from the sea, soaked and exhausted, and the public recognised the selflessness in his actions. One thing Selby was not prepared for was the flurry of interest and admiration awaiting him in Manhattan. As he stepped back onto dry land at the White Star Line's pier, he was welcomed to the tune of For He's a Jolly Good Fellow by Republic's bugler. The swelling crowds called on Selby to make a speech, a request which he turned down pointedly. He was exhausted from his ordeal, and soon he'd be asked to make an account of his actions. The crowds might have seen him as a hero, but it was more important what the White Star Line and the Board of Trade thought of what had happened. Similarly, Jack Binns was celebrated by an eager crowd in New York. Celebrated as the man who'd saved the lives of thousands with his distress calls, he became known as CQD Binns. Despite the excitement that surrounded him, though, he just wasn't as jubilant. Reports printed in the following days painted a picture of a traumatized man. He was said to be a nervous wreck and to cry like a baby at the thought of going to sea again. And really, who could blame him? In the early hours of the morning, he was almost killed in his cabin as the bow of another ship ploughed through it, and then having the responsibility of calling out into the fog in the hope that his passengers and crew could be saved after the ordeal of the collision. He was only 24 years old at the time, far too young for the levels of stress and recognition that now swarmed him against his will. Binns' celebrity went far beyond what he was comfortable with. CQD, Saved by Wireless, was an early film made about the actions of Binns aboard Republic in 1909. So incensed by the exploitation of his traumatic experience was Binns that he successfully mounted a lawsuit against the film's production company. Strangely, there was no official inquiry into the accident. Possibly it was because there was such a limited loss of life. In recent years, some people have even gone so far as to theorise that the real reason was because of the potential riches in the Republic's hold. Realistically, the loss of life was limited. Only one ship sank and the other was repaired quickly. The circumstances were clear. 2 ships met and collided in the fog, and after a successful rescue, one was too damaged to remain afloat. Maybe some questions could have been asked of Captain Raspini, for instance. Why didn't he also order to turn his ship to starboard? Now we'll probably never know. The loss of Republic, her cargo and passengers' luggage, was covered by the White Star Line and her maritime underwriters. In all, 3 passengers from Republic were killed and 3 crew members from Florida too. It seems incredible that, given the new technology used to coordinate the rescue and the actual loss of life, that no formal inquiry was made. There was some controversy surrounding the sinking. Captain Thomas Painnnnn of the steamer City of Everett claimed that he had actually offered to help Selby and that his vessel would have been able to pump enough water out of Republic to save her. Captain Painnnnn also suggested he actually would have been able to tow the Great White Star liner with far greater speed than the US Coast Guard's ships, but the White Star Line declined and sent their own tugs, presumably so they wouldn't have to share salvage money. Despite being disgruntled by this lack of involvement, Captain Painnln's claims were basically overshadowed by the general excitement of the event. Selby, meanwhile, was found to have not been at fault in the sinking. However, he was released from his duties with the White Star Line. He'd go on to become a prominent American maritime lawyer and remained heavily involved in shipping for the rest of his life. Before returning to his home in England, Jack Binns spoke of the need for all ships to be fitted with a wireless system for safety in front of the United States Congress. His pleas were largely ignored by lawmakers, and it would be a number of years yet before American-flagged ships would need to carry a wireless set. Binns would remain with the Marconi Company until 1912, serving on various British ships before turning down a position on Titanic for that ship's maiden voyage. Instead,
Nice.
he later became a journalist, and he didn't
Smart.
have to face the distressing realities of seeking help for a sinking ship ever again. The location of Republic's wreck was unknown until 1981, when it was discovered by treasure hunter Martin Bayerly. She lies in 270 feet of water, approximately 50 miles off the coast of Nantucket. Since her discovery, there have been attempts to retrieve the rumoured gold from her hull. Nothing other than ordinary artefacts have been recovered. This has not stemmed the interest in Republic, though. The History Channel series, Billion Dollar Wreck, centres on the attempts to salvage the ship's supposed riches. But despite the best efforts of Bayerly and his team, there has never been any gold found within the ship's holds, nor has the existence of treasure aboard the Republic ever actually been confirmed. But the sinking of the Republic had far wider-ranging impacts than simply acting as the inspiration for treasure hunters. The successful evacuation of both Florida and Republic, with such limited loss of life, lulled ship operators and passengers into a false sense of security. The idea that lifeboats existed only to ferry passengers to safety on another liner had been proven on that fateful morning. Binns had demonstrated how the wireless would help alert other vessels in busy shipping lanes to the cause. As we know, when Titanic sank, she wasn't carrying anywhere near enough lifeboats for everyone aboard the ship. What's kind of shocking, though, is that Titanic actually carried more lifeboats than what was required by law. It was assumed that if Titanic got into any trouble, there would be other ships nearby to take her passengers before she went down like Republic had. The sinking of the RMS Republic had shown that a fatally wounded ship could easily stay afloat long enough after being struck to call for help with the Marconi wireless
If you're lucky.
and a way to rescue. But that leads us to this question: what if the conditions of the Republic disaster had been different? What if Florida had struck Republic in a different spot or with greater speed? If Florida foundered after ramming Republic, and she had to take on Florida's passengers and she sunk as well, well, the loss of life would have been far greater. That might have dramatically changed the response to the disaster. You wonder if legislative changes might have been made before Titanic ever set sail, but that's not how it happened. Sadly, the wrong lessons were seemingly demonstrated and then learned. The reality is that when Titanic struck an iceberg on the night of April 14th, an ongoing coal strike had dramatically reduced the number of ships at sea. There were no vessels close enough to her position to ferry Titanic's passengers over. Just under 1,500 people died in the sinking of Titanic. There were no ships close enough to respond to the Marconi distress signal, and unlike Republic, Titanic, which was significantly bigger, sank in over 2 hours. The unique circumstances that surrounded the Republic and Florida's accident had the effect of creating a false sense of security surrounding ocean travel. Now, it seemed, at last, mankind had conquered the ocean, and technology would save ships. It wasn't the case. Moving from one place to another has always been one of the most dangerous activities that humans can do. And in spite of continual advances in safety, processes and technology, we need to remember that there always remains a risk, no matter how small, and complacency kills. The story of Republic is really a triumph, but it's testament to the fact that we need to examine events and learn the correct lessons. Otherwise, things can get far, far worse. A ship, owned by the White Star Line, is about to set off on its first voyage. It's big for its time, advanced and modern. It carries hundreds of hopefuls for new lives overseas. But then, tragedy. A sudden blow sees the big ship sink, taking hundreds of souls with her. If this story sounds familiar, and it probably should, then it may surprise you to know I'm not actually talking about Titanic. I'm talking about another ship, the Taylor, which was lost on its maiden voyage back in 1854. On the big passenger ships in the 1890s through the 20s and beyond, the first trip on a new ship, that is the maiden voyage, as it was known, was usually underbooked while the company ironed out all the kinks, and perhaps for good reason. A lot of ships have set out on their very first voyage, only to meet disaster and sink. From White Star Line's very first Titanic moment, to the ultra-modern Danish ship that simply disappeared, the magnificent French passenger liner that burnt like a torch, and the brand new luxury vessel that broke in half. These are the ships that sunk on their very first outings. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs, and these are the ships that were lost on their maiden voyage. It's the early 1850s, and the papers are abuzz with news of the gold rush in Australia. Gold fever was spreading rapidly worldwide. Demand for quick passage to Australia was huge and growing by the day, with thousands eager to seek their fortune far across the oceans. Keen to meet this need, and quickly, the White Star Line chartered the passenger sailing ship Taylor, built for Charles Moore and Company in Warrington, Liverpool in 1853, designed by William Rennie. Her lightning-fast construction saw her launch on the 5th of October, only 6 months after her keel had been laid. The ship had capacity for 4,000 tons of cargo and could carry 650 passengers. Displacing 1,750 tons, that's 230 feet and 70 meters in length, she boasted the title of being the largest iron sailing merchant ship of her time. A state-of-the-art, fully rigged iron clipper, the Taylor was built with speed and luxury in mind. Her iron hull was still a relatively new concept, representing the beginning of a gradual evolution away from the typical centuries-old timber construction. Supposedly safe in the knowledge that the Taylor was touted as not only one of the biggest and fastest vessels of her time, but also as a safer and more comfortable option to make a voyage to the Southern Hemisphere, passengers jumped at the chance to travel on board. But although she certainly appeared impressive, beneath that dazzling exterior lurked unnoticed issues, born of her hasty completion, issues that would become all too apparent as she set out on her maiden voyage. In a time before radar, 19th century sailors were much more reliant on visual indicators for navigation, like tracking celestial bodies, stars and planets, and land masses. The huge flaw in that approach, of course, was that in cases of low visibility, like storms and fog, those visual clues were impossible to keep track of. Instead, they'd have to rely on their compasses. The Taylor had 3. That was standard, but the problem was that no one had considered how her modern iron hull might interfere with the compass readings, something that would very much come back to bite them. Adding to the Taylor's flaws, the Clipper's 3 masts were positioned more widely apart than was standard, leading her to be difficult to handle, not helped at all by the fact that her ropes hadn't been seasoned correctly, causing them to be excessively slack. On top of that, they were too thick to pass easily through the pulleys and blocks, meaning that the rigging, and therefore the sails, were made to be incredibly difficult for the crew to control. The final nail in the coffin was that the Taylor's rudder was markedly undersized compared to her tonnage, affecting her maneuverability even more. Had the Taylor undergone sea trials, it's likely that these issues would have been recognised and potentially rectified before setting sail, but instead, she would embark on her maiden voyage untested. The ship's captain, John Noble, was reliable and respected, but young, just 29 years old. In fact, he was of record-breaking repute, having previously set a crossing speed record on the same route from Liverpool to Australia. This time, though, the trip was marked by an ill omen before it even began. Prior to the Taylor's launch, Captain Noble fell from a significant height into the ship's hold, seriously injuring himself in the process. The rest of the 70-odd crew consisted mostly of inexperienced stewards. Newspaper reports would later claim that they themselves were there for the purpose of seeking passage to Australia. Many also couldn't speak English, so it was difficult for the crew to actually communicate with each other. Not exactly an ideal setup. Despite these difficulties, on the 19th of January, 1854, the Taylor would begin her maiden voyage from Liverpool, England, bound for Melbourne, Australia. Waved off by cheering crowds, an atmosphere of hope and excitement, undoubtedly must have surrounded the vessel as these prospecting dreams of far-off gold and anticipated fortune drew nearer. The passengers settled in for what was expected to be a lengthy, though speedy for the time, if you can believe it, 3-month-long journey to the other side of the world. It was noted, as they set off along the River Mersey that day, that each of the ship's 3 compasses were giving different readings. Troubling, for sure, and a bit of a red flag, but nevertheless they continued on. Just 2 days into her voyage, the Taylor would run into trouble. Buffeted by rough weather, and with visibility waning, the small and inexperienced crew found themselves struggling to maintain control of their ship. Unbeknownst to those on board, they were straying significantly from their intended course, with dense fog preventing this from being realised until it was far too late. Under the impression they were heading southward, they were instead moving rapidly west, straight towards Ireland. At around 11 AM, the 21st of January, through the wintry gloom of the morning, a shocking and unwelcome sight loomed into view. Instead of the open water of the Irish Sea, directly ahead was a foreboding wall of dark cliffside. Prevailing southwesterlies had pushed the ship off course northwards towards Lambay Island, 5 kilometres off the coast of Ireland. Both of the main anchors were hastily dropped as soon as land was sighted, but it was no use. Their chains snapped, and the Taylor smashed straight into the cliffs off Lambay's northeastern coast. Crashing up against the rock face repeatedly, the ship was at the mercy of the forceful storm. There was an attempt to lower one of the ship's lifeboats, but the big waves took it up and smashed that to pieces on the rocks as well. The ship's stern was going quickly, and passengers and crew raced up top to escape. Panic had set in almost immediately, with people scrambling to try and save themselves. Safety was tantalizingly almost within reach. In fact, the cliffside was so close that the crew opted to deliberately collapse one of the masts, creating a makeshift, if perilous, gangway to the shore. Dozens of people were able to clamber their way across the mast and make the leap onto dry land, some carrying ropes with them that provided another invaluable link between the ship and the shore, allowing more survivors to be pulled to safety. The Hereford Times later described how the survivors on shore could perceive the unfortunate creatures struggling amidst the waves, and one by one sinking under them. Anyone who tried swimming to land would then have to endure a strenuous climb up the towering cliff face equivalent to roughly an 8-story building.
Jesus.
Those who were left behind climbed to the topmost parts of the rigging in an effort to avoid the rising water. Captain Noble remained on board right until the end before making the leap across to shore, aided up the steep cliff face by another survivor. The Taylor was then swept off the rocks by a powerful wave and dragged into deeper water. At a depth of just 17 meters, the sunken ship still had the tops of her masts poking above the waterline, a crude marker of the horror that had just taken place there. One of the passengers who'd made it onto the island ran to a nearby home to alert the authorities, but help couldn't be sent out until the stormy seas had calmed. Some 14 hours after the Taylor had met her terrible fate, the last survivor, a man named William Vivers, no doubt exhausted, feeling cold and terrified, was plucked from the top rigging and finally brought to safety. More than half of those on board would lose their lives, despite having, at times, been close enough to be able to jump to the safety of land. Most of the crew would survive, while the majority of the losses were, of course, immigrants who'd been in search of a better life. For the women and children, survival rates were even more grim. Only 3 of the 100 female passengers would be successfully rescued, and only around 4% of the children on board made it out alive. Around 650 people had been aboard the Taylor, but only 280 would live. The staggering survival rate of men compared to women can likely be attributed to the heaviness of Victorian women's clothing, consisting of multiple layers of thick ensemble pieces over increasingly voluminous layered skirts, accentuated by heavy crinolines. Staying afloat while quite literally being weighted down in stormy waters would be way too difficult enough for even a strong swimmer. And since fully submerged swimming was still largely seen as a socially improper activity for a Victorian lady, the ability to swim well was uncommon. To make matters worse, lifeboats were not yet customary. Thankfully, not every child perished in the disaster. One survivor was the 12-month-old Ocean Child. An elderly Frenchman was credited with retrieving an infant boy from the wreckage, said to have held onto the baby with his teeth and swum through the treacherous waters to safety. With no sign of the boy's parents, the so-called Ocean Child was then taken under the wing of the local Reverend John Armstrong. The Reverend made a description of the child's appearance in the papers, in the hope, he said, it may catch the eye of any relative in England. After around a month's search, the boy was discovered to be Arthur Charles of Hereford and was happily reunited with his maternal grandmother, who had made the journey to Ireland to collect him. When he found out that Arthur's grandmother was impoverished, the Reverend pledged to support the family financially to try to help ensure the boy's success and recovery. The story drew a fair amount of attention at the time, with little Arthur being the focus of warm and widespread interest, many believing his survival to be the sign of divine intervention. Some members of the public even travelled to visit him. The Hereford Times in 1854 described how, from the way in which he clings to those who fondle him, it might be inferred that the horrors of the scene from which he was so providentially rescued have left an impression on his infantile senses. 4 official investigations into the disastrous maiden voyage would occur following the Taylor's sinking. The Board of Trade questioned Captain Noble for his decision not to take soundings despite the poor visibility, that is, to figure out the depth below keel, especially given that he was found to have been aware that the compasses were in error, to which he reportedly responded, "I think I did wrong, and this will be a warning to me in the future." It has been speculated that his previous fall into the hold might have caused a head injury that impaired his judgment. Ultimately, though, he was largely absolved of blame and managed to recover his reputation and have his master's certificate restored. The White Star Line, in turn, was criticised for rushing the ship's launch and neglecting safety standards. Ultimately, the disaster was put down to a combination of unfortunate oversights, with the blame being deflected towards different parties: the captain, the crew, and the White Star Line. The sinking would lead to the shipping company reviewing its safety procedures, one outcome being the recommendation that emigrant ships should increase the minimum crew requirement. That was a good start. Sometimes referred to as the first Titanic, the similarities between the two disasters are pretty striking. Both were White Star Line ships. They were both registered in Liverpool, and most obviously of all, both were maiden voyage disasters with heavy loss of life. The White Star Line that had chartered the Taylor was technically a different company to that which would bring about the Titanic. In the 1860s, after the company had been facing financial difficulties for some time, the original White Star went bankrupt. At a liquidation sale in 1868, it was Thomas Ismay who acquired the company name and logo, and the version of the White Star Line that would later operate the Titanic was formed. Their preference for marketing their ships as big, fast, luxurious, and unsinkable remained much the same as when the Taylor was first launched, but it would be the second time that the company would lose a ship on its maiden voyage in 1912. The Taylor's wreck was rediscovered in 1959, sitting below the surface, right where she sank off Lambay Island. It's still possible to dive with a license to the wreck of this ship, an experience that would no doubt be as eerie as it is fascinating. But chillingly, part of the ship's cargo included a number of unmarked gravestones, which reside now on the sea floor at the wreck site. A more dignified memorial to the many lives lost, in the form of a bower anchor salvaged from the Taylor's wreck, was finally erected in Dublin 145 years after the loss, in 1999. What has to go wrong for a ship designed for safety, strength, and durability to vanish without a trace on its maiden voyage? The comparisons continue with what is often referred to as Denmark's Titanic. Gee, there's a lot of Titanics out there. Taking place almost 5 decades after that disaster, though, the Hans Hedtoft was supposedly unsinkable, but history tells us that's not the safest claim to make of any ship. The 1950s were a time of great change for Greenland. The Greenland Commission was keen to expand the island's economic prospects, improve the living standards for its population, and to address the problems associated with its extreme isolation. With only around 30,000 inhabitants at the time of the Hans Hedtoft's launch in 1958, it was nevertheless a strategic geopolitical buffer zone that was extremely important between the US and the Soviet Union. Royal Greenland Trading, the owner of the Hans Hedtoft, as part of Greenland's development, established a fleet of small cargo ships to meet the need for supplies and new import opportunities. These ships were capable of carrying a limited number of passengers. There wasn't need for anything particularly fancy, instead speed and the ability to deliver goods quickly with a focus. Travelling on the seas around Greenland during winter was long deemed too dangerous in that region, thanks to the plummeting temperatures, the rough seas, and the prevalence of drifting ice. However, by 1949, the controversial decision was made to maintain a year-round service in Greenland in order to meet growing demand. Citing recent near misses involving icebergs, the maritime labour unions, along with the Danish government, opposed this call, but to no avail. The supposed supership, the Hans Hedtoft, was intended to be a built-for-purpose solution to these safety concerns, promising to be a revolution in Arctic navigation. The order for the ship was placed in 56 by Royal Greenland Trading, should be launched 2 years later, on August 13th, 1958, in the Frederikshavn shipyard in the North Jutland region of Denmark. The 2,857-ton passenger cargo liner was 82.6 metres in length, that's 270 feet, and powered by a 2,900 horsepower diesel engine. Named for the former Danish Prime Minister, the Hans Hedtoft was built with modernity and safety in mind. Expenses weren't spared with the ship's then state-of-the-art equipment, including Decker navigators, radar, gyro compasses, and radio-equipped life rafts. In fact, the Hans Hedtoft was plenty prepared for if things might go wrong. As well as its 4 self-inflating life rafts, the ship also had 3 metal lifeboats with capacity for 35 people each, along with an additional 20-man boat. Built to withstand the icy conditions of the Arctic and the Northern Atlantic Ocean specifically, the vessel was fitted with a double bottom, reinforced bow, and 7 watertight compartments intended to help keep her afloat even in the event of an impact. But, unlike with other polar ships, the Hans Hedtoft was constructed using riveted rather than welded steel plates, a decision that was also met with skepticism regarding her ability to withstand ice pressure. There was another thing that set the Hans Hedtoft apart from your typical merchant ship. Unbeknownst to the public or even the Danish parliament, the vessel had been designed for easy warship conversion. The Ministry of Defence had requested that 3 40mm anti-aircraft guns could be fitted, with reinforcement where the gun's foundations would be built, and an ammunition compartment, all of which was conveniently left off of the ship's plans. The guns weren't mounted at the time of the sinking, though. Following test firing, all military equipment was promptly dismantled and stowed in the Hedtoft's cargo hold. Among the ship's passengers on that fateful maiden voyage was Augo Lynge, Greenland's leading political figure in the 1950s. He'd been an important advocate for the modernisation of Greenland and was the first Greenlander to ever hold a seat in the Danish parliament, elected in 1953. But notably, he was also one of the most vocal critics of the winter passenger sailing initiative, quoted as telling his son that it would take an accident before the government would recognise the risk they were taking with the change. The first part of the Hedtoft's journey was actually quite successful. Departing Copenhagen on the 7th of January 1959, the Hans Hedtoft was bound for Qaqortoq, Greenland. A new speed record was set for the crossing. The ship then proceeded to call at several ports along southwestern Greenland, including the country's capital, Nuuk. The captain, Paul Ludvig Rasmussen, had over 20 years of experience sailing on Greenland's waters, so the passengers were in safe hands. Returning again to Qaqortoq a final time on the 28th of January, the Hans Hedtoft would begin to make her way back to Copenhagen around 9:15 the morning of the 29th. She was at near full capacity, with 55 passengers, including women and children, 40 crew members. In addition to this, she was carrying precious archival material in the form of parish genealogical records and Greenlandic history, destined for preservation in the Danish archives, along with a slightly less impressive cargo of frozen fish. Around 24 hours later, Captain Rasmussen radioed that the ship had encountered a fierce snowstorm. Visibility was so poor, only 1 nautical mile, that they decided to reduce speed down to 8 knots. For a while, it seemed like things were clearing up. Visibility had improved enough for them to now be able to identify surrounding ice floes, and by 11 AM, they'd increased their speed back up to 13 knots. But then, just 24 minutes after the ship had sent out that update to say all was going well, an SOS was transmitted. It seemed that the brief calm hadn't lasted. At 1:56 PM, the shocking news came in. The Hans Hedtoft had struck an iceberg around 65 kilometres due south of Greenland's southernmost point, which had torn a gash deep into the port side of the ship's riveted steel hull. The distress call was answered by the United States Coast Guard cutter, the Campbell, as well as the Johannes Kruse, a West German fishing trawler who was around 25 nautical miles east of the Hedtoft's location. Braving the terrible weather conditions, they both set off to assist as quickly as possible, challenged by the low visibility caused by snow squalls and struggling against the merciless stormy seas. Waves reached towering heights up to 20 feet, around 6 meters, and there was ice everywhere. Around an hour later, a follow-up message stated that the engine room was rapidly flooding, along with the plea, "We have many passengers on board." Over in Newfoundland, Canadian and US rescue aircraft were grounded due to harsh weather. However, another German fishing trawler also bravely began to make their way to the Hedtoft.
Now what?
Maintaining consistent communication with the ship, the Johannes Kruse was drawing closer, but something seemed to be off with the position that the foundering ship had given. Flares were sent up, but the Johannes Kruse was unable to see them, nor was the Hans Hedtoft able to see any signs of the trawler's searchlights. Karl Dahlbjerg, the ship's radio operator, would remain at his post, calmly sending out calls for help until the very end. At 5:41 p.m, the last complete message from the ship crackled through. Slowly sinking, it said, and need immediate assistance. Roughly 4 hours since the first distress call, one final disjointed message was seemingly picked up by the Johannes Kruse, interpreted as something like, "We are sinking now," then all communication was lost. All attempts to re-establish contact went unanswered. Only a few months after her launch, the ship had been lost to the sea, some distance off the coast of Cape Farewell. Curiously, it seems that none of the ship's multiple lifeboats were used during the sinking at all. It's unclear exactly why this is, though it's safe to assume that it would probably have been incredibly difficult to deploy them safely given the big seas. Perhaps they believed that help was close enough it would be better to not attempt a risky evacuation. After all, with water that cold, it would be unlikely that anyone would survive any more than 60 to 120 seconds of exposure. Rescue ships converged on the area. Relatives of those on board crowded around their radios at home, desperate to hear any news of what was happening. The Johannes Kruse may potentially have reached the last known location of the Hans Hedtoft just minutes after she sank beneath the surface. An intensive search took place over the next week, coordinated by the Greenland Command at the Groenendael Naval Station. 16 ships of different nationalities, along with the United States and Canadian aircraft, all assisted the rescue operation, but they were unfortunately unsuccessful. There was simply no sign of the Hans Hedtoft or any of her passengers anywhere. On the 7th of February, the search was reluctantly called off. The ship, and all who'd been aboard, were declared lost. The shock of losing yet another unsinkable, state-of-the-art ship that was supposed to have been purpose-built to withstand the very conditions that took it down rippled through local media. In the wake of the loss of Algo Lunia and the other 94 men, women and children who perished in the sinking, the Danish government found itself facing a political scandal. The dangers of sailing during Greenland's punishing winter months had been raised many times in Parliament. Johannes Scherbøl, then Greenland's minister, had been one of the main supporters of the idea. After the sinking, he was threatened with impeachment, accused of pressuring the captains of the Royal Greenland Trade to sign off on their approval of winter sailings, an approval that he used as an instrumental part of his fight to make the sailings a reality. Critically, though, it was found that the captains had previously written a statement unanimously advising against the decision to sail during winter with passengers, a statement that the minister claimed to have been unaware of. Despite evidence that he had known of the statement after all, investigations concluded he had not deliberately attempted to mislead the Parliament, so he was able to maintain his position. Though he escaped impeachment, his legacy was forever tarnished. The disaster was also a huge loss for Greenland, both in the literal sense, thanks to the tragic perishing of so many Greenlandic citizens, but also the loss of 16 tons of irreplaceable genealogical records. This was around a third of Greenland's total archival material, covering everything from the region's trade to the population's health status dating back as far as 1780. A key piece of that land's heritage and cultural history had gone down with the ship. As a response to the outcry, as well as the safety concerns surrounding winter passenger sailings, the Danish government made the decision to reopen a decommissioned military airfield at Greenland so that airline services could replace winter sailings. New safety regulations were put in place and efforts were made to improve the efficiency of the region's sea rescue services as well. Shortly after the sinking, a fund known as the Greenland Foundation of 1959 was established in an effort to compensate the families of those who were lost. Controversially, though, a significant amount of the collected funds were never actually distributed or even used at all. 46 years after the disaster, a memorial plaque featuring the names of the lost was dedicated at a ceremony in 2005, attended by Queen Margrethe. You can still see it today at the North Atlantic House building in Copenhagen, Denmark. What exactly happened to the MS Hans Hedtoft, along with the location of her wreck, is still something of a mystery. We know she hit an iceberg, but hardly a single trace of her was ever found. No survivors, floating debris. The only physical remnant of the ship was a life ring, found washed up on the coast of Iceland 9 months after the sinking. It remains on display in the Church of Our Saviour in Qaqortoq, Greenland. To this day, the Hans Hedtoft remains the last known shipwreck with casualties to have been caused by collision with an iceberg. It's 1:30 a.m., 16th of May, 1932, and the day of Pentecost celebrations aboard the MS Georges Philippard is just around the corner. Many passengers are already peacefully asleep, and the final stragglers from the party make their way back to their cabins. Madame Valentin, on returning to her first-class cabin, notices a strange acrid smell, like burning rubber, filling the corridors along D-deck. Accompanied by this comes an unidentified but ominous crackling noise. Later, an alarming SOS message is received. Fire has broken out on the ship, and it's spreading rapidly. The luxurious new addition to the Messagerie Maritime fleet on her maiden voyage is going down in flames. Launched in November 1930, the Georges Philippard was a 17,359 gross registered ton liner built by Atelier et Chantier de la Loire in Saint-Nazaire, the legendary West Coast shipyard. Going against the French sailors' superstition that to name a ship after a living person was bad luck, and perhaps going on to prove it right, the MS Georges Philippard was named for the French shipbuilder and then CEO of the company Messagerie Maritime. Following the First World War, Atelier et Chantier de la Loire, no longer receiving big orders for new warships, was instead looking to focus their efforts on building merchant ships. They had a very good reputation, and there was demand for fast, comfortable ocean liners that they were keen to meet. They landed an order with the Netherlands line and built the MS Pieter Cornelius Zoon Guft. All was not well though. The construction faced many problems, not the least the thing catching fire twice in the shipyard. Originally expected to be completed by January 1926, a significant delay was incurred when the flames broke out, causing substantial damage that would take around a year to repair. Then, in November 1932, the ship would be lost completely, again, to fire. It was in the 1930s that electricity aboard ships had begun to be featured more extensively, and the Georges Philippard was no exception to this. She had plentiful light fittings throughout, along with electric ovens and appliances in the kitchens. The ship's power grid was fed by high-voltage direct current, and this, along with her two diesel Sulzer engines, made her the height of modernity. Aside from her technical achievements, the Georges Philippard was fitted with exquisite interior decoration, particularly, of course, in first class. The ship's walls were beautifully wood-panelled, featuring ornately carved embellishments. Plush wall hangings adorned its many public rooms. Carpeting trimmed the floors, and electric-powered chandeliers hung from the ceilings. There was a grand staircase and a rich varnished timber, and passengers had access to a lavishly decorated smoking room, a traditionally styled bar, tennis court, and even a large, classical, Roman-inspired swimming pool, complete with columns, marble arches, and ornate wall art. The Georges Philippard had itself been built to replace another ship that had interestingly caught fire, the Paul Lecat, which burnt up while in dock back in December 1928. Yet, this new ship too seemed to be plagued by fire right from the start. During construction, a short circuit would lead to flames breaking out in the Georges Philippard's refrigerated holds. The one stroke of luck in the ship's unfortunate start had been that more substantial financial losses were avoided, as most of the luxury fittings had not yet been installed at the time of the fire. A very unfortunate pattern, though, seemed to be establishing, one that would undoubtedly threaten Atelier et Chantier's previously well-respected status as shipbuilders. By January 1932, the Georges Philippard was completed and ready to set out on her maiden voyage to Yokohama, Japan. Before this could even start, though, one more addition to the Philippard's already troubled start would crop up. Intelligence had been received by the French police that an attempt to destroy the ship would be made on the 26th of February 1932 as she passed through the Suez Canal. However, the day of the suspected plan passed without incident, and the Georges Philippard proceeded to make a successful first leg of her voyage from Marseille to Yokohama. She arrived there on the 14th of April, and the ship wouldn't stay long thanks to civil unrest in the region at the time, making stops at Shanghai, Saigon, and Ceylon before beginning the return west with 518 passengers and 347 crew. Among the passengers aboard for that homeward journey was French journalist Albert Londres, one of the pioneers of investigative journalism, known for exposing and fighting against injustices. He boarded the ship in China to return to France equipped with notes on a newly discovered scandal. But as the ship made her way west once more, a fire alarm sounded in a storage room containing a stash of gold bullion. This happened on two separate occasions, but each time, when the area was inspected, nothing untoward was found. The fire alarm seemed to be alerting, as noted in the records, for no accountable reason. The Georges Philippard was entering the Gulf of Aden. Only around 15 minutes after Madame Valentine had first heard that strange crackling noise as she returned to her cabin on the night of the 16th of May at 1:45 a.m, it was reported that a fire had broken out on D-deck amidships. This one was real. The wood panelling along the walls had caught alight from a spark, presumably caused by faulty electrical equipment. A number of crewmen ran immediately to D-deck and attempted to control the fire. By the time the ship's captain, Vic, was alerted to the situation, the fire had already spread, engulfing several of the first-class cabins and public rooms. An order to abandon ship was put out, but it was reported after the fact that the late revels of the passengers and the noise and the gaiety prevailing on board prevented most of them from hearing the fire alarm. The ship instead had to resort to blaring its sirens. Others were alerted by the horrifying sight of smoke creeping under their cabin doors. Captain Vic ordered full speed to Aden, where help would be close by, and the crew focused their efforts on rescuing passengers and fighting the spreading flames. Thick smoke now filled the ship's corridors. Those on board struggled to see or breathe as they attempted to make their way through the stifling heat to the upper decks. The engineers were ordered to cut the power in an attempt to prevent further spreading of the fire through the electrical system's conduits, but it was too late. The lights went out, and terrifyingly, some passengers found the passageways blocked and had no choice but to try and escape through their portholes, and others became trapped in their cabins. Those who made it out onto the deck were met with the distressing sight of lifeboats already aflame, with others requiring hosing down to prevent them from becoming unusable. It was imperative that the remaining lifeboats were launched as quickly as possible. An SOS was sent out around 2:15 a.m, just before the wireless room was completely engulfed. Thankfully, 3 different ships responded right away to the distress call. A Russian tanker, the Sovietsky Neft, and 2 British freighters, the Masud and the Contractor. Survivors were brought across to the first ship to arrive, the Sovietsky. In their lifeboats, the burning wreckage of the Georges Philippard loomed behind them. Over 400 passengers and crew members were brought aboard the Russian ship, which remained on station until noon the next day to make absolutely sure that everyone possible had been saved. Captain Vic sustained extensive burns as he attempted to check for any last reachable survivors, and was the last to leave the wreck around 8 a.m. All the survivors were then transferred from the Sovietsky to the French passenger vessel André Le Bon, which had arrived and taken to Djibouti.
Surely it's Sovietsky, no?
The flaming wreck of the now abandoned Georges Philippard continued to burn as she drifted for a further 3 days before finally sinking on the 19th of May off the coast of Cape Gardefeuille. Last seen trying to escape to the water through his room's porthole, the journalist Albert Londres was among the 52 people who were missing and presumed dead, most having been trapped thanks to how rapidly the flames had spread out of control. The press seized on the idea that Londres' demise could not have been coincidence, and several unfounded conspiracy theories cropped up. One tried to link the assassination of French President Paul Doumer that had taken place a few days prior to the Georges Philippard disaster, though there was no evidence to support any connection.
Oh, she's part of a group.
Another theory implied that the report Londres had been working on, believed to be exposing opium and arms trafficking along with the potential Bolshevik interference in Sino-Japanese affairs, warranted being covered up. This theory took hold given that the only people who Londres was said to have been confiding the contents of his notes to, fellow passengers Alfred Langlois and his wife Suzanne, perished in a plane crash just a few days after having survived the sinking of the Georges Philippard.
Jesus.
However, the findings of the investigation into the disaster were more practical, concluding that the fire was owed to the lethal combination of a faulty electrical system throughout the ship and its highly flammable decorative elements, which enabled the fire to spread with fearsome speed. Captain Vic and his crew were criticised for not having responded to the situation quickly enough or for running boat drills and fire drills, but they were ultimately cleared of wrongdoing. New guidelines were put in place recommending the banning of the use of those kinds of flammable materials, as well as upgrading onboard firefighting equipment. The inquiry also proposed that the use of direct current caused too much energy loss at high voltages, resulting in excessive heat, and that alternating current should be used instead. Faulty electrical would also explain why the Georges Philippard was just one of several French ships of the time to be plagued by fire. A lesson had been taught, not necessarily learnt, because it would happen again, and it was one that sadly came with the loss of over 50 innocent lives. Thankfully, not all maiden voyage disasters have ended in tragedy. Though as Reuben Griffiths, a lift boy on the RMS Magdalena, found himself and his crewmates rowing towards the beautiful white sands of Copacabana Beach, Their experience of the last few hours was far from relaxing, and they were making this trip in a lifeboat. After the Second World War, many shipping companies found themselves in need of new vessels to replace all those that had been lost. One of these was the British Royal Mail Line, who had lost the 14,000-ton liner Highland Patriot during the war. The Magdalena would be her replacement. Ordered in 1946 and built at Belfast by Harland and Wolff, that legendary shipyard, the Magdalena was 17,547 gross registered tons, about 570 feet or 173 meters long. She was a combination cargo passenger liner and the first passenger ship built by Harland and Wolff since the war. Completed on the 18th of February 1949, the Magdalena had a distinctive island bridge design, separating off the bridge from the passenger accommodations and the rest of the ship's superstructure, a style reminiscent of Harland and Wolff's Big Four, built years and years ago for the White Star Line. The Magdalena had a part riveted, part welded construction and featured all the usual watertight subdivisioning, as well as a double bottom to help prevent grounding damage. On the 9th of March 1949, she embarked from the King George V dock in London on her maiden voyage, bound for Buenos Aires, Argentina. Captained by Douglas R.V. Lee, the Magdalena would be his final assignment before retirement after a successful 40-year-long career. The first leg of her journey was without issue. She reached her destination according to schedule, and in preparation for her return, she was loaded with a substantial cargo of Argentine beef, and then proceeded to pick up a cargo of Brazilian oranges at Santos. Along with her refrigerated cargo, the Magdalena also had 347 passengers on board and 237 crew. She departed Santos on the 24th of April, heading northeast towards her next port of call on the way home, Rio de Janeiro. As they steamed on, though, it became apparent they were tracking more north than intended. Captain Lee ordered that they alter course to correct this, first at 6 p.m. and then again at 7. They reduced their speed from around 18 knots down to 13.5. All seemed okay. The captain ate dinner in the saloon before returning to the bridge, and then turning in for the night at 10:45 p.m. But by 2:30 the next morning, First Officer Cyril Sr., serving as officer of the watch, alerted the captain that the Magdalena was now some 2.5 miles north of her course. Her heading was adjusted once more, and the captain returned to his cabin. But just 2 hours later, around 2:30 a.m., the Magdalena was once again off course. Suddenly, ahead of them loomed what appeared to be a ship without lights. It was too late to prevent an impact, though. As it turned out, it was not another vessel they were about to collide with. In the early hours of the morning on the 25th of April, the Magdalena had struck the Tijucas Islands Reef and was now stuck. Passengers and crew alike were jolted awake by the sudden impact. The ship's refrigeration engineer, Bill Harkness, described how the big crunch was so severe it threw me across against my bunk. The collision tore into the number 3 hold and water began flooding in. An SOS was quickly sent out and it was received by the Brazilian Navy. The Magdalena's passengers were ordered to the lifeboats, where they anxiously awaited the arrival of the rescue ships. With nearly 5,000 tons of cargo on board, the decision was made to attempt to unload some of it to lighten the ship in an attempt to refloat her the following day. Some of the 20,000 cases of oranges were transferred to barges, others were simply jettisoned overboard, and a further 2,000 tons of oil were discharged, all with some difficulty thanks to the increasing swell. Crowds gathered on the beaches on the morning of the 26th of April to watch as the Magdalena was towed towards Rio de Janeiro. But they surely weren't expecting quite so dramatic a show as they ended up getting. The ship found herself caught in a heavy swell approaching a bay. As the onlookers watched in disbelief, the rivets shot out, topside plating started buckling, and finally the shell plating ripped up. The Magdalena was tearing apart. The anchors were dropped, and for a second time the abandoned ship order was given, allowing the remaining few passengers and then the crew to get safely to shore. Of course, Captain Lee was the last to leave, and not a moment too soon. With a noise described as being like the felling of a giant tree, the Magdalena had broken in half, close to the impressive backdrop of Sugarloaf Mountain. Splitting aft of that forward bridge section, it was as if she'd been sliced clean through with a knife. The bow and the midship section sank quickly at the harbour entrance, with only part of her mast still showing above the water, while the stern drifted further towards land, eventually beaching itself. But how exactly could this have even happened? The brand new ship, well equipped with the latest navigational equipment, yet her career ended before it had even truly begun. A court of inquiry in London in September 1949 placed the blame on Captain Lee and his first officer. For their navigational errors and for failing to take sufficient and timely action, their certificates were both suspended for 2 years and 1 year respectively. Up until the 70s, a buoy with a bell marked the location of the ship's sunken forepart. Most of the bow section of the wreck has since been demolished because it remained a hazard to any large ships looking to enter the bay in the decades after the sinking. In a far happier turn of events than many maiden voyage disasters, though, not a single life was lost in the sinking of the Magdalena. Even some of her jettisoned cargo actually survived the ordeal. The shores of Copacabana Beach were littered with washed-up oranges and even intact bottles of beer that were found among the ship's scrap. Not so fortunate were the Magdalena's owners, who faced the embarrassing and expensive loss of a brand new ship. A blow no doubt softened by the fact that the Royal Mail Lines was awarded an insurance cheque of around £2,295,000. That's around £70 million in today's money. This massive sum made headlines at the time as the largest insurance payout for any marine casualty in British history. Not all ships are destined for long careers, and those with tragic legacies are often the ones we tend to remember the most. Many of today's safety standards are built on the sometimes painful lessons of the past, and we would do well to not forget that rapid innovation can sometimes have dire consequences. A ship's maiden voyage is an exciting time, to be sure. It's an achievement by both the people that designed and built her, yet there's always a lingering notion of worry and anxiety for the owners and the operators. Fortunately, no big passenger ship has been lost on its maiden voyage since the Hans Head Toft, but it doesn't mean that shipbuilders and operators should ever become complacent.
Well met.
I had a dream which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished and the stars did wander darkling in the eternal space, rayless and pathless, and the icy earth swung blind and blackening in the moonless air. Morn came and went and came and brought no day, and all hearts were chilled into a selfish prayer for light, and men were gathered round their blazing homes to look once more into each other's face. Happy were those who dwelt within the eye of the volcanoes and their mountain torch. A fearful hope was all the world contained. Forests were set on fire, but hour by hour they fell and faded, and the crackling trunks extinguished with a crash, and all was black.
Give me 5 minutes. Oh god. Okay.
It was the disaster that shook the 1930s. One of America's finest and newest ocean liners had set to sea.
Wait.
Aboard were hundreds
Hey.
of holidaymakers and families,
What you doing?
newlyweds and businessmen all coming back from Cuba. The voyage had been routine, fun, but then a shock. The captain, a well-liked veteran of the sea, died suddenly just before his ship found itself engulfed in a massive storm. And then, the next day, came the smell of smoke. With shocking ferocity, the SS Morro Castle was consumed by a fire that ate its beautiful wood paneling and completely overwhelmed its beleaguered crew. Those left with no chance of escape faced two choices: jump or burn. On a popular holiday beach appeared the blackened hulk of the ship, and an incredulous public looked on with morbid curiosity even as the Morro Castle's former passengers washed up around the wreck for days and weeks afterward. Initially deemed a tragic accident, the Morro Castle's story passed from the headlines, but soon investigators began to unravel a different story. A story which painted one of the disaster's heroes in a very different light. Today, we're going to wind the clock back 90 years to board the Morro Castle once more. We'll visit the scene of the disaster, retrace the ship's final tragic hours, and speak to experts in the field to unravel this nearly century-old story and determine, once and for all, if this terrible accident really was an accident at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs. This is the terrifying true story of the SS Morro Castle.
I'm on my way to Cuba. That's where I'm going. Cuba, that's where I'm staying.
1930s Havana. For years, American tourists had flocked to the Cuban capital, where the exotic climate and rich culture had long been a draw. Then, with Prohibition, tourism boomed as thirsty Americans flocked for a drink. But beneath that happy facade, trouble was brewing. The Great Depression saw unhappiness come to a head. Violence erupted, and terrorist groups conducted bombings across Cuba. In 1933, President Machado was forced into exile, and a tug of war for control of the nation erupted. But even so, Americans streamed ashore excited to spend their dollars on a carefree holiday in the sun, and many of them were taken there by the Ward Line and their ship, Morro Castle.
Havana, wonderful trip to Havana. Hop on a ship and I'll see you in C-U-B-A.
Mostly forgotten about today, the Ward Line was once a giant of the US East Coast, America's self-proclaimed oldest shipping line.
See you later.
It could trace its origins back to 1841, a humble beginning when James Otis Ward established a freight company. 4 decades later, it traded under the name of New York and Cuba Mail Steamship Company, clearly outlining the market it wanted to corner. By the turn of the century, Ward Line had bought out their competition and operated a virtual monopoly on passenger and freight services between New York, Mexico, and most importantly, Cuba. So associated was Ward Line with Cuba that to many, the two were synonymous. In fact, Ward's first ever steamship had even been named Cuba. Into the 1910s, the line went from strength to strength, building a succession of increasingly impressive steamships and making one of the finest reputations for safety at sea. Even during the First World War, the line seemed blessed. All of its ships survived the conflict, with its 2 stars, Havana and Saratoga, serving as hospital ships. Even then, before the war, Cuba had been a winter escape for many fortunate Americans seeking to get away from New York's freezing blizzards, but it was after the war that things really took off. A surge in the price of sugar saw Havana suddenly become one of the world's most important ports, and Ward Line was there to lap up the spoils. The company financed the construction of a new concrete dock system, which would see monstrous volumes of sugar taken from the island, virtually all aboard Wardline ships at great profit. While goods and freight made Wardline the majority of its fortune, of course, it was prohibition and the human cargo it provided that saw the line make happy profits too, because there was no end of weary American travelers keen to steam south for a few days to escape the drudgery of the United States without alcohol. In Havana, there was cigars, dancing girls, palm trees, and booze. But while Wardline was the premier line running services to the island nation from its base at the end of Wall Street, Manhattan's South Street seaport, the company had let its fleet fall into disrepair. The ward ships were ailing, old, slow, and doddering, and passengers couldn't help but notice. As the 20s wore on, the company ran into trouble as costs began to skyrocket. It nearly bankrupted them, but then the US government came to their assistance. Maintaining a mail link with Cuba was in the American government's interests. It wouldn't do to see Wardline crumble. In fact, the state of the US Merchant Marine was a shambles, and Congress knew it. It passed the 1928 Merchant Marine Act that injected hundreds of millions of dollars into shipbuilding. Wardline jumped at the opportunity and had plans drawn up for two new, modern sister ships that would see the company into a whole new era. One would be named for the eastern province of Cuba, Oriente, but the other would be named for the castle that had guarded the entrance to Havana's harbour since the 16th century. The Spanish had called it Castillo de los Tres Reyes Magos del Moro, but everyone knew it as the Moro Castle. At the time, the SS Moro Castle was lauded for its modernity. It represented the very best of American shipbuilding, and nearly everything about it was designed to be cutting edge. For the Wardline, she represented an enormous step forward into a new technological era. She'd been built by the experienced and well-regarded Newport News Shipbuilding Company, launched in March 1930 and finished for trials just 5 months later. She was 480 feet, some 146 meters long, and around 11,520 gross registered tons. She wouldn't be breaking any size records, but what she lacked for in size, she more than made up for in amenities and technology. Inside the hull was packed a set of modern turbo-electric engines. Steam, made from burning fuel oil in boilers, was fed at high pressure into turbines. The turbines span, and like giant dynamos, generated enormous amounts of electricity. This was fed into powerful motors, 2 of them, which each drove a propeller. The arrangement meant Moro Castle and Oriente were both very efficient and decently quick, with a service speed of some 20 knots. For the service to Havana, this was blistering. The sisters set a record, and one of them could get to Cuba in just 58 hours, 40 minutes. Wardline's timing had been superb. In 1929, the US stock market crashed, but the company had managed to build 2 new modern ships that would help see them through the worst of it. Moro Castle set off on her maiden voyage on August 23, 1930, and delighted her passengers and her owners. Until then, Wardline had only lost 2 ships at sea and never a single passenger in all its years of service. Its reputation for safety was unequaled. Moro Castle and Oriente were meant to continue that tradition, and by the latter part of 1934 they'd done it admirably. On Saturday, September 1st at 4 p.m, the Moro Castle set out as usual from her dock at Pier 13, laden with cargo and cheerful passengers keen to escape the Depression's woes. But while passengers waved excitedly to loved ones ashore, few, if any, could know that all was not well aboard Moro Castle, and that the ship had just 1 week left to live. Surging along at 20 knots, Moro Castle made her way south to Havana, her decks and public rooms alive with excited chatter and laughter, and what gorgeous rooms they were. Wardline had spared no expense in kitting their pride and joy out with some of the finest public rooms afloat on any American-built ship. Ward's brochures proudly showed off the towering dining saloon with its fine columns and balcony above, the light and airy veranda which served tea and refreshments, the raucous dance deck with the sprawling dance floor and ship-themed bandstand. But perhaps the crowning glory was the first-class lounge.
Yo, the door's open. Don't be lazy, what the fuck?
Located nearly perfectly amidships
It's
on
open.
B deck, this magnificent room was as lofty as the dining saloon, with carved
look at me.
panels brilliantly varnished along its walls, lavish sofas dotting the sumptuous carpets, an incredibly welcoming room that could be turned easily into a ballroom for a dance. Behind it was the smoking room, suitably masculine, but forward of it were the library and the reading and writing room. The writing room was lighter than the lounge, with fine white-panelled walls and gorgeous curtains hugging windows that ran nearly the height of the entire deck. Here, passengers could while away the hours reading or reporting home on postcards. The cabinet at one end held an impressive array of books that could be loaned for the voyage. This was early 1930s comfort at its very best, and the ward line made sure to use full-colour illustrations to lure prospective passengers aboard, and aboard they came, an assortment of characters all keen to enjoy what Morro Castle had to offer.
The door's literally open. This fucking bitch.
It was no secret that the Great Depression had done enormous damage to American business, especially at sea. Fare numbers dropped off enormously. Cargo and mail contracts kept the line afloat, but Oriente and Morro Castle sailed back and forth every week, with one of the ships leaving New York every Saturday and the other leaving Cuba every Wednesday. Passengers needed to come along to keep the entire operation going, but with a crippling financial crisis well underway, few had cash to spare. The ward line began to offer bargain cruises that tempted even middle-class families into coming along for a holiday that would prove to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. For just $65, less than the average month's wage, passengers could board at New York for a cruise to sunny, exotic Havana. The trip was billed as a 6.5-day return voyage. Crucially, passengers were promised 2 days and 1 night in Cuba. It was an alluring deal. Some could even afford the more expensive offers, 10-day or even 2-week-long holidays. With the two ships running back and forth every few days, passengers could stay in Havana at fine hotels, which the ward line could organise for minimal cost, all while enjoying line-organised sightseeing tours and trips. Passengers were promised deck games and activities of all kinds, races, gala dinners. In the dance deck, nightly entertainment began at 9 p.m. There was even a dedicated cruise director. There was a gymnasium, a barbershop, even underage passengers were catered to with their own playroom. Morro Castle and Oriente were floating pleasure palaces, and tickets sold despite the fact Morro Castle's mother nation was going through the toughest financial slump it had ever faced. For many, the temptation of Wardline's cruise deals just proved unavoidable, and they stepped aboard wide-eyed at their luxurious surroundings. As Morro Castle slipped out of New York and into the Atlantic, passengers settled into their comfortable surroundings and got to know their ship. The first few days always proved rigid and formal, but the last few days of the voyage, especially the return, saw the most partying. But even so, as passengers danced the nights away or slept in the sun on deck, the happy facade of the ship hid some dark secrets that holidaymakers were blissfully unaware of. On the bridge stood Captain Robert R. Wilmot, a stout Englishman with 3 decades of ocean-going experience. He presided over his ship with an immense, almost tangible sense of pride, and whether other captains shied away from the more social aspects of their role as ambassador for the line, Wilmot revelled in socialising with his passengers, giving tours of his ship, and keeping dinner tables enthralled with his tales of life at sea. He was so beloved by Ward Line's regulars that many chose to delay their voyages until they knew for certain that he would be aboard, and even though he was offered jobs with other lines, he chose to stay with Ward, a company man through and through. But Captain Wilmot's pleasant exterior belied some uncomfortable facts. First and foremost was his reluctance to conduct emergency drills. He was always hyper-aware of his passengers' sentiments, so much so he thought drills might unnecessarily panic them. When one passenger slipped on a leaking fire hydrant, he had it capped. In other cases, he turned off his ship's state-of-the-art smoke detection system in case it was accidentally triggered by smoke-emitting cargo or cigars. This skirted protocols, but so long as his passengers were happy, he was content. His crew was another thing entirely. The Morro Castle may have been the darling of the Ward Line and the American Merchant Marine, but she was very far from being a happy ship. Ships are strange places. They are, for their crews, both a workplace and a home. The The kinds of politics, bickering and resentment that can arise in any job place can fester and intensify at sea to unprecedented levels. Captain Wilmot presented a facade of easy-going coolness.
What can I
His
do for
ship looked to be running like clockwork. But the sad truth is that the crew members were poorly paid, extremely discontent, and ruled over by the ward line with cruel indifference. Many jumped ship. It left the Morro Castle, with its grueling weekly schedule, understaffed. The crew who remained worked overtime to double up their workload for a tiny extra pay. With the depression in full swing and wages pathetically low, as little as $30 per month at a time when the national average was around $100, times were tough, and discontent turned to desperation. But there, at the other end of the voyage, was Cuba and opportunity. Some seized it. Morro Castle's cargo typically consisted of the usual goods, Cuban sugar, amongst other banal things, but the cash-strapped crew began to take on unsanctioned goods. Marijuana. It was grown in patches around Havana's streets, then heroin and cocaine to peddle back in New York. Then there was the booze. Cuban rum fetched a premium back in Prohibition-era USA, and sure enough, cases and cases of the stuff found their way aboard the ward line's sister ships. But so too did weapons. Firearms and explosives were routinely shipped between New York and Havana, but always off the books. And then there were people. Even though it was gripped by the Depression, America still stood as the land of opportunity for many in Latin America. To find passage into the United States, in the wake of a new immigration quota set by a 1924 act, seemed nearly impossible, and some found illegitimate ways of doing it. Morro Castle frequently sailed badly underbooked. With so many empty cabins, it was easy for crew members to make a buck smuggling Cubans back into the States, literally locking them into unused cabins for the 3-day-long voyage. It was a dirty business, but times were tough, and the old law of supply and demand reigned. Beneath the feet of Morro Castle's excited honeymooners and retirees were huddled Cuban refugees, desperate mothers, children, and students fleeing the violent unrest of their mother nation. The crew was unhappy. The situation aboard verging on volatile, and overseeing all of it was Captain Wilmot. But instead of dealing with it, he glossed over the issues as easily as his crew painted over rust with gleaming white paint. Morro Castle steamed on for Havana, but it was the last time she'd ever see her home port again. After just a few short days sailing, Morro Castle steamed past the fortification which had given her her name. It was the entrance to the port of Havana. For passengers, it carried the prospect of some exciting time off. With the ship tied up at the pier, they stepped off to explore this new and exciting land, but behind remained the crew, who now had a good job of unloading and loading cargo and turning down the ship's staterooms for a fresh group of passengers heading back north for New York the next day. Down to the docks they came in their dozens, walking up the gangway, back from a holiday that had thrilled and
Oh
refreshed
shit,
them.
Front Mission 3
A third
remake,
of the
man.
passengers were members of the Concordia Singing Society, a German group out of New York. Dozens of couples with ties to the group boarded, including policeman Adolf Kostbother and his wife Mary, berthed down on D-deck opposite the Hagedorns, Minnie and Henry. Then there were all the newly married couples like Charles and Selma Filzer, honeymooners from New York. Charles was a tall, handsome 20-something businessman with a pencil moustache that made him look like a movie star. Selma was kind and playful. The pair would often banter in their letters back and forth with one another. When Charles was away on business, once Selma had sent him a postcard from a sunny holiday. "Selma, you wuss," he had written back. "It's bad enough sending me a postcard with an alluring picture of a swimming pool and palms without having the effrontery to rub it in. I hope you get a healthy case of prickly heat, or at least a freckled nose." The two had paid for a $225 first-class cruise package
Yes.
as Oriente had taken them to Cuba. Now Morro Castle would take them home. The Filzers were
Wait, what do you
far
mean,
from
my
the only
guilt?
newlyweds aboard. There were the Coens,
I mean
too,
it.
Abraham and Harriet, who'd just been married in late August. Abraham, 31, had once been a sports champion in school but turned his attentions to business. Harriet, meanwhile, 21 years of age, was from a migrant family and worked in the finance branch of a department store. Then there was Paul and Marjorie Giannini, hard-working newlyweds.
Well, everyone I know is in it, so
He was a dental
technically,
surgeon who lived above his office. Marjorie had
You
grown
could
up
say
knowing
that,
Paul's family.
but I don't own
With
it,
money
no.
to finance a big Italian wedding, the pair had eloped in secret, and the short $65 cruise deal was the perfect cover for them to escape the ensuing outrage back home. As Morro Castle's passengers found their cabins and settled in, her 231 crew made their own arrangements down below, positioning cargo in the holds and preparing the ship for departure. But here, it's thought that some of them may have taken the opportunity to make a profit, smuggling the usual contraband, drugs, and even people. Desperate Cuban families
So yeah, I don't
told the
own it,
crew
but-
to take their children far away to the land of opportunity, where they could be met up with later.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's thought that in the chaos of boarding day, many lone children found their place aboard the
What's
ship,
the name?
down below in cabins with meager rations for the 3-day voyage. At the
You're
other end, the
playful
crew
today,
member
aren't
who'd
you?
arranged
Jeez.
their passage would let them out where they could meet waiting family in New York City. They were locked in for the days to come. Morro Castle, fully loaded with fuel, provisions, and people, sat low in the water, but she made steam and her engines thumped, and soon she left Havana behind her, never to return. The return voyage
I gotta tell Dodo.
always the most fun. With holidays coming to an end, passengers cut loose and partied before their return to reality. The mood was festive, and that was in large part thanks to cruise director Bob Smith. If Wilmot was master of the ship, then Smith was master of the fun to be had aboard. With his big smile and his jocular
I'm like
nature,
poking him to
Smith
play
was
as well.
popular amongst his passengers as the captain. It was he who organised the sports games, the horse racing, and even sightseeing tours around Havana. Under his purview, passengers
Look at
could
this
even enjoy
boosty boy at
putty green
58.
during
Oh
their
my
days
god.
at sea. But Smith was at odds with his captain over another critical activity, life jacket drills. He wanted passengers to be practiced at finding their life jackets, putting them on, and gathering at muster stations. But Wilmot thought excessive drills would panic passengers and put the thought of death at sea, the Titanic, the Lusitania, in their heads in the middle of their carefree voyage. Ever the people pleaser, Wilmot put his passengers' comfort above all else and rejected Smith's idea. It's safer on the ship, he said, than at Broadway and 42nd Street. Wilmot got his wish. The 318 passengers certainly enjoyed Wardline's floating pleasure palace. No doubt the newlyweds and the honeymooners mixed and chatted excitedly, danced the nights away. For children especially, the Morro Castle must have seemed
Yeah.
absolutely
No,
vast
I get
in
it.
scale.
I have a boost. I just don't know how to use it on.
8 was aboard with his father, Joseph, a dentist.
It's like I have a 60 mage, and to use it on a 34 rogue, I'm not gonna do that. That's a waste of money. So now I'm like,
Brooklyn. But aside from being a fun family holiday, there was a secret purpose to the trip. Joseph had been widowed in early 1933, but now
I was thinking maybe Warrior.
It had been an immense trial for both father and
I was also
son,
thinking maybe
and
Paladin,
Joseph
but I
paid
think
for the
I'm
trip
gonna
to
step
soften
off of
the
that because
blow
Paladin is not
until
that
his
good
son
PvP wise, right? So
As Mervyn explored the ship, Joseph worked up the courage to have the difficult conversation with his son. Then there were the Saintses. Maria Caridad was travelling with her children, but her husband Braulio had stayed behind. She was joined by Marta, 11, Margarita, 8, and Braulio Jr., 13, who had his own cabin. The family travelled relatively often, and they lived well. In 1927, they'd taken a transatlantic voyage on the Olympic. On this voyage, their cabins were on A deck, Morro Castle's boat deck, and they were among the finest.
yeah, but
the
it's
ship
retail,
had
right?
to offer.
I've got every single class. It's
The
max
orchestra
level. Well,
played, the engines
before
rumbled,
the
on
last
horizon,
expansion,
a
max
thick grey
level.
cloud loomed. A freshening
Um,
breeze plucked at Captain Wilmot's cap, and his veteran years at sea told him what it meant. A storm, a big one, lay directly ahead.
So technically yes, but it's all retail and all
Wind howled,
not
and the ship
classic.
pitched and rolled as it began to encounter bigger and bigger waves. The weather had shifted just as Wilmot knew it would, and inside public rooms and corridors, the Morro Castle's ornate panelling began to creak and groan as the hull bent and flexed. For many, the motion of the ship would have brought the dreaded mal de mer, seasickness. Passengers not used to it were confined to their staterooms to try and ride it out and do their best to ignore the nausea. The captain was complaining of stomach pain too, but it wasn't seasickness. Wilmot was 55 and in seemingly good health, but he began to suffer chest and stomach pains. The captain's job is stressful enough, to be sure, Wilmot's mind must have dwelt on the myriad problems of the ship under his command, the unhappy crew, and the unstable situation in Cuba. He shied away from his passengers, unusual for such a gregarious character, and consulted with the ship's doctor, Van Zyl. If anything were to happen to Wilmot, command would probably pass on to his second-in-command, Chief Officer William Worms. Where Wilmot was a commanding, cheerful presence, Worms was more reserved and bitterly disliked by the crew. His pride may have been stung by the fact that when Wilmot had been absent in the past, command had not passed to Worms, but instead temporary captains had been brought aboard specifically. The crew's dislike of Worms stemmed from his command style. Many of them thought he simply had none, that he lacked the leadership capability that made men like Wilmot natural figures in control of their ship. But still, Worms knew Morro Castle well, and she was in good hands even with the skipper in unusually poor health.
What can I do for you?
As the day wore on, the seas became bigger, and the unmistakable signs of a developing nor'easter threatened to check Morro Castle's headway. On the way to New York, she'd need to battle a strong headwind and heavy seas, but the most modern ship in Wardline's fleet was well equipped to handle it. Bob Smith, the cruise director, was making the final preparations for the farewell party, a raucous tradition on the final night of the voyage, which culminated in a roaring dance contest. It all began with a lavish dinner, but conspicuously absent was Captain Wilmot. His seat at the captain's table was vacant, and the passengers, who so enjoyed his company and even chose to travel specifically with him, were annoyed at the absence.
How are you?
The captain was instead in his cabin, and his steak and vegetable dinner did nothing to settle his stomach. He'd phoned up to ask Dr. Van Zyl to mix him an enema, but then fell silent. His crew left him alone to get over his stomach pain, and the night continued on. Outside, the winds picked up, and by about 7 p.m. they were screaming at over 30 miles, nearly 50 kilometers per hour.
Hey there.
Morro Castle's bow lifted over and surged into wave troughs, but her powerful electric engines meant she should be able to make it into New York with little delay, just as her builders had intended. Chief Officer Worms was at dinner with friends when he got a sudden interruption and shocking news from the bridge. He jumped from the table and made his way topside, where he found Dr. Van Zyl wearing a dark expression on his face. Captain Wilmot was dead. The news was like a gunshot that spread through the ship with alarming speed. It began as a rumour amongst the crew before making the leap, like a wildfire, to the passengers. Except it wasn't a rumour, it was true. The chief engineer had tried to phone Wilmot up to report a boiler issue, but he got no answer. Around 7 p.m, the captain was found draped over his bathtub, stone dead, and Dr. Van Zyl had given a cursory pronouncement of acute indigestion. The Wardline's most beloved captain was no more, and with his passing there was left a burning question. Who would take his place? With Morro Castle headed into the developing storm, a deft hand was needed to guide the ship through the worst of the weather, but whose? Chief Officer Worms wasted no time in sending an urgent radio message ashore to Wardline officials telling them the news about Wilmot, but it might have been a move more aimed at assuming control of the situation more than anything. Many of the crew favoured Chief Engineer Eben Abbott to take control, but in the end Worms' telegram cemented his authority and he took control of the ship. His first act was to ensure that each officer beneath him was subsequently promoted up one rank to assume the duties of running the ship safely through the storm. But then he turned his attention back to Wilmot. Worms thought it best to maintain the scene where the captain had been found and locked the body in his quarters. Then he called for cruise director Bob Smith. The night's festivities were to be cancelled in deference to the old skipper's passing. Smith took on perhaps the most difficult task he'd yet experienced when he took centre stage in the dining saloon and announced, through a megaphone, the captain's death. The happy mood of the passengers was doused immediately, and Smith went through most of the main public rooms to make his announcement, even going to individual groups and interrupting gently by saying, "I have some sad news." The party was cancelled, but passengers were told the bars would still be staffed. They huddled in small groups and chatted quietly, but many turned in for the night. Overhead, the rain fell in sheets and the Morro Castle groaned under the strain of every big wave. The ship was just hours from home, but she'd be arriving without the supervision of her popular, experienced captain. As the night wore on, and the small groups of quiet passengers began to disperse, Worms stayed in quiet vigil on the bridge, watching the big waves break over the ship's bow, and intent on seeing the liner into New York. He was achingly tired, and he ignored his crew, who suggested he get some rest. This task, guiding the big ship into New York, was a test of his mettle, and to pull it off would show Wardline that he was indeed captain material. Throughout the ship, as the 7th of September became the 8th and the hours passed by, lights began to be doused in empty public rooms, and stewards cleared tables of glasses and finished cigars. Just after 1:30 a.m, the ship cleared Barnegat Light. New York was a little over 70 miles, or 114 kilometers away. In the smoking room, around 2:45 a.m, a steward, Daniel Campbell, was serving a table of gentlemen who refused to retire for the evening when he was suddenly interrupted by a passenger who asked if he could smell smoke. It was a funny question to ask in a smoking room, but the passenger said it seemed to be coming instead from the lounge. Campbell could have dismissed the man because passengers raised false alarms all the time, but with little else to do at such a late hour, he followed him into the next room and found, alarmingly, that he was right. Something was burning.
Have a good one.
He stepped into the reading and writing room, and then he saw it, smoke pouring out from the cracks in the door of a small cabinet. He reached for the handle, but it burned his hands. He sprang back in pain, and the door swung open. It was like the boiler furnace from a steam locomotive. Hissing and glowing red hot, the inside of the cabinet had been completely consumed by flames, but with the sudden inrush of oxygen, the fire reared and surged, burning a fierce blue-white. Campbell ran for help, and another steward rushed to grab a fire hose. On the bridge, William Worms paced back and forth. He wasn't supposed to be on watch. In fact, Second Officer Clarence Hackney was on the middle watch that early morning. With just a few short hours to go until rounding Sandy Hook Spit and taking on the pilot for New York, Worms was determined to see his ship home. But his ceaseless pacing and his unwarranted presence made the middle watch crew nervous. Then, with a bang, the door to the bridge burst open, and a breathless night watchman barked out a simple warning.
Fire!
There's a fire, he roared. Smoke was rising slowly from the mouth of a deck vent which ran straight through down into the public rooms. It was obvious cause for alarm, but Worms took the situation in hand. Get down there, he said to Second Officer Hackney. See if there's a fire. Hackney rushed below, fire extinguisher in hand. 50 feet away, near the radio room, wireless operator George Alanya, 21 years old, woke up startled by the sound of rushing feet. The junior radio operator had been on shift and he could smell smoke too. He burst into the cabin where the chief radioman, George Rogers, was asleep and tried to rouse him. As Alanya sat himself down at the set, Rogers pushed him out of the way and took control, tuning the set to the distress frequency, but then he stopped. A distress call required direct authority from the bridge, but attempts to use the phone line proved futile when the line crackled and died. Smoke began to pour into the room. With Rogers sat waiting at the set, Alanya rushed out to the bridge to see what was going on. Down below, passengers were disturbed from their slumber by commotion in the lounge. First-class passenger Doris Wacker had joined friends for a private party in Suite 17, a stateroom which opened directly out onto the lounge's balcony. It gave her a superb view of the room below, normally full of happy passengers, light music and idle chatter. But as she left her friend's cabin to go back to her own, the flicker of light caught her attention. She peered out over the railing and down into the well, where crew struggled with buckets to throw water onto a roaring fire in the writing room. Around the same time, Second Officer Hackney burst into the lounge to see a sight that took his breath away.
Well met.
Flames spread wildly out of the reading and writing room and began to eat the luscious carpet of the lounge. It roared angrily and crackled as varnished timber was consumed with voracious speed. Stewards desperately threw buckets of water onto it, but it was like warding off an angry charging bull with a spray bottle. The battle to save Morro Castle had begun, but the crew had no idea it was already over. The ship's 318 passengers and 231 crew, a countdown had started that would see their ship consumed completely from stem to stern by flames, a fire that would roar through their ship, cutting off escape routes and trapping dozens where they slept. In the radio room, Chief Operator George Rogers sat patiently, the smoke beginning to sting his nostrils. He was unmoved by the drama and waited quietly for Alanya to return from the bridge with orders from Worms. Through his headset, he heard a message crackle out into the night. It was from a nearby freighter and asked if anybody had information about a ship they'd spotted burning in the darkness. A New Jersey shore station responded that they had no idea, but Rogers stayed quiet. The thought of fire didn't concern him. In fact, he was quite used to dealing with them. And besides, he may have known all about the ship's fire before anyone else. Morro Castle was just miles from home, but she was burning. Policeman Lewis Norris had settled into his long graveyard shift. The midnight to 8 AM stretch was usually very quiet, but that September morning, the wind and the rain howled. Then there came a phone call. The resident had been staring out his bedroom window. Something, he said, was glowing out on the horizon. Norris sped out into the night in his Model T Ford to see for himself. Parked by the seaside, he braved the wind and the rain, and then he saw it.
Huh? There is no fucking Archmage.
21-year-old radio man George Alanya burst out of Morro Castle's radio shack bound for the bridge. He needed to find out what was going on, to speak to Morro Castle's Captain William Worms, and to get his okay to send a distress signal. The radio room was situated conveniently close to the bridge, about 50 feet or 15 meters away, but the smoke was so thick Alanya could barely see it all, and it stung his eyes to tears. Something somewhere
No, I went up
was
top.
badly
There was
wrong,
nobody there.
and Alanya wasn't going to be caught out by a fire in the thick haze.
Well,
he'd have to
no
find
Archmage.
another way to the bridge. Two decks below his feet, stewards fought desperately to keep the flames at bay. They threw bucket after bucket of water onto the roaring fire, but the water simply fizzled into steam. Like an unstoppable tsunami of fire, it spread across the floor of the lounge and, crucially, the walls. Morro Castle, like all ships of her era, made heavy use of ornate wood panelling. It was varnished almost weekly to a near mirror-like sheen. It kept the ship fresh and like new, but it created the perfect fire accelerant. As soon as the walls began to burn, there could be no stopping the inferno.
Oh.
Morro Castle was a steel ship.
It's just buggy.
Nearly every surface inside was covered in thickly varnished timber. It's hard to conceive of something more.
I don't think this
suited
is supposed to be
to
one
burn.
step. This is one step,
Clarence
and this is
Hackney
another
stood
step.
aghast at what he saw. He'd rushed down from the bridge with a fire extinguisher in his hands and sprayed its contents onto the fire, but it too fizzled
Oh.
into nothing. The heat was so intense it was nearly impossible
Yeah,
to
never
get
mind.
close enough to the
It's like
flames
right there.
anyway. And even now, thick black smoke was curling up towards the lofty ceiling of the lounge and obscuring
Oh,
vision.
there he is.
Hackney already knew that this was a losing battle. He turned and ran for the bridge in a panic, desperate to report the dire situation to acting Captain Worms. But as he did so, he completely forgot to close the steel fire doors that connected the lounge and the writing room to the rest of the ship. The stewards that were throwing buckets of water onto the fire, none of them thought to close the doors either. Staring into the flames must have had a mesmerizing effect, like looking into the eyes of some kind of demon. This was one of nature's most fearsome, unstoppable forces, and standing between it and an entire shipload of sleeping passengers was a handful of white-coated men with buckets. Throughout the ship, passengers still slept, but those closer to the burning writing room were roused by commotion or smoke. Marjorie Giannini woke up by chance. Her stateroom was stuffy, and she woke up to look out of a porthole, but there, in the glass, was flickering orange light. She didn't think much of it, and half asleep, she rolled back over in bed. On the bridge, acting Captain Worms looked intently at his ship's fire indicator panel. Lights corresponded to sectors of the ship's deck, and reassuringly, none of the cabins and rooms around the lounge were yet lit up. But Second Officer Hackney at last returned and made his report. The situation was fast getting out of control. Worms at last sprang into action. He sounded the general alarm, which rang bells throughout the ship, and sent for the seamen in the forward part of the ship off watch to be woken at once. Then he phoned up the engine room and told the duty crew to get all possible pressure on the main fire pumps. Buckets obviously wouldn't do. If the crew stood any chance of containing this beast of a fire, they needed fire hose and a dedicated assault on the heart of the flames. Chief Engineer Abbott had been roused from his sleep by the commotion and reported at last to the bridge, curiously, dressed immaculately in his dress whites. Worms barked at him to get down to the engine room and make sure that the pumps were well fed with steam. It was like preparing his crew to go into battle. Marjorie Giannini had drifted off to sleep again, but something, maybe the fire alarm which rang weakly out in the corridor, woke her up again. This time, she could definitely smell smoke. She bolted out of bed and woke her husband, Paul.
She just is dead, so this is gonna take a while.
Even though they had been through an emergency drill, they grabbed their life jackets and put wet towels over their faces. The Brooklyn couple was as ready as they could be to face whatever was out in the hallway. They opened the door to take a look. The fire alarm rang bells in corridors and rooms throughout the ship, but it rang so softly, most slept peacefully through it. Up on A deck, in cabins directly above where the fire raged, passengers slept soundly through the alarms too. The Sains family in their luxury suites probably never heard it at all. Just beneath their beds, crewmen were fighting a desperate struggle to bring the fire under control. Captain Worms stared at the fire indicator panel to get some idea of what was going on down there. If his crew could keep water pressure up, then the ship's fire suppression system, fed by 42 hydrants, should be able to keep the worst of it at bay. But then his blood ran cold because the indicator panel suddenly began to light red on B deck and then A deck. It meant that passenger staterooms were catching on fire. At last, Worm's efforts to rouse the rest of the crew were seeing effects. They came in teams, banging pots and pans, rapping their knuckles bloody on doors to wake everybody up that they could. In panic, dressed in their pajamas and dressing gowns, people stumbled out into the smoky corridors without the foggiest idea of what was happening. They grabbed their life jackets and rushed for the boat deck, and slowly a crowd of people began to gather by the boats. But those on the bridge watched in horror as fire unexpectedly burst onto the deck where the boats were swung poised for launch. It nefariously licked at them until boats 2 and 4, closest to the source of the blaze below, began to buckle from the heat, their paint bubbled and peeled. Worms must have had a million thoughts flood his mind. They'd been so close to making it home. To others, he seemed dazed, mentally removed from what was happening around him. But then he was snapped out of his shock by a huge boom and a ball of furious flame that erupted from the side of the ship. Morro Castle had been fitted with a Lyle gun. It was a cannon designed to fire a rescue line to another ship in the event of a hasty evacuation. In the chaos and the confusion, its existence had been forgotten about. That, and its proximity to the fire. The gun was stocked with 100 pounds, nearly 50 kilograms, of gunpowder. With a crack, it went up, blowing out windows and sending fire and debris raining out over the Atlantic. But then there was a gush as air was sucked back in through the new openings it had left behind. It created a draft that whipped through A deck, with devastating results. With Morro Castle's nose pointed into the worst of the wind and the storm, fresh air was being funneled into the ship's vents at near gale force speeds, and one of those vents ran straight through the riding room where the fire was raging. In the 15 or 20 minutes since fire had been detected, Morro Castle had been maintaining a course that was feeding the fire with so much oxygen it burned white hot. In the lounge, at last, stewards were forced back by an unstoppable wall of flames that singed their hair and their clothes and forced them to step warily away. No longer contained by the lounge, it hungrily swept into the main staircase, and then the passenger corridors, a torrent of fire that flowed like liquid through the wooden maze that made up the accommodations on B and A deck. In just seconds, possible escape routes were cut off by orange tongues of flame, and obscured by acrid, toxic smoke that stung the eyes and choked the life from anybody that breathed it. The steady crackle of the fire became a roar as it consumed all the finery, all the beautifully varnished timber, all the tiles and the curtains and the luxury. It had been designed to thrill the ship's passengers, but now it fed a voracious blaze that was quickly gutting the heart of the ship. Worms watched from the bridge in frozen terror as fire burst onto the boat deck and rolled forward, while below it the promenade deck began to burn as well. On the other side of the bulkhead, passengers were sound asleep, but then they were awakened not by alarms or warnings, but by flame as it flickered under their doors and caught their carpets alight. For many, there was just time enough to jump out of bed, comprehend the horror, and look for escape. On A deck, the staterooms had windows that looked out over the boat deck. In A21, Mrs. Caridad's Saints and her two daughters woke up in terror as their rooms suddenly caught alight with absolutely no warning. With just seconds to act, Mrs. Saints rushed to the window to get her girls out. Fire roared and consumed everything in its path. Through the window came one of the Saints' girls, badly burned, but nobody followed afterward. A sudden fight for survival for those asleep on A deck came absolutely out of the blue and at a terrifying pace. There were only seconds to act, seconds to live or die. From the boat deck windows,
bro, this fucking mission, dude. How is it still so goddamn buggy? I subdued him. It didn't fucking count. Again, I might add. The mage had the same fucking problem.
Clothes smoking, but in her rush to escape, she'd left her pet whippet behind. On the starboard side, at cabin A23, 13-year-old Braulio Saints appeared panicked at his window and tried to squeeze through. Badly burnt, he was pulled through and collapsed to the deck in a smoking heap. Then at A18, there came 13-year-old Bobby Gonzalez, small and lithe enough to squeeze through his stateroom window, but he too was horribly burnt, and he lay still on the deck below the lifeboats, surrounded by a disturbed crowd who had no idea of what to do. Just forward at A10, 41-year-old Max Berliner had no chance of getting through his narrow cabin window, even as the fire spilled into his cabin and began to eat the room. Nearby, in A3, Miss Catherine Cochrane may have never woken up at all. Morro Castle's finest passenger cabins had been reduced to smouldering hell. Across the ship, passengers began to wake and gather in small groups, while just feet away from them, the fire raged. Beneath their feet, the deck began to radiate an intense heat. In the radio room, Chief Operator George Rogers sat awaiting orders. But even then, his inaction seemed odd. Smoke had poured into the little room, and then tongues of flame began to lick at the open porthole and turn the white paint around it black. He had maintained that a distress signal could only be sent on direct orders from the captain, but radio operator George Alanya had struggled to find his way to the bridge through the thick smoke. Alanya, for his part, had at last made it to the ship's control center and found acting Captain Worms in a frozen daze. He ran to him and reported that Rogers had sent him for orders. Worms seemed to stare through him. "All right," he said before walking off into a cloud of smoke. Then Alanya noticed that the helmsman was struggling with the ship's wheel to keep her nose into the wind, began frantically to spin the wheel with absolutely no feedback whatsoever. The steering wasn't responding, and the lines that ran the telemotor down to the steering engine and rudder had been eaten through by the fire. And then, with a snap, the lights on the bridge and throughout the ship cut out for good, and Morro Castle was enveloped in darkness. Down in the engine room, Chief Engineer Abbott and his men struggled with their machinery. The fire pump had steam on it, sure enough, but pressure was dropping alarmingly. Morro Castle had been designed with what was, for the time, an impressive fire suppression system. Aside from the steel doors, there were some 42 hydrants and thousands of feet of fire hoses that could reach anywhere in the ship. But her designers had figured that a serious fire would require no more than 6 hydrants at a time, and the pumps had been designed accordingly. Now, with a fire fanned by storm winds and flames ripping through 3 decks of ornate passenger cabins and public rooms, the crew were forced to fight sporadic battles with their hoses wherever they could. With more than double the amount of hydrants in action that was designed, the pressure across the entire system died virtually to a trickle. Crews, their faces blackened with soot and their skin peeled by the heat, felt the pressure go. The most crucial weapon the men could use to contain the blaze was dying out, and the fire would be able to consume the ship without mercy. Nobody could stop it. Worms, frozen into some kind of inaction on the bridge, at last realised his error. That keeping Morro Castle on her course into the wind had supercharged the fire into a kind of burning hurricane. With the situation well out of his control and critical seconds ticking by, he knew that his ship couldn't make it to New York. That here, miles off the New Jersey coast, he'd need to evacuate the liner, and Wardline's flagship was lost. He'd have to try to get the ship closer to shore so boats could be landed right on the beach. But the liner's steering had died just moments earlier. Now Morro Castle would need to use her engines, with her port propeller running astern and her starboard engine ahead. It would slowly turn her bow to port, westwards, towards the Jersey shore. In the distance, Worms could just see the sea-girt lighthouse. It must have seemed impossibly far away. With her engines thumping, the ship turned sluggishly as she pitched and heaved in the big waves. The battle to save Morro Castle was over, and the evacuation was about to begin. Two decks down from the fire, Charles Filzer, 27, was asleep in his stateroom next to his wife Selma. The pair had been married just a week and a half earlier, and their honeymoon to Cuba had been short but sweet. They'd been photographed there, arms around one another in all white, chic, happy, their whole lives ahead of them. But in the middle of the night, as the ship around him gently rocked and swayed in the big sea, Charles's eyes blinked open in the dark because he could smell smoke. He bolted out of bed, stuck his head out of the cabin door into the hallway, and was hazy. Alarmingly, there was water on the floor. Something was desperately wrong, so he shook his wife gently awake and reached for the life jackets. In other corridors, passengers and crew ran through, banging on doors and dragging people out. The Gianninis had come out with their mouths covered by wet towels to protect against the smoke, and they did their best to rouse their friends and their shipmates from their slumber. For those that stumbled out weary-eyed into the corridors, the ship's layout and fire's location presented a simple, brutal problem. The fire had started in the very centre of the ship. It had burnt fiercely up into A deck where the lifeboats were kept. It was so hot that boats 2 and 4 had buckled, caught alight, and then completely fallen off their davits into the ocean below. With the centre of the ship a white-hot inferno, all connecting corridors and hallways thick with choking smoke, there was simply no way for anybody aft of or behind the lounge to get to A deck where the lifeboats were stored. The boats were designed to be lowered from A deck and boarded by passengers on the deck below at the promenade. But Captain Wilmot had so hated lifeboat drills and the inconvenience they caused for passengers, and now his passengers, who certainly had enjoyed their cruise thanks to Wilmot's consideration, gathered in confused groups towards the stern, their escape routes cut off by fire, and their progress through unburnt areas checked by eye-watering, lung-stinging smoke. Cruise director Bob Smith had been a popular organiser of glitzy gala dinners and fun, sun-drenched deck games, but now he sprang into action as an organiser of terrified, confused people with nowhere to go. He ran through the corridors, some flooded by the fire hoses, banging on doors and getting as many topside as he could. But when he realised paths to A deck were impassable, he gathered over 100 people on C deck towards the stern.
Well met.
He would have made for B deck, but the fire began to eat the aft main staircase and blocked his tattered group of people from the upper decks. With the flames eating the ship from the centre out, Bob knew the stern, one of the extremities of the ship, would be the last to burn. In Morro Castle's radio room, George Rogers sat in darkness, his wireless set's emergency batteries in action, providing the ship with her last tenuous connection to the outside world. As the ship's engines drove her closer to the Jersey shore, the radio waves began to come alive with strange reports of a ship burning somewhere out there on the ocean. But Rogers did not respond, and no distress call was sent. He was adamant he had to wait for orders from the bridge, and Alanya, his assistant, had spent the last half hour running back and forth trying to find the captain and get the orders he needed out of him. At last, Alanya arrived, coughing and choking from the smoke, breathless from his efforts. Worms had finally given his permission. Rogers turned to see Alanya, who gave the okay, and he sprang into action, tapping out Morro Castle position and an SOS. But then there was a thud, and a puff of smoke. The emergency batteries had exploded from the heat. It was 3:24 a.m. Morrow Castle's one and only distress call had just been sent, but the radio operators had no idea if it had been received or not. On the boat deck, Engineer Abbott, his once pristine white uniform now dotted with embers and stained with black soot, hoarsely shouted for Lifeboat 3 to be swung out and loaded. A small crowd of people, mostly crew, stood and watched as the boat dropped painfully slowly down to deck level. Abbott had been down in the engine room, overseeing his men's efforts before smoke had driven him into a panic. He left them behind as he ran for the bridge to get more orders, but Worms was annoyed by his sudden presence. Instead of sending him back down to the engines, Worms told him to oversee lowering the ship's boat, so now Abbott found himself at the boat deck, but Boat 3 had become stuck. Abbott bawled at the crew to kick the pelican hook, securing it to the deck free, but it wouldn't budge. He and the small crowd of crewmen lost their patience. They left the boat behind and moved up to Boat 1 instead. But then, as that boat swung out, there was a sudden commotion. A young woman appeared at her suite's window, one of those that looked out over the boat deck. The crew smashed the glass and pulled her through just in time as the cabin was consumed by the flames behind her. She was tossed into Lifeboat 1 with 3 other passengers and 27 crew, and sitting among them was Chief Engineer Abbott. The boat lowered away into the pitching, broiling sea, and it left the burning ship behind. On B-deck, at the forward lobby, a ragtag team of crew and passengers used the last of the available water in a vain effort to stem the flames, but the fire roared up the elevator shaft, propelled by an immense draft. Clearly, it had spread to the decks below their feet. The intensity of the blaze meant by around 3:25, the forward and the aft main staircases were impassable.
I'm done.
On the bridge, Captain Worms coughed as the smoke swirled and
We'll try again tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Blizzard's list of a piece of shit company. Fat chance though.